Rain's two statements were nearly consecutively spoken. At this moment, the venom dragon diving down from above Rain's head had already spat out a large amount of black, foul-smelling venom. Sizzle! The venom instantly covered an area of tens of square meters centered around Rain, like a torrential downpour. "Watch out!" Claire shouted, her face pale, because she vaguely realized something. If their new Captain Rain died here, it was very likely that she and Beyonce would also be silenced. From a distance, Langela and Flay, responsible for vigilance, quickly rushed toward the King of Assassins of the Black Blade organization, trying to stop him. After all, in their eyes, although Rain was strong, it seemed impossible for him to fend off the pincer attack of both the Venom Dragon and the Assassin, but the gap in strength between the two of them and the King of Assassins was too great. They couldn't even keep up with his shadow. Mia and Chandler watched the Venom Dragon unleashing a spray like a black waterfall, with smiles on their faces, with knowledge that the venom spitting was only an appetizer. Next would be the Venom Dragon's melee, attack, the helicopter dive kill. Moreover, even if Rain could barely deflect or dodge the strike of the Venom Dragon, in their minds, at a moment of instability, he absolutely couldn't evade the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization. At this moment, from the appearance and weapon of the figure in black, they guessed his identity, the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization. Thus, the two were absolutely confident in this ambush. Saying it was slower than it happened. Metal morphing spell, cutting net, sharpness technique, witchcraft killing move, multiple cutting net, whoosh. 3 giant bright silvery nets suddenly emerged from directly below the dive angle of the Venom Dragon, making a sizzling corrosion sound upon contact with the incoming mass of venom. Even though the venom's corrosive power was strong, there were 3 nets in total. As one giant net was instantly corroded, the remaining 2 nets clashed with the dragon's claws, producing a piercing metallic clanging sound. Even though Rain's witchcraft killing move multiple cutting net, enhanced by the steel heart of the advanced meditation method, increased significantly in power, against a Venom Dragon at the legendary peak, it still fell short. Slash. The Venom Dragon, with its claws damaged, suddenly tore through the suddenly attacking nets. In the next second, its vertical pupils narrowed. A pitch-black knight's lance, at a lightning speed, suddenly shot towards its head. Was Rain seizing the battle opportunity to unleash the top-secret technique, armor-breaking strike? Roar! The Venom Dragon quickly retracted its head, vigorously flapping its wings, trying to halt its dive. But the momentum from building up for a dive kill was too great to stop in a short time. So to avoid being pierced by the sharp riding spear, it could only raise its head back as much as possible. However, while it could raise its head, it couldn't lift the base of its neck near its chest cavity. The lance strangely transformed into a hook in an instant, directly hooking onto its slender neck, and then yanking downwards forcefully. Boom! The Venom Dragon was pulled to the ground at an even faster speed, instantly raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization arrived beside Rain, believing this was the moment Rain was spent, with new power yet to be generated. As for the dust, not affected at all, he had already memorized Rain's position earlier. The dust, in contrast, became the best cover for his attack. The curved long knife in his hand emitted a bright glow and began to vibrate violently. For a moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. The speed of this attack was as swift as a bolt of lightning. It was his meticulously refined, top-secret technique. Life-taking strike, combining slicing, shock, and other powerful forces. With powerful original force and the brilliance of will. If the enemy attempted to block, this specially made curved blade could act like a dagger, directly penetrating. If the enemy attempted to dodge, his vibrating curved blade would immediately slash down or sweep sideways, confident it would be faster than the opponent's hasty defense. But in an instant, all he sensed was darkness, as a massive object seemed to crash down like MT, tearing through the air, bearing down on him. This both shocked and angered him. If he continued attacking, he was confident this specially made curved blade could stab into the target's body, but he would undoubtedly be crushed to death by this object dropping like a meteor. Thus, he could only quickly roll sideways to evade. This, however, made his meticulously prepared trump card fizzle out without opposition. Boom! With the ground shaking violently, the black-clad King of Assassins, knife in hand, suddenly leapt out from the swirling dust under everyone's gaze. Assassination succeeded. Mia's beautiful eyes lit up with joy. The same thought flashed through Chandler's mind, a look of delight on his face. Meanwhile, Claire and Beyonce both had drastically changed expressions. Since it seemed like they had inadvertently gotten caught in some kind of machination, if Rain truly died, they feared they would be next. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. They suddenly saw the King of Assassins caught in a square metal cage. Immediately, 3 silver nets surged out of the dust, rapidly slicing towards the King of Assassins. Clang! At that moment, the King of Assassins chopped fiercely, cutting through a thick fence bar, and his body slithered bonelessly through the gap. Unexpectedly, a dense silver cutting web appeared before his eyes. What? The King of Assassins' eyes suddenly widened. PFFT. Immediately, the King of Assassins, still in the posture of twisting his body to cross the fence, froze in place. Consecutive witchcraft? How can it be so fast? This was his last thought. No wonder he couldn't understand it, as it took him only 0.2 seconds at most to break through the metal cage, which was not a slow action. But within that short time, Rain's subsequent witchcraft killing move multiple cutting had already landed. Russell, the cold and astonished face of the King of Assassins, suddenly showed many net-shaped blood scars, and in the next second, his entire body shattered like a puzzle made of small blocks, falling to the ground, becoming a pile of blood-soaked flesh. Even the metal cage with thick lattices behind him was directly cut into metal pieces. Under Rain's witchcraft killing move, almost identical in size to the flesh pieces. This scene made Mia and Chandler's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Chandler simply couldn't comprehend what level of witchcraft Rain was performing, while mithril-level sword-bearer Mia turned pale precisely because she understood. She muttered to herself, "How can it be so fast? How can the casting speed be this fast? That must have been some kind of metal series witchcraft killing move. The power was too great. But how can the metal cage, this second-level witchcraft, be performed so quickly?" Roar! At this moment, the furious roar of the poison liquid flying dragon echoed through the sky full of dust and smoke. Amid it, faint sounds of violent air slicing and melee combat mixed in. Right, there's still the poison liquid flying dragon, its venom can also kill him. Chandler sounded like a drowning man grasping at a straw, shouted with a flushed face excitedly. But Mia wasn't as optimistic, because she could sense a hint of fear in the roar of the poison liquid flying dragon, apart from anger. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the center of the dust cloud, which was gradually calming down. However, in a trance, she seemed to see a tall, giant-like silhouette flash through the dust, as the dust which had filled the sky slowly settled to the ground. In the next moment, Mia's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. It was the poison liquid flying dragon, lying powerlessly in a pool of its own blood, its fatal injury from having its neck completely severed. Though its body occasionally convulsed, everyone knew that with such a lethal injury from beheading, there was no saving it. Rain also appeared rather disheveled, wearing just a pair of short muscle shorts, covered in blood, his original wizard robe shredded into pieces. Of course, the robe Rain had worn wasn't the concealing robe. Just an ordinary white wizard robe, since defeating the poison liquid flying dragon required no concealment of power. Yet there was an irrepressible joy at the corners of Rain's mouth. Just now a system prompt had flooded the screen. Ding! Detected that the host has been baptized by the dragon blood of the poison liquid flying dragon, discovered some absorbable dragon gene segments. Would you like to absorb? Note: absorption of this dragon gene segment can enhance the host's concentration of dragon bloodline. Without a doubt, Rain immediately chose yes. Congratulations, under the blessing of bloodline power. You have unlocked the third form of mutated Dragon Man King form. Mutated Dragon Man third form, Dragon Man King form. Upon activation, the body size will increase again on the basis of the second form, grow fleshy wings, gain immunity to middle-rank toxins and disease effects, and immunity to witchcraft damage below 80 degrees. Note: the duration is positively related to bloodline concentration and constitution. Rain noticed that even though the bloodline concentration had increased to some extent, it was not enough to step into the next level, still showing as dense with no change. However, he did unlock a new form. As the name suggests, Dragon Man King form is naturally more powerful than Dragon Man General form. This point was further confirmed from the system's description. The poison liquid flying dragon's power reached the legendary peak. To kill it in a short time, Rain had just transformed into the second stage form Dragon Man General form in the dust. Meanwhile, leveraging the first-level witchcraft immunity and strong poison resistance of the second stage form, he swiftly killed the opponent. As for the assassin with legendary-level strength, after dodging one of his claw attacks, he was taken out with a wave of his metal cage, combined with the witchcraft killing, move multiple cutting net. At this moment, Rain focused his gaze on Mia and the already trembling Chandler. Obviously, although Chandler was male, not only was his strength slightly weaker, but his mentality was also completely incomparable to Mia's. How can your strength be so powerful? The poison liquid flying dragon's poison didn't affect you at all. Chandler's handsome face was now twisted, his eyes bulging, a finger shakily pointing at Rain, frantically questioning. As if he completely couldn't accept the result in front of him, but in the next second, it seemed he remembered something. Immediately, he began to turn and flee swiftly. If I were you, I'd stay right where I am. Rain's voice came from behind him, like a cold wind piercing through his body. This made Chandler's steps to escape falter for a moment. However, he ran even faster, while fumbling to pull out a scroll from his bosom. Glowing with witchcraft light, poised to tear it open. But in the next second, he, bang, suddenly collided with something hard. Chandler then realized he was trapped inside a metal cage, just like that king of assassins. When I also be cut into pieces by that terrifying metal net. Suddenly, his mind broke down. Don't kill me. I am the second son of Marquis Ulrich. Please spare me, Rain. It's Greenwood. It's all Greenwood's idea. I was forced. Chandler was sobbing uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground pleading. Meanwhile, Mia, though her charming face was pale, didn't run, but the fear revealed by her trembling, delicate body was undeniable. Is it Mia? Why didn't you run? Rain curiously asked after recalling this new team member's name. Would running help? I don't think I'm faster than this king of assassins from the Black Blade Organization. Black Blade Organization? King of Assassins. Rain heard two unfamiliar terms, but that wasn't the focus right now. I'm thinking of something that might move Lord Rain to spare my life, Mia said earnestly. Have you thought of anything? Rain raised an eyebrow, showing an interested expression. No, because I realized with Lord Rain's level of power, although I have many chips, probably none would move Lord Rain. Want to survive? Of course I do. Then implicate Greenwood. Any issues? Rain smiled. Well, okay. Mia showed a bitter expression, nodded and agreed. Mia thought a lot, including Greenwood's revenge and the Drum family's reaction behind him, but the problem was she was sure if she said no, she would meet her fate on the spot. Damn bitch. Greenwood appeared from a distance with a grim face, accompanied by a towering large man, none other than the legendary strongman Greg among the Brightonians. Lord Greg, this person is yours to deal with. Seeing Rain covered in blood and glancing at the corpse of the Venom Wyvern lying beside, Greenwood believed the other party was definitely heavily injured. However, he really didn't expect that Rain actually had the ability to kill the Venom Wyvern. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan to deal with such unforeseen situations. He had invited Lord Greg, one of the family advisors, to come over. Leave it to me. With that said, the burly man, wearing only simple leather armor, Greg, the legendary strongman with giant bloodline, strode toward Rain. And the giant spiked mace on his back was swiftly gripped in his hands. Greenwood, save me. I didn't betray you. By Chandler's side, seeing Greenwood's arrival, his once tearful face changed instantly, expressing surprise. While Claire and the other woman were both shocked by their new Captain Rain's immensely powerful strength, they were also relieved to have survived, only to be caught off guard by the sudden change in situation. The mastermind actually showed up personally. Brightonians. Greg, such a familiar name, I got it. This is the legendary strongman known by the nickname Corpse Splitter, Greg. Beyonce's eyes suddenly widened, her complexion turned grave. Is he very strong? Claire asked. Yes, it's said that he awakened the bloodline of a rock giant. Once activating his talent ability, strength multiplies while his own defense increases significantly, his skin and muscles comparable to the hardest granite. One could say he is the most adept at close combat among the legendaries, although Lord Rain is a rare metal series wizard. I'm afraid. Beyonce didn't finish her last sentence. But Claire naturally understood her companion's meaning instantly, and her heart couldn't help but lift again. Thud, thud, thud. At this point, on the field, Greg's pace was quickening, with each step causing a dull thudding sound on the ground, like pounding a giant leather drum. Giant rock battle body. Facing a strongman capable of killing the Venom Wyvern, Greg wouldn't underestimate Rain. Directly activating his talent ability after his giant bloodline awakening giant rock battle body. The muscles all over his body further swelled up, his height rising sharply from the original 3 meters to nearly 5 meters. A powerful oppressive force permeated the entire scene. Rain watched Greg charging like a primitive giant beast, smiling slightly. Metal cage. As Rain raised a finger, he cast a second-level witchcraft metal cage at the opponent. Boom! Greg, like a furious rhinoceros, slammed heavily into the metal cage which suddenly obstructed him, bending several arm-thick metal bars wildly out of shape. Yet, as he smashed through the cage and was about to burst forth, it was assailed overhead by 3 silver giant nets. Shock giant hammer. Greg lifted his spiked mace high, striking down heavily on the witchcraft killing move multiple cutting nets that assaulted him. SSS, SSS, SSS. The 3 metal cutting nets were smashed with a big hole simultaneously, but the remaining metal nets scraped across Greg's large surface, causing sparks to fly, marking only slight scratches. Oh, very strong defensive power. Rain's eyes lit up. It seemed even if the opponent took his witchcraft killing move directly, at best it would be a minor injury. That is to say, relying solely on witchcraft. Rain was afraid he could not take down the opponent. Greenwood, standing by the side, watched this scene with a smile on his face. He naturally knew the strength of his advisor. Greg's power, before he activated the battle body, was roughly in the late stage of legendary, but once the battle body was activated, it could be said to be completely comparable to a legendary peak strongman. He didn't believe that Rain, after the fierce battle with the poison liquid flying dragon, would still have the energy to deal with Greg in his full state. But the next second, his eyes bulged out like bubble eyes, and he looked at the field with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. The same expression appeared on the faces of the others. They saw that Rain in the field had actually activated some kind of transformation, just like Greg. At this moment, Rain's muscles were swelling, his entire skin had completely turned dark gray, pieces of dragon scale emerged, and the skin on the sides behind his 2 shoulder blades burst open, from which a pair of flesh wings grew. His coccyx protruded and quickly grew into a thick and powerful tail. And on his head, there were 3 curved horns pointing upwards. Rain's current form was a whole circle bigger than his previous Dragon Man general form. The height at least reached 13 meters. It was precisely the 3rd form mentioned in the system. Prompt just now Dragon Man King form. As if breaking through some kind of deep internal shackle, an unprecedented surging huge strength was gushing within Rain's body. Rain looked down at his own form, with an understanding dawning in his heart. Seeing this scene, Greg's pupils suddenly contracted. He never expected that Rain also had the ability to transform. Moreover, judging from the aura, it was even stronger than his own. Swish! Suddenly, with a flap of Rain's flesh wings, his gigantic figure appeared in front of Greg without anyone knowing when. At this moment, the originally 5-meter-tall Greg, with muscles like carved stone, seemed as ridiculous as a child holding a small wooden hammer trying to knock down an adult male in front of Rain, who was 13 or 14 meters tall. Bang! They saw a dragon claw as large as a millstone grabbing the heavy strike of the spiked wolf-tooth club. The next second, the club was pulled away and thrown flying like a matchstick by Rain. Then Rain's sharp dragon claws directly grasped Greg's strong arms and tore them heavily. Crash! The 5-meter-tall Greg, still exhibiting the giant rock battle body, was directly torn in half. Instantly, flesh and blood and internal organs splattered all around. What was a strongman most adept at melee combat? What was the giant rock battle body? What was incredibly strong defensive power? Under Rain's Dragon Man King form, it was as if they were made of paper, directly torn to shreds. Seeing this scene before them, not only was Greenwood stunned, but everyone next to him was dumbfounded. He finally understood how the poison liquid flying dragon had died. Encountering someone as monstrous as Rain and engaging in close combat was 100% courting death. And Chandler, at this time, was like a drake being choked by the neck, opening and closing his mouth, but unable to make any sound at all. The next second, a pale-faced Greenwood turned and fled. At this moment his heart seemed to fall into an abyss. Mad, how could he be so strong? How is this even possible? Bang! He crashed into something hard, and when he looked up, Greenwood found himself trapped in a metal cage, and the heavy footsteps thud 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 behind him drew closer and closer, making him tremble all over. Greenwood, like a puppet, turned his head extremely stiffly to stare up at Rain in his Dragon Man King form with a hideous face. Forcing out a faint smile, he said, Rain, my lord, this is all a misunderstanding. Imperial City Tamriel. 2nd floor of Drum Manor, inside the luxurious study. Is it today? Duke Drum asked. Yes, my Lord Duke, young Greenwood and the others set out yesterday and the action should take place today. The butler Owen bowed slightly and respectfully answered. Any news from the Black Blade organization? It has been confirmed. They dispatched a king of assassins who arrived in Nome province a day ahead. Duke Drum nodded slightly and asked again, on Greenwood's side is Corpse Splitter Greg accompanying? Yes, my Lord Duke. Then there shouldn't be any problems. Duke Drum nodded, somewhat muttering to himself. However, at this moment, there was still a hint of gloom in his heart. Because this morning, when he met with General Donald from the Sword Holder headquarters, the latter said this to him. If mediation is possible, it's best to reconcile with this reign. At first, he didn't understand what Donald meant. Until the other told him, according to the latest top-secret intelligence from the Sword Holder, Rain once directly defeated a projection of a certain legendary divine. It's not that Donald was not well informed, but the confidentiality level of this intelligence was too high, and only a few people in the entire Sword Holder headquarters could access the whole picture, of which he was not one. This immediately shocked Duke Drum. Though it was a projection of divine legendary power, in reality, there were very few among human legendary strongmen who could compete with it. Even a mere projection represented a strand of divine energy, with various extraordinary battle techniques and witchcraft easily at hand, all perfectly paired together. For Rain to defeat a divine projection meant that he likely had combat power at the legendary peak. Of course, it was also possible that Rain used a powerful witch artifact or some other means to repel the projection. Fortunately, one of the family advisors, Corpse Splitter Greg, also possessed this level of power after activating the giant rock battle body. Plus, with the King of Assassins lying in ambush. Even if Rain's strength reached the legendary peak, combined with both forces, the chance to kill him was still very high. Duke Drum pondered silently. Moreover, Greenwood wasn't really his nephew but his illegitimate son, only nominally placed under his brother's name, and he was the most talented among all his illegitimate children. Even Greenwood himself was unaware of this. This was partly why he felt a bit worried, simultaneously. In the square of Mud Swamp Town, Nome Province, the ground was littered with flesh and remains in a chaotic mess. Oh, a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, I don't want to hear your explanation. Rain, in Dragon Man King form, glanced coldly at Greenwood before him, and his massive claws descended from the sky. No, Rain, don't you want to know why the Sam Group is so obsessed with that elf? Greenwood, on the brink of death, suddenly shouted, thinking of something. Judging by Rain's ruthless attack just now, he didn't seem to care about any Duke family background, and threatening him with this might lead to a swifter death. Only by appealing to what the other cared about might he have a chance at survival. A fierce gust whipped against Greenwood's face, distorting his skin. The instant Greenwood was terrified beyond belief, the cruel giant claw stopped. Rain said, "Why?" Because for some reason, the second prince has a fondness for elven females, and apart from the elf clan ambassadors in Tamriel whom he dares not touch, people have been helping him collect elven females across other parts of the empire. Oh, really? Really? I swear. Greenwood shouted desperately, seemingly seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. 2 years ago in Minster Province, the Sam Group captured another elven female and sent her to the second prince. Greenwood revealed another secret, trying to make his words seem credible. Who else knows about this? Can anyone verify your words? Rain's eyes twinkled. In an instant he realized something. Yes, our family butler Owen knows. Hearing Rain's question, Greenwood showed a pleased expression and quickly replied. In his view, his life was spared. At the moment, even the others believed so. Goodbye then, Rain said calmly. Goodbye? What does goodbye mean? As Greenwood pondered the meaning of Rain's words, suddenly the sky went dark. Boom! The ground instantly formed a huge pit, the shape perfectly matching a giant dragon claw, and Greenwood, along with the metal cage, was crushed into pulp. At this moment, Rain finally cancelled the Dragon Man King form and reverted to human form. You actually killed him. He was the Drum family's most promising direct descendant, Mia exclaimed in shock, witnessing the scene. Do you know that the Drum family is a guardian family? So what? Rain glanced at Mia and replied, and Chandler meanwhile plopped onto the ground, terrified out of his mind. Since Rain dared to directly kill Greenwood, naturally, he dared to kill him too. Lord Rain, don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. The Drum family where Greenwood belongs is closely related to General Donald among the sword-bearer high ranks. This mission assigned to you is indeed their doing. Oh, anything else? Rain calmly looked at Chandler. Yes, let me think. Forget it, I don't want to hear what a double-dealing person has to say. Rain shook his head and said, he simply raised his right hand, his lips slightly moving. Multiple cutting net. Suddenly, 3 giant nets emitting a silver light appeared abruptly in front of him, rapidly flying towards Chandler's position. No, With a heart-rending scream, Chandler's terrified expression froze instantly, and he, along with the metal cage, was cut into tofu-sized pieces in an instant by the metal giant net. At this moment, when Claire saw Rain looking over, she couldn't help but tightly grasp Beyance's arm, shaking her head like a rattle, trembling as she said, Captain, we are not involved in this affair, really not involved. Woo, this new captain is too ruthless. She wants to quit the team. Is there still time? Moreover, what did she just hear? Secrets about either a prince or a general. Oh my God. Will she be silenced? At this moment, Claire realized she kind of missed her mom. She really wanted to return to her hometown in County Town. I remember now, this aura and form, are you royal lineage? At this time, Mia seemed to realize something, her eyes widening in fright as she looked at Rain. But how could this be possible? The intelligence gathered by the Drum family on Rain clearly stated that he was just from a small town. How could he suddenly become of royal lineage? It's like meeting a straw sandal maker on the road in a past life, only to find out it's Liu Huangshu of the Han dynasty. What? The royal family. Claire and Beyonce exchanged glances, showing shock. Oh, have you heard something? Rain couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, looking at Mia. The content of what she said was quite interesting to him, as it was the first time he heard someone mention something similar to his Dragon Man transformation. Yes, I once had a chance encounter at the Imperial Royal Academy, and saw a competition in which one party was the offspring of an imperial prince, possessing royal bloodline. However, after transforming with the bloodline, that person's height was about 5 meters, the tail was short and small, there were no wings, and the color of the dragon scales was also different from yours, as were the horns on his head. If disregarding details, such as the color of the dragon scales, wouldn't it just be a replica of my first form of Dragon Man transformation, Dragon Man warrior form? Interesting. Imperial Academy. Clea once studied at the Imperial Academy. Perhaps she can inquire about this news for me. Thinking of Clea, Rain suddenly remembered that Clea had told him that once her father Count Habs recovered from his injuries, she would return to the Imperial Academy for further studies. At this moment in time, it's not certain whether Clea has arrived at Imperial City Tamriel, but once he returns to headquarters, he can inquire. Will I live? Mia finally couldn't bear the pressure and asked this question. Unfortunately, Mia, since you chose to strike against me at that time, you should know the result. Rain looked at her calmly and said, I'm sure you've heard the saying, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Then, I don't want to die like this. Can you let me die a little more beautifully? Mia said with a forced smile, pointing at the meat chunks that were once Chandler. All right, Captain Rain, you directly killed these 3 people. I'm afraid after you returned, Beyonce hesitated. In principle. These 3 ambushed you first. You could have sent them to a military tribunal, and then they would smoothly be released. Rain shook his head and said. Beyonce instantly understood Rain's meaning, sighed deeply, and said nothing more. Given what she's observed in the Imperial City over the past 2 years, she knew Rain wasn't speaking nonsensically. The Dragon Empire has endured for over 2 millennia, and the social structure has long solidified. Many places are corrupt beyond salvaging, and the connections of the top-tier aristocracy in the Imperial City are like the roots of a millennium-old tree, deeply embedded in the Empire's flesh and blood. Furthermore, if you're worried about revenge from the Drum family, I'm waiting for them. Rain smiled faintly and said. By this time, the Langular trio from the Razor Squad, who had been stunned for a while, finally regained their senses and ran over quickly, saying, Lord Rain, are you all right? I'm fine, though it did startle you this time. No problem, Lord Rain, your strength is even greater than before. By the way, how should we deal with these? Langular swallowed and pointed to the bodies on the ground. Rain glanced at the ground. Corpse Splitter Greg's body was still manageable, merely torn in half, thus easier to clean up. But as for the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization, he was already chopped into pieces, making it quite troublesome to bring back as evidence. Lord Rain, how about we get a barrel and pack all these meat pieces back in it? At this point, Flay suggested from the side, "If you're not in a position to take it back to headquarters, you can leave it at the branch office and we'll take good care of it." "Very well." Rain nodded. Langela and the other two were cleaning up the battlefield. Rain went alone to the edge of the square to carefully feel the sensation of just transforming into the third form, the Dragon Man King. At this moment, he rarely felt a bit sore and weak. Obviously, the third form consumes more physical strength than the second form, the Dragon Man General. However, the improvement in combat power is also much higher. Just now, when he killed Greg, he felt as if he used less than half of his strength, yet even so, he easily tore apart the so-called legendary peak corpse splitter. Reflecting on the feeling of breaking free from the shackles within his body earlier, Rain was basically certain that in the third form, his combat power had surely entered the epic level. Moreover, the increase in speed after flapping his wings far exceeded his expectations. Unfortunately, he hadn't witnessed the battle scenes of epic strongman himself, nor had Rain directly fought against an epic strongman. The only reference he had was the battle between the Dragon Knight Minia, who held the title Red Queen, and the magic-tailed three-headed sea dragon. But at that time, he was more than 100 miles away, and judging from the energy fluctuations, even in his third form, it seemed there was still a certain gap between them. But the issue is, Prince Minia, the Red Queen, is certainly not at the bottom among epic strongmen. Rain shook his head slightly, deciding not to think about it for now and instead checked the battle prompts from earlier. "Congratulations, you defeated a formidable enemy and gained 31 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has been enhanced. Congratulations, your profession level of King of Thousand Blades, Epic, has increased." As he successively killed the poison liquid flying dragon, King of Assassins, and corpse splitter Greg this time, the profession level of King of Thousand Blades, Epic, successfully reached LV 13, granting Rain 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Now, his remaining attribute points total 13, and remaining skill points total 6. As for golden skill points, after consuming 8 points last time, he had 46 points left, and this time he gained 31 more points, bringing the total to 77 points, setting a new historical high. However, since Rain already knew that golden skill points could be used for deducing witchcraft killing moves, he didn't mind having more. After all, the previous deduction and perfection of the second-level witchcraft killing move used 28 points, so it's conceivable how much will be consumed for third-level witchcraft. Upon returning to Gnome City that day, and after having dinner with the Sharp Blade Squad to catch up a little, Rain took Claire and Beyonce back to the Sword Holder headquarters. Although it was just one battle, the two women were exceptionally impressed by Rain, a day and a half later. After directly taking the airship to the Imperial Swordsman headquarters, Rain naturally needed to submit his task first, and at the same time, he needed to explain the reasons for the death of his two team members. Though the other side ambushed them, since people died, the procedure still had to be followed. As soon as he entered the task hall, Rain headed straight to Anthony's office. Seeing someone enter without knocking, Anthony was about to scold them, but the next second his eyes widened in shock as he looked at the visitor, exclaiming, Lord Rain, why have you returned?" "Haha, Lord Anthony, shouldn't I have returned?" Rain couldn't help but smile at the chubby man before him. No, I mean, have you completed your task? You mean killing the poison liquid flying dragon, of course, and by the way, I also killed a few people who attempted to murder me." "Murder? Someone actually dared to murder you?" Anthony's face turned pale at once, showing slight panic as he said, "Yes, I'm also puzzled why my task location and target was so clear to the other party. It seems that someone at the Sword Holder headquarters leaked my task details." As Rain spoke, his gaze fixed on Anthony. Anxious, Anthony turned pale as he quickly took out a handkerchief, continuously wiping the sweat from his forehead, saying, "This shouldn't be possible. By the way, in the process, I also incidentally killed two people who ambushed me, the magic iron-level sword-bearer Chandler and the mithril-level sword-bearer Mia." "What? Lord Rain, did you directly kill both of your own team members?" Upon hearing this news, Anthony suddenly slid from his seat onto the ground, clearly frightened quite badly. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Rain had changed. The young man smiling harmlessly in front of him was actually a ruthless person, actually went and directly killed them. You know, Chandler is not some nobody. He is the second son of the Marquis with real power in the Imperial City. As the sword holder captain, I think I have this right, don't I? But even so, you shouldn't have directly killed them. The two ambushed you, so the headquarters will inevitably investigate. Lord Rain, you acted too rashly. Additionally, normally, since your strength is above theirs, you could have completely imprisoned them to let the headquarters and the military tribunal judge. Haha, I haven't finished speaking yet. At that time there were other people besieging me, so you know, in the heat of the moment. I accidentally killed them all. Rain chuckled as he spoke. Other people. Anthony looked horrified and said, Lord Anthony, you should report this, the matter is beyond your handling. Rain waved his hand and said, because he realized that causing trouble for someone of Anthony's level wasn't significant. Well, my authority is indeed limited. Please wait a moment, I'll report it immediately. With that, the spherical-bodied Anthony dashed out of the office. Rain naturally considered whether to give Greenwood, Mia, Chandler, and others a more respectful explanation, perhaps saying that they died in battle against the poison liquid flying dragons. That way, it would save some face. But after thinking about it, Rain rejected the idea. After all, this world has diviners, astrologers, and other secretive professions. If he were to lie for the sake of saving their face, he might end up harming himself. Rather than that, he might as well tear off this final cover. Half an hour later, Rain was invited into a meeting room. More people came this time. As for Anthony, he didn't even have the qualification to attend. The leader was a dignified elder with golden leaves and 4 suns on his epaulette, signifying that he was a general of the Dragon Empire, ranking above a senior general. If Rain remembered correctly, the person should be General Augustus, responsible for leading the daily operations of the Sword Holder headquarters, second only to Marshal Alfred. The person was a notable figure even within the entire empire. Beside him were 2 senior generals of the empire, and 2 junior generals holding notebooks, seemingly relegated to secretarial roles. Clearly, Rain's matter had alarmed the highest levels of the Sword Holder headquarters. Lord Rain, this is General Augustus, this is General Donald, this is. You may now recount the events that transpired at the time. The sharp-eyed female junior general on the far side said, All right. Rain nodded, then proceeded to narrate the sequence of events. Several minutes later, the male junior general on the far side suddenly interrupted Rain's recount, speaking in a deep voice. Wait a moment, Lord Rain. You just said that mithril-level sword-bearer Mia and magic iron-level sword-bearer Chandler attacked you with witchcraft during the battle with the poison liquid flying dragons. Is there any evidence to support this? There is. 2 other members of my team can testify to it, and Nome Province's sword-bearers branch's blade squad can also prove it. Rain glanced at the man and replied, Please continue, Lord Rain. 10 minutes later, when Rain mentioned that he was suddenly ambushed by the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization, everyone besides General Augustus showed expressions of surprise. Lord Rain, did you say the assassin was the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization? The female junior general asked, half believing. Yes, the corpse and the weapon are now stored at Nome Province's sword-bearers branch. I suppose it shouldn't be difficult for the headquarters to investigate his identity thoroughly. It should not be difficult if there is a body and custom weapon. The female junior general nodded. When Rain narrated how Greenwood had ordered Greg to attack him, leading to Greg's demise instead, General Donald could no longer hold back and spoke. You said you first killed the poison liquid flying dragon, then the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization, and finally this corpse splitter Greg. Bear in mind that among these 3, 2 were legendary peak. Dealing with the King of Assassins wouldn't be much easier than facing a legendary peak. To defeat all 3 in succession defies logic. Moreover, if you were indeed capable of defeating these 3, Greenwood's power drastically differs from yours. There's no reason you couldn't hold back. I believe you need a more detailed and reasonable explanation. Donald said in a serious tone, Haha, no choice. My first assigned task as a new sword-bearer was to slay the poison liquid flying dragon. I was too enthusiastic during the fight and accidentally used too much force, killing Greenwood in the process. Rain shrugged, smiling. Needless to say, Rain held no goodwill towards General Donald, who might have played a role in manipulating his assigned tasks. Clearly, General Donald was extremely dissatisfied with Rain's attitude, especially since Rain's words had hidden implications, giving Donald an ominous feeling. Could it be? This defiant young man knows something. All right, Donald. At this moment, General Augustus gently tapped his fingers on the table and made the final decision. Rain, as it currently stands, your actions fall under self-defense. However, the headquarters still needs to investigate the specific situation. Therefore, in the next 2 weeks, you are not allowed to leave the Imperial City Tamriel temporarily. Is that a problem? Of course not. I will cooperate with the headquarters investigation. Rain smiled and said, very well. By the way, Rain, you just arrived at the headquarters and completed the task of slaying the poison liquid flying dragon. Not bad. Before the results of your investigation come out, your task rewards will be settled normally without being affected. Thank you, General Augustus. Rain slightly bowed and expressed his gratitude. It was obvious that the General Augustus in front of him seemed to be somewhat biased towards him, and his speech pattern of first suppressing, then supporting testified to this. Although Rain did not know the specific reason, the fact that the task reward settlement and special items exchange were unaffected was naturally the best scenario. 10 minutes later, Rain left the meeting room. He first went to the task hall to complete the settlement of the poison liquid flying dragon task, and then he went towards the stand-alone accommodation area specially prepared for fine gold-level sword bearers. It's not considered a villa because there is almost no yard. In fact, in the inch of land is Gold City of Imperial City Tamriel. The fact that the sword holder headquarters could draw a part of the area for stand-alone accommodations for fine gold-level sword bearers was already quite difficult. Moreover, these conditions far exceed the treatment of Diamond Star sword bearers at the Minster branch, so Rain naturally had nothing to complain about. The first floor is the training room, the second floor is the reception area and dining room, and the third floor is the study and bedroom. The training room is placed on the first floor. Considering that some fine gold-level sword bearers follow the night path, their physical strength is too strong, and even if the ground can be reinforced, the second and third floors are still easily penetrated. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Rain entered his stand-alone dormitory, a knock on the door sounded. Lord Rain, General Augustus asked me to relay to you to pay attention to the movements of some families recently. The young female major from the meeting just now appeared at the door, smiled at Rain and said, all right, please relay my thanks to General Augustus for his concern. Rain nodded. Although Rain did not yet know why this General Augustus, whom he met for the first time, intended to help him, Rain was not too curious. He believed he would naturally know the reason soon. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in the inner ring of the Imperial City, the butler Owen hurriedly walked down the carpeted corridor, slightly panicked, ignoring the salutes from servants on both sides until he slowed his pace only upon reaching the study. He then slightly adjusted his collar, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Come in, the deep voice of Duke Drum resonated. As butler Owen entered the study, he saw Duke Drum behind a broad mahogany desk reviewing documents, and he softly reported, Duke, the mission failed. Was it because the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization did not arrive in time? Or was there a problem with the poison liquid flying dragon task? Duke Drum did not think Rain could defeat 3 at once, so he instinctively thought there was a problem with the coordination. Neither. The King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization arrived on time. But including the poison liquid flying dragon, they were all slain by that Rain. Upon hearing this from his butler, Duke Drum's hand holding the quill paused. He was slightly stunned, but immediately realized that the failure his butler mentioned was different from what he initially thought. Duke Drum asked anxiously, what about Greenwood? Well, young Master Greenwood also died at the hands of Rain. What? Duke Drum stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. What about Corpse Splitter Greg? As the family advisor, did he flee back alone? Duke Drum angrily asked. Advisor Greg was also killed in battle on the spot. When he said this, Butler Owen's eyes still had a hint of terror. When he first received this news, his shock was even greater than that of the Duke Drum before him. For a moment, the entire study fell into a long silence. After a long while, Duke Drum sat back in his large chair, seemingly slumping a bit, and asked slowly, tell me the whole story in detail. Yes, Duke. Butler Owen then recounted the intelligence he had received to Duke Drum in detail, word for word. Duke Drum, after a moment of contemplation, asked, so, the second son, Chandler of the Marquis Ulrich and Mia of the Jenkins family, were also killed by this Rain? Yes, Duke. Butler Owen nodded and said, contact Marquis Ulrich and Marquis Jenkins. This Rain is too reckless. I want to make him pay in blood. The Duke, with fury burning in his heart, said in a deep voice, yes, Duke. Butler Owen naturally understood Duke Drum's meaning. The Ulrich family and the Jenkins family were both not weak in strength. As old-line families of the imperial city, they both had advisors at the legendary strongman level, and their influence in the imperial city was deeply entrenched. Joining forces with the Drum family, unless Rain had an extraordinary background, it was certain that he was doomed. Several hours later, the butler, Owen, once again entered the Duke's study to report. Your Grace, according to news from the Sword Bearers' headquarters, this Rain not only has eyewitnesses, but also physical evidence. As things stand, it's highly likely the other party will be acquitted. Currently, General Augustus has decided merely to restrict Rain's freedom, ordering him not to leave the imperial city Tamriel for 2 weeks. Additionally, according to General Donald's assessment, it seems both General Augustus and Marshal Alfred, who is abroad, are quite appreciative of this Rain. It's challenging for him alone to change the conclusion of this matter. At this moment, Duke Drum had already returned to his usual inscrutable demeanor, his face calm, showing no trace of a father who had just suffered the pain of losing a child. After listening carefully to his butler Owen's report, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Did you just say eyewitnesses?" "Yes, a total of 5 people, 3 from the sharp sword team of the Nome Province Sword Bearers branch and 2 from the Sword Bearers headquarters. Contact the Nome Province side, arrange for the Sword Bearer team you just mentioned to execute a mission, then contact the Black Blade organization and have them handle it cleanly, preferably making it look like an accident. Tell them that their last mistake resulted in significant losses for the Drum family, and we hope this time there won't be any issues." Duke Drum said in a low voice, "As you command, Your Grace, what about those 2 from the headquarters? Because no one dares to act carelessly within the Imperial City, the previous Imperial City battle has made Tamriel's defensive power unprecedentedly strong, with at least 2 or more epic-level powerhouses stationed. Investigate their family backgrounds. If they aren't from the Imperial City, find their families, then contact them to leave the city and handle them on the road." "Understood, Your Grace. That way there won't be any eyewitnesses." Butler Owen's eyes lit up. As for the evidence, what is it?" Duke Drum asked. "The body and weapon of the King of Assassins from the Black Blade organization and the body of Family Advisor Corps Splitter Gray." Butler Owen replied respectfully, "What connection does the Black Blade organization's assassin have with Greenwood? Without eyewitnesses, a single body is meaningless." "And Greg's body, is it currently kept at the Imperial Swordsman headquarters?" Duke Drum frowned slightly as he spoke. "No, Greg's body is still housed at the Nome Province Sword Bearers branch, but the next step would probably be to send it to the Imperial Swordsman headquarters." "Then there's no problem. Arrange for someone to handle it on the way." Duke Drum waved his hand, speaking dismissively. "Without eyewitnesses and evidence, the initiative in this matter returns to us. The most troublesome thing about this Rain is his official status fine gold-level sword bearer. Without this, he has nothing to rely on. Alfred's appreciation also wouldn't be able to help him much." Duke Drum finally looked somewhat relieved as he spoke slowly. "I will take care of it right away, Your Grace," Butler Owen said with joy on his face. Owen now had a rough understanding of Duke Drum's plan. Erase all evidence detrimental to their side. Then accuse Rain of arbitrarily killing his team members. Once the other party is labeled at fault, there's a lot of room for maneuver. "I've heard that Rain's family is in Minster, Your Grace. Should we send someone?" "No, there's no point in that, and it would only provoke the other party into doing something irrational. If he becomes desperate and attempts to assassinate me, would you defend against him?" "I'm sorry, Your Grace. It was an oversight on my part." Butler Owen bowed deeply. "Oh, by the way, Your Grace, there's one more thing. We've discovered that this Rain is closely connected with the Bavarian family and is currently staying at the Bavarian family mansion." "That's expected. With a talent emerging from the Mini-Duke's province, there's bound to be an intention to win him over. I'll discuss this with the Bavarian family. Furthermore, about Rain's strength." Butler Owen hesitated, still inwardly fearful of Rain's power, so he reminded, "With Pantaskoke's ancestors around, there's no ripple he can cause." "Of course." Butler Owen's body trembled upon hearing the name. "That is a guardian of the Empire, an epic-level powerhouse. It's precisely because of him that the Drum family can be termed as an imperial aristocracy. Unexpectedly, this time they had to disturb this great being. Indeed, this Rain deserves to die. Acting ruthless and without hesitation, such a person should be completely erased." Sword Bearer's headquarters, inside the training building. Rain went to the service desk and asked, "Excuse me, do you have a witchcraft power testing room here? Oh, and I'll need a private one." "Yes, we do, sir, but it requires an additional fee." "That's fine." Rain nodded and handed over his fine gold emblem. The young female staff member glanced at it, her small mouth slightly open in surprise, and immediately took it respectfully, saying, "Yes, sir, please follow me." Quickly, Rain followed the female staff member to the third floor, only to hear her say, "Sir, this row of private rooms are second-level witchcraft testing rooms, and the last two are third-level witchcraft testing rooms. Let's go to a third-level witchcraft testing room." "Of course, sir." The girl, knowing Rain was a fine gold-level sword bearer, naturally saw nothing inappropriate about him going to a third-level witchcraft testing room. As the young girl opened the door, Rain saw that the room was at least 400 to 500 square feet. There were several devices he was somewhat familiar with, but they appeared more delicate. For example, the device resembling a Gatling gun with multiple barrels. There were 4 of these here, and Rain knew they were used for testing defensive witchcraft. The giant cylindrical metal ingot with an enchanted silver coating was for testing witchcraft attack power, but it was significantly larger than the one at the Minster branch, weighing at least several tens of tons. "My lord, it's your first time here, isn't it? Do you need me to introduce you?" "No need." Rain waved his hand and said. He had a general idea of these devices. After thinking for a moment, Rain decided to test his attack power first. He walked up to the giant cylindrical metal ingot placed on the sliding rail, waved his hand casually, and a silver giant net appeared out of thin air, shooting towards the smooth section of the metal ingot. Screech! The metal net, transformed by the second-level witchcraft cutting net, embedded deeply into the metal ingot. At the same time, the metal block weighing tens of tons wobbled slightly along the sliding rail. This wasn't because Rain's witchcraft wasn't powerful enough, but because the cutting net witchcraft had a characteristic: its power was extremely concentrated, not externalized. If it were a witchcraft like fireball technique, which had a strong external power, the metal block would naturally move violently. At this moment, a large number 118 appeared on the wisdom tablet beside him. Relying on super metal element affinity and steel heart advanced meditation method, the damage of Rain's simple second-level witchcraft was nearly at the lower edge of third-level witchcraft. You should know that the power of general third-level witchcraft is typically between 120 to 200 degrees. This wasn't even Rain's witchcraft killing move multiple cutting net. Then Rain began to test the damage of the killing move. Metal morphing spell. Cutting net, sharpness technique, witchcraft killing move multiple cutting nets. With Rain's lips slightly moving, 3 closely arranged metal nets suddenly appeared before him, immediately rushing towards the test metal block at high speed. Screech, screech, screech. This time, the metal block weighing tens of tons shook violently along the sliding rail. Although the amplitude wasn't large, the frequency was extremely high. Suddenly, Rain's face showed a hint of surprise. On the tablet beside him, a staggering number 185 was displayed. "This. Last time I tested, I hadn't yet practiced the second layer of Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, and the witchcraft killing move's attack value seemed to be 143 degrees. But now, the power almost surpasses more than 80% of third-level witchcraft," Rain thought. The amplification from super metal element affinity plus the special effect overlay of the advanced meditation method Steel Heart was too great. "I should quickly collect metal series witchcraft. Perhaps I can even combine new witchcraft killing moves." There is only one third-level witchcraft thorny iron ball left at the headquarters. It seems I have to focus more on the school later. 10 minutes later. Sword Holder Headquarters Exchange Hall. "Hello, my lord, is there anything I can assist you with?" A young and beautiful female staff member saw Rain approach, stood up, bowed, and smiled sweetly. "I'd like to trade for witchcraft," Rain said as he handed his fine gold emblem to the staff member. "All right, my lord, please wait a moment." The female staff, seeing the fine gold emblem, was astonished and immediately accepted it respectfully with both hands, placing it into the card slot. "Help me exchange for third-level witchcraft thorny iron ball." Upon hearing it was a third-level witchcraft, the young woman was even more shocked. That was a witchcraft only third-level crystallized wizards could cultivate, and even at the Sword Holder Headquarters, third-level crystallized wizards were few and far between. "All right, my lord." The exchange cost is 3 fine gold medals plus 27,000 merit points. Are you sure you want to exchange? Yes. After completing the task of slaying the poison liquid flying dragon, Rain obtained 2 fine gold level evaluation medals and a large number of merit points. After allocating a small portion to Claire and Bayance, Rain had enough to exchange for this 3rd level witchcraft. After leaving the test room, Rain decided it was better to secure it for now. Because Linwood at the Sword Holder headquarters was not an unknown figure, coupled with the death of Mia and Chandler, the matter quickly spread like a whirlwind throughout the Sword Holder headquarters. "Hey, have you heard? Linwood and his people are dead." A young man who seemed to have just heard the news said quietly to his companions beside. "Huh, is it that Linwood from the Drum family?" His companion immediately exclaimed. "What task?" A companion beside him assumed they died while performing a task. "It's that poison liquid flying dragon task." "No, they were killed. Which cult is it?" "It isn't a cult nor someone else but a fine gold-level sword bearer from our headquarters." "What? Wow, this is so explosive." "Yes, who is so daring? Don't they know the Drum family is the guardian family?" The sword bearer speaking was a local from the Imperial City Tamriel, very aware of the Drum family's influence. At this moment, several people looked towards the first young man, hoping to hear more secrets. One should know, recently the number of tasks from the Sword Holder headquarters has been many, and the difficulty is much higher than in previous years. So many Sword Holder teams have suffered casualties on outings. So, if the 3 of Greenwood were to fail their mission and die, while the number of deaths is a bit high, wouldn't be so sensational. No one expected that these 3 were killed by their own people from the headquarters. This reveals quite a lot of information. Hurry up and tell us what exactly happened. I only heard a rough idea. You guys should find out more yourselves later. Thinking for a moment, the young magic iron-level sword bearer began to narrate. "Hey, did you hear? Greenwood and the others were killed." The speaker was a certain noble offspring familiar with Greenwood. Their situation was similar to Greenwood's group, all being real power noble offspring from the Imperial City Tamriel, so naturally. He knew Greenwood. What? Such a thing happened? Absolutely true. The one who killed them was one of our own fine gold-level sword bearers from the headquarters named Rain. Will the Drum family let this slide? Even a fine gold-level sword bearer can't withstand it. This scene repeatedly played out within the Sword Holder headquarters. When Rain returned to the Bavarian family residence, he encountered an old friend from Marne province, the Chimera Knight Luther. The two were chatting with another person, Haloin. "Lord Rain, we meet again." Luther saw the slightly surprised Rain and said with a smile, "Lord Luther, you arrived in the Imperial City faster than I expected." Rain also smiled and welcomed him. "Haha, did Lord Rain forget? Tomorrow is the Dragon Knight Reserve registration day." Rain then remembered. He always thought the assessment day was the first Sunday of the harvest moon, forgetting about the registration day. Luther's arrival made the Bavarian family residence even more lively, and as the host, Haloin naturally arranged a sumptuous banquet where Rain and Anna both attended. That night, Rain did not mention the clues about the other party's mother to Anna, planning to tell her after confirming them. The next morning, Rain and his 2 companions flew on flying mounts and arrived early in front of a magnificent building located at the northeastern corner of Tamriel, outside the 6th ring. In front of them stood a tall and ancient ring-shaped building, resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, with 3-tiered architecture, each tier having Doric columns and arches. At the spacious gate, 8 fully armored guards stood holding swords and shields. By the fountain at the entrance stood a sculpture of 5 vividly animated giant dragons, soaring or diving. There were no text plaques at the door, evidently. The pattern of the 5 dragons represented everything. Upon seeing Rain and his 2 companions slowly land with their flying mounts, the guards seemed accustomed, showing no panic, and stepped forward to say, "Are you 3 here to register for the Dragon Knight Reserve?" "That's right." Luther nodded and showed the letter. "The 3 of you may enter directly. There will be someone inside to receive you." Soon as the 3 entered, Rain finally saw the full view inside. He noted the area was at least the size of 3 or 4 football fields, yet it didn't seem overly spacious, as there were already dozens of flying mounts present in various sizes. Even among the horned owl beasts, he saw several types, and the largest ones even surpassed Luther's chimera. He finally understood why the architecture was designed. In this form, each of the fierce species has its own sense of territory. If 2 get too close, and their owners are absent, a fight will occur unless there is a huge difference in strength and one side voluntarily concedes or submits. Therefore, a relatively spacious area is needed to accommodate these large flying mounts. At this moment, as Rain lifted his eyes for a quick scan, he noticed that many people here were either wearing exquisite knight armor or wizard robes. Judging by the aura sensed, their strength was quite formidable, with quasi-legendary being rare and most possessing the power of a senior legend. Lord Rain, are you surprised? There are 7 or 8 third-level crystallization wizards here, which are rarely seen outside. A cluster of titled knights as well, Luther said with a smile, noticing Rain's slightly astonished expression. Yes, those participating in the Dragon Knight Reserve assessment are stronger than I expected. Rain nodded. The group in front of him was essentially the elite or mainstay of the Empire's youthful generation. But then again, it made sense. If they didn't possess legendary strength, even if they managed to gain the favor of a giant dragon, it would be nearly impossible to fight alongside the dragon to form a complete epic combat power. That's Prince Kelly's second son, Evan Kelly. 42 years old, a titled knight, and that is Jerry Moore from the Moore Guardian family. 53 years old, considered one of the youngest crystallization wizards in the Imperial City. Having had previous experience, Luther was quite familiar with some of the older faces, and he briefly pointed them out to Rain and Haloin. 53. Rain could comprehend being 42 and considered young, but 53 seemed a bit too old. However, Rain thought it over and realized that for a third-level crystallization wizard, indeed, 53 was quite young. It should be noted that Winterford Academy's principal Battleov was over 100 years old and also at the crystallization wizard level. This time, I've heard there are 3 spots for official Dragon Knights, attracting more legendary strongmen than in previous years. But we shouldn't worry much as long as we make it into the top 30, observed Luther with a slight shrug. Ultimately, it depends on whether the giant dragon fancies you, said Luther with a shrug. The final Dragon Knight selection was not humans choosing dragons, rather, it was mainly dragons choosing humans. This reserve selection was equivalent to an initial screening, selectively picking out a batch for the dragons to choose from. The principle of many people but few dragons was evident. You and Rain needn't worry. But I feel uncertain. The registration lasts for 3 days, and this is just the first day. I estimate the number of registrants this time will exceed 100, making it tough for me to get into the top 30, Haloin sighed. Haloin was considerably younger than Luther, although also a titled knight, yet slightly lacking in combat power. 3 spots. Rain was more interested in the number of spots Luther just mentioned. He was unclear if this was considered many or few. Yes, the Dragon Knight selections are held once every 5 years. In the past, there were at most 2 spots, and most of the time only 1 spot, Luther explained. Indeed, this is considered a lot. Giant dragons have long lifespans, though their strength is formidable. Producing offspring is difficult, and their growth rate is extremely slow compared to humans, taking several decades just to reach adolescence. Haloin nodded in agreement. Soon, as the 3 chatted along, they arrived at a registration point. There, several female staff members dressed in standard white robes were busy at the counter, and from the aura, they seemed to possess third-level wizard apprentice strength. Indeed, some fierce species auras are extremely violent, especially dragons, making ordinary people shiver at their presence, completely incapable of conducting normal work. Are the 3 of you here to register? A young white-robed woman slightly bowed with respect. Yes, Luther nodded, simultaneously handing over the official letter in his hand to her. All right, please wait a moment while I register you. The woman respectfully took the document and quickly proceeded with registration. That's it, it's done. Here 3 sirs is the pass for the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp. Please take care of it. The white-robed woman handed them a piece of grayish-white scale, slightly smaller than a palm. After registration, the training is not secluded. You may leave anytime if you have official duties or choose to participate in portions that interest you. However, be sure to carry the pass, otherwise, entry to the camp is impossible. All right, thank you, Luther nodded, taking the scale and prepared to leave with Rain and Haloin. Is that all? Rain couldn't help but ask, while he examined the camp pass Luther handed him. It seemed to be the scale of some kind of dragon, but probably not a giant dragon. Yes, if you need, you can come to the Dragon Knight Reserve Camp to practice flying skills anytime. Flying skills will be part of the assessment, noted Luther, knowledgeable about the procedure. The rest is general knowledge about dragon-type creatures, which you can choose to attend or skip, Luther smoothly explained. I see, Rain nodded in understanding. Soon after, the three headed back, but as Rain reached the doorway of his residence, he received a communication from his mentor Megaro. So, Rain bid farewell to Luther and Haloin and proceeded to Crage Brewing. After a ripple passed through the cellar, he arrived again at the Bixiu Mechanization School's headquarters. In Megaro's office, knock knock, mentor. As Rain stepped in, he saw Mentor Megaro contemplating silently at a metal arm remnant placed on the desk. Rain, the metal arm you gave me a while back, after thorough examination, I must say the Federation's puppetry technique surpasses that of our empire. Megaro, a master immersed in puppetry for the better part of his life, couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing Megaro's remark and glancing at the metal arm on the table, Rain immediately understood what was being referenced. On the table lay the metal arm remnant from the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps Iron Man. Rain had brought it to Mentor Megaro a while ago, with the intent of having him research it. According to intelligence, this metal arm remnant originated from the leading puppetry master of the Eagle Federation. Rain, even though he had joined the Bixiu Mechanization School, had only read the book on puppetry technique principles. After examining the metal arm remnant himself, Rain still found many aspects confusing, so he decided to bring it to Mentor Megaro. Mentor, can you be more specific? Rain asked. Although its creation principle is not complex, there are two critical points. Firstly, the precision of its entire construction is exceedingly high. The alignment of joints and gears is nearly perfect. Even for me, attempting to create similar parts solely with the metal morphing spell would fall short in precision. Rain observed and nodded. The components of this metal arm were intricate. Many parts were as small as those in Swiss watches from his previous life. If the precision for making an iron plate battle puppet was at the millimeter level, the precision for creating this metal arm exceeded it by dozens of times, reaching 0.01 millimeters. However, Rain disagreed with the latter part of Mentor Megaro's statement. He had experimented by himself. With his innate wizardry of metal morphing spell, crafting such precise components wasn't difficult, albeit a little slower. This was likely due to his super metal element affinity, having unprecedentedly solidified the metal morphing spell as his innate wizardry. Other metal series wizards, even a second-level liquidization wizard or a third-level crystallized wizard, on a higher level than Mentor Megaro, it might not be feasible to create such high-precision parts solely with the metal morphing spell. Secondly, they utilized a certain flesh puppet creation technique to connect human nerves with this metal arm. I am not well versed in this aspect. Rain, this is also why I called you here. I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to submit this to the school. Because if submitted to the school, the Flesh Puppet series can also research this. In due time, if there are research outcomes, as the submitter, you can receive the information for free. Of course, by submitting to the school, you'll also earn a handsome reward in contribution points, Megaro said. Flesh Puppet technology. No wonder Mentor Megaro wanted him to come over. Indeed, if involving flesh puppet creation, this technical area surpasses what the mentor is familiar with. In layman's terms, researching this metal arm remnant requires cross-departmental collaboration. After some thought, Rain nodded and said, certainly. Researching such matters, Rain felt, required collective knowledge and effort, especially since his research capabilities were still relatively weak at present. Moreover, he also wanted to check the school's item exchange to see if there were any suitable spells for him, which naturally required considerable contribution points. 3,700 contribution points? This is a lot more than I expected. Rain pondered as he held a crystal card specifically for recording contribution points. He had just submitted the metal arm remnant from the Bloodtop Mercenary Corps Iron Man to the school. Due to the severely damaged connecting part of the arm, its exchange value was reduced. Otherwise, it could have been even higher. Just when Rain was about to head to the school's exchange office, his fine gold-level emblem started to vibrate. Thinking about it, Rain decided to immediately return to headquarters. When Rain arrived at the entrance of the sword holder headquarters, suddenly, he heard the sound of horses' hooves behind him. Turning around, Rain saw two luxurious carriages slowly appear behind him, and from the first carriage, a familiar figure jumped down. It was Olna from the Mingster Swordsman Division. She was attired in a formal suit paired with a black pleated skirt, exuding a competent demeanor. Raising an eyebrow, Rain briskly stepped forward. Lady Olna, what brings you to the Imperial City? Lord Rain, long time no see. The sophisticated lady smiled warmly. However, it's not that I don't want to catch up with you, but there are two more esteemed individuals waiting for you behind. Moving slightly closer to Rain's ear, the capable Olna whispered, all right. Rain vaguely had some guesses, sure enough, upon entering the second carriage compartment. Inside was none other than Admiral Edward from the Minster Swordsman Division, as well as a female Major General from the headquarters whom Rain had met before. Admiral Edward, what brings you here? Rain's eyes lit up with surprise. Rain, who would have thought that upon your arrival in the Imperial City, you'd accomplish such a major feat? It quite took me by surprise. Admiral Edward warmly patted Rain's shoulder, gently smiling. Rain naturally knew what Edward was referring to. He smiled but said nothing. Sit down and talk. This is Major General Tasha. You should have met her once. Admiral Edward pointed to the female Major General beside him and said, Hello, Lord Rain. Hello, Major General Tasha. Observing this scene, Rain vaguely grasped something. It seemed that Admiral Edward and General Augustus were likely aligned, but as for the nature of this alignment, he was not quite sure. It could be the allegiance to the Emperor or a certain prince, or perhaps some political faction. Specific matters, let Major General Tasha talk to you. All right, Admiral Edward. Rain nodded and sat across from the two. Lord Rain, your recent actions have stirred up the hornet's nest of the Conservative Party nobles, especially the Drum family. They haven't suffered such a loss in a long time. We previously received accurate intelligence and intercepted the enemy's attack concerning the Nome Province's Blade Squad, as well as their attempt to seize evidence. The current situation is that the enemy might directly target you. Conservative Party. Rain frowned slightly, catching a key phrase. Ever since he came to the Imperial City Tamriel, he has been focused on improving his strength, not very concerned about politics. Although he wasn't very familiar with the current political factions within the Empire, his 5,000 years of cultural background from his previous life helped him infer quite a bit from the term Conservative Party. Where there is a Conservative Party, naturally there will be Reform faction, or something like Reformists. Indeed, the Conservative Party, represented by some of the Empire's old nobles, is highly resistant to everything coming from the Federation. Lord Rain, you should have heard that the cannons from the Federation shoot farther than ours. Their naval warships are being fitted with iron armor, and their airships are powered by a device called steam power. And for these new technologies, the Conservative Party resists them all, believing that the use and spread of these technologies will affect their interests. However, within the Empire, especially in the military, many leaders are very worried about this situation. Now the Empire's ordinary military capabilities have clearly lagged behind the Federation. Especially in the past 2 years, the situation has become increasingly turbulent. If the divine forces were to awaken and target a human nation, would they choose the weak Empire or the strong Federation? Actually, by this point, Rain basically understood what was happening. The Dragon Empire has been passed down for over 2,000 years. Although corruption from entrenched class structures runs rampant and various interest groups vie against each other, there are insightful individuals within, especially in combat divisions. Rain glanced at Admiral Edward beside him. Clearly, the opponent is very likely a member of the Reformists. Of course, in the eyes of the Conservative Party, he's also a member of the Reformists. However, truth be told, having seen much of the battles between the Reformists and Conservative Party in the history books of his previous life, Rain is not particularly interested in this, nor does he want to be used as a tool. But since the so-called Conservative Party wants to target him, then apologies, he can only stand with the Reformists for now. However, Rain is very clear that this is an extraordinary world, and the Dragon Empire is a monarchy. Any reform here is far more difficult than the 100 Days reform. A great figure of his previous life once said, "Power comes from the barrel of a gun." According to Rain's understanding, this phrase is equivalent to only those with top-notch combat power have a voice, hence why he constantly strives to improve his combat strength. And Lord Rain, you might not know, your recent actions inadvertently hit a sensitive spot for the enemy. Now, they sent me to ask about your next plan. Oh, they seek my opinion. I suppose they already have a general decision on this matter. Is my opinion important? Rain raised his eyebrow and said, "Ha ha, Lord Rain, being so young yet possessing extraordinary strength, the decision from above is to fully respect your opinion. If you wish to step back, then they will transfer you to serve in a remote area of the military, where the Conservative Party's influence does not reach very far. Your family will also be properly settled, with guarantees for their safety. If you wish to confront these families, we will fully support you. Rest assured, we will be your strong backing. Understood. Rain nodded, his eyes flickering, quickly contemplating. Going to a remote area to hide. Although away from the vortex of struggles, it's also away from the resource center, greatly reducing the pace of improving his strength. More importantly, he can only gain substantial system rewards through battle. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Rain will not choose this option. If I choose the latter, is there a concrete plan? Rain asked. We plan to lift your restrictions in a few days. According to reliable information, once you leave the Imperial City Tamriel, you will face attacks. We hope you can deliver a fierce lesson to the Conservative Party. The enemy has currently gathered a certain number of legendary strongmen, among whom the most noteworthy is the one known as the strongest. Carver Herald. Strongest legendary. Then he's still at the legendary level. Upon hearing this news, Rain couldn't help but show a peculiar expression and said, Major General Tasha, are you sure they won't send an epic strongman? You can rest assured about this. An epic-level strongman is a major asset of the Empire. If they interfere in private disputes recklessly, they will certainly be dealt with severely by the Imperial royal family. However, according to the plan, you need to withstand the opponent's attack for 2 to 3 minutes. Only then can the personnel we have arranged complete the full encirclement of the target. Furthermore, to avoid being detected by the opponent, it would be best if you only bring along Claire and Beyonce. At this point, the female major named Tasha also wore a serious expression. After all, holding out for 2 minutes among a group of legendary strongmen is no easy feat. After careful evaluation of the combat strength of Lord Rain here, the decision was made. Although the Sword Holder headquarters can provide Rain with 5 or even more legendary strongmen, this would be detrimental to the plan and too conspicuous, potentially alerting the enemy. I have no issues. Rain thought for a moment, nodded, and said, If there are no epic-level strongmen, then even 10 legendary strongmen can be dealt with in about 2 minutes. Lord Rain, it's natural that you have confidence, but please be extremely cautious, as Harold is not easy to handle. Oh, is there detailed information about this Harold? Of course, Carver Harold is a peak 3rd-level crystallized wizard from the large wizard school, Ice Otter School. He specializes in rock-based witchcraft, which is a mutation of the earth element, similar to the ice element in the water system. Tasha slowly narrated. The opponent has many past achievements, but the most remarkable was during the Imperial City battle. He survived a strike from a divine saint in descent mode, which is why he earned the title of the strongest legend. He survived a strike from a divine saint's descent mode. This made Rain's expression turn solemn. He was well aware that the power of a divine saint's descent was several times greater than that of a typical projection. Of course, the conditions for a saint's descent are more stringent, requiring specific prerequisites such as finding a person with a divine favored physique in this world. Then, a descent ceremony must be conducted. It can be simply understood as finding a vessel for the divine, naturally allowing it to exert more power than a projection without a vessel. Additionally, different divines favor different constitutions. That's right, so Lord Rain, please do not let your guard down, Tasha said earnestly. All right. Then Lord Rain, please prepare well, as the time should be in the next couple of days. Rain, is there anything else you need? Seeing that Tasha had almost finished briefing the situation, Admiral Edward looked at Rain and asked, Not at the moment, thank you, Admiral Edward. When Rain returned to his room and closed the door, he fell into deep thought alone. Obviously, because of Anna's elf identity, he was gradually getting swept into an ever-enlarging vortex, which was very different from the plan he had when he first arrived at Imperial City Tamriel. Originally, he thought he would have time to further study witchcraft at the Bixiu Mechanization School, but now the provocations from the Drum family or the Conservative Party were incessant. Seems like it's time to teach them a lesson, Rain said with a solemn expression. A great person once said, Seek peace through struggle and peace will exist. Seek peace through compromise and peace will perish. Rain was not afraid of battle, especially when the system rewarded experience for every battle fought. Since epic-level strongmen are equivalent to strategic nuclear weapons in a previous life, a major asset of the Empire. They cannot be easily used, so I need not worry too much. Of course, I cannot afford to be overly complacent either. After all, various high-rank witchcraft, divine art scrolls emerge endlessly, and the power of some witch artifacts can be immense. A careless move, and even a divine could face disaster, let alone myself. While Rain was sorting out his thoughts, at the Drum Manor, a group of people alighted from the luxurious carriage, and this time, Duke Drum was full of smiles, welcoming them at the manor's entrance. This scene surprised the servants of the manor. They knew that even in the imperial city, those with higher status than Duke Drum were really few, except for the royal family. 3 middle-aged individuals, wearing earth yellow wizard robes, walked towards us. The trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman, with the leading middle-aged man holding a short stick made of burl wood, topped with a fist-sized earth yellow sphere. Even the servants, completely ignorant of witchcraft, could sense that the earth yellow sphere contained some sort of substantial surging energy, making them feel uneasy. Duke Drum's gaze quickly swept over the short stick in the other's hand. He knew that the earth yellow sphere at the top of the stick was actually infused with a large amount of earth element essence. Collecting earth element essence is extremely difficult, and crafting the crystal sphere even more so, overall. It's a treasure that can significantly enhance the power of earth element witchcraft, extremely rare. Simultaneously, it's also the staff of the strongest legendary carver Harold. The male wizard on Harold's left, though of a similar age to Harold, had an aura that was much weaker in comparison, approximately at the second-level wizard peak. Although outside, he would be considered a solid quasi-legendary level strongman. Beside Harold, he seemed somewhat overshadowed. As for the female wizard, she appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, an age when a woman is most charming, but in actuality, she was over 50. However, as a wizard, she aged slower than ordinary people, and maintained her appearance well. So her face still looked quite delightful, yet her thin and slightly upward curving lips carried a hint of arrogance and sharpness, giving an impression of being not very easy to get along with. "Lord Harold, welcome, welcome." Duke Drum stepped forward, warmly greeting. "Duke, you're too kind." Harold slightly bowed and smiled. Though Harold's face was also brimming with a smile, there was a hint of pride seemingly stemming from his immense power, giving off a sense of aloofness. Soon, they were seated in the luxurious reception room of the Drum family. "Duke, I heard about what happened to Greenwood. My condolences." "Thank you." After some small talk, Duke Drum instructed the butler Owen to hand a stack of papers to Harold. "Lord Harold, these are some of the achievements and intelligence of the other party from before." Harold took it and initially skimmed through it rather casually, but when he sped to the last part, he let out a soft hum, and a trace of emotion flickered in his eyes. Killed a poison liquid flying dragon, and the corpse Splitter Greg. The most recent achievements naturally appeared last and best reflected the current strength of the other party. However, Harold was merely moved by it. If a way could be found to evade or resist the venomous attacks of the poison liquid flying dragon, the difficulty of killing it would be greatly reduced. This is akin to the poison liquid flying dragon's strength dropping from a legendary peak to a late legendary level. However, the fact that the other party could kill the corpse Splitter Greg made Harold pay more attention, as wizards are very familiar with certain bloodlines. He knew that Greg possessed giant bloodline, and when activating his bloodline talent Giant Rock Battle Body, his defensive power was comparable to a rock giant. If Rain waited until Greg exhausted himself and forcibly exited from the Giant Rock Battle Body to kill him, that would not be concerning. However, if the other party killed Greg while he activated his battle body, it demanded more caution. "Sir, is the other party really strong?" The female wizard Caroline, seeing her most admired Harold showing a hint of surprise, immediately grew curious about this Rain. Impressive strength, you can take a look." Harold handed the information about Rain to Caroline. "What are the Duke's plans?" Harold turned and asked Duke Drum. Although Harold had no doubt he could handle Rain at his level, it was impossible to act like the top assassins of the Black Blade organization, killing someone recklessly for money or a certain item. Especially since this Rain had a very clear official identity, an Empire fine gold-level sword-bearer. Additionally, a formal noble ennobled by the Empire. Thus, Harold needed an appropriate justification to act, or at least a reasonable excuse. "Here's the situation, Lord Harold. I have already contacted some female relatives who suffered due to this Rain, including Greenwood's mother, to go cry in the Imperial City Noble Court. Although this matter, according to our intelligence, will soon be ruled as self-defense by the sword holder headquarters, and in principle, the Noble Court will not take the case, we will let old, weak women and children emotionally recount this event to the judge, moving them emotionally. Additionally, we will utilize our connections to persuade the judge, making a logical argument. The main goal is to have the Noble Court summon this reign to understand the situation. Duke Drum, even if summoned, with the ruling from the sword holder headquarters, you are destined to lose the case, aren't you? The other male wizard, Darren, frowned upon hearing this and couldn't help but interject. Although he was a second-level liquidization wizard, his temper was rather fiery, and he had not grasped Duke Drum's intention yet. Lord Darren. We are naturally aware that we cannot win this lawsuit. We merely need the court summons as part of the official procedure. According to the regulations, with a court summons, everyone must cooperate and be present to explain the situation. At this moment, if Rain does not cooperate, Lord Harold and everyone else will have a rightful reason to take action. At this point, Duke Drum showed a hint of pride. I see. Darren glanced at Duke Drum, nodded, and silently thought to himself, old fox. These veteran nobles are indeed all shrewd. Even if they themselves are not familiar, there are always people in the family who know the myriad rules and regulations of the empire, and they can find such a breakthrough. However, these actions need to wait until the sword holder headquarters issues an official ruling. It's expected to be 2 to 3 days, and once the ruling is out, we will arrange a negotiation with Rain somewhere outside the Imperial City. And during the negotiation, the court's summons personnel will arrive on the scene, at which time Rain will resist cooperation. What if the other party cooperates voluntarily? Caroline asked with curiosity. Most of the court enforcement officers going for the summons are our people. Even if the other party cooperates, it will still be turned into non-cooperation at that time. Duke Drum chuckled and said, although the two present are both second-level liquidization wizards, in his eyes, in terms of political maneuvering, are as pure as the white ice-covered grass on the ice field. All right, since the Duke already has a comprehensive plan, we'll wait for the notice. Harold stood up and said, thank you, Lord Harold. By the way, regarding the Mountain Heart, my subordinates have already found some clues. After this incident, it should be resolved. As Duke Drum stood up to see him off, he inadvertently mentioned, and Harold glanced at Duke Drum and said, then I'll trouble the Duke to take care of it. Or does he not know that the Drum family has one Mountain Heart in their collection? It's just that before the matter is resolved, any news about the Mountain Heart from Drum will always be at the level of having certain clues. But it's all right, at least the other side has agreed. Once I kill this Rain, the Mountain Heart will be delivered. Harold was already at the stage of breaking through to a 4th-level Dawn Wizard, needing a large amount of rare resources to assist the breakthrough. Some things are extremely difficult to find. Even if he wants to collect them all, it would take a lot of time and energy. With the help of the Empire's great nobles, collecting many things would be much more efficient. Especially with the current Duke Drum. Harold knows that the other party is one of the shareholders of the Empire's largest auction house, Axon Auction House, and in several provincial branches, even a controlling shareholder. This provides a natural convenience in resource collection, and through a secret channel, he knows that the Drum family has one Mountain Heart in their collection that he urgently needs. The Mountain Heart is an extremely rare and precious earth element artifact, which only forms in the bodies of deceased mountain giants, and such epic-level battle power super-sized creatures have not appeared within the Empire territory for at least several hundred years. Apart from the fact that the mountain giant's battle power far exceeds what he can contend with, even if they did appear, it would be killed by the Empire's epic-level guardian battle power, leaving no chance for him. Thus, for now, he still needs to feign civility with these veteran nobles. However, once he breaks through to a 4th-level Dawn Wizard, he won't have to bother with these trivial matters. Meanwhile, at the Bavarian mansion, Rain also returned from his deep contemplation in the room. The restriction on his side would end in about 3 days. Rain thought for a moment, then returned to the exchange area at the school premises. A girl at the counter, seemingly with halfling or gnome blood, greeted him. Her height was only about 1.2 meters, but her figure was well proportioned and harmonious, not at all deformed. Hello, can you help me check which metal series witchcraft I can exchange for? Rain asked. As he spoke, Rain handed over an object similar to a memory crystal, his school identity certificate, to her. Okay, Lord Rain, according to your permissions, you can check and exchange all second level and below witchcraft in the school. The gnome girl took Rain's crystal token, put it into a slot, and soon said enthusiastically, "Oh, then how about checking for third level witchcraft?" Rain raised an eyebrow and asked. He was naturally prepared for this situation beforehand, just like the sword holder headquarters, where different permissions meant different levels of exchangeable items. If you wish to view third-level witchcraft, according to the school's regulations, you need a historical contribution exceeding 10,000 points. Historical contribution points? Yes, that means the total contribution you have made to the school exceeds 10,000 points, including those you have previously used. Simply put, adding up your historical contribution points and your current contribution points needs to total over 10,000 points. The gnome girl explained. Understood. Rain nodded and said, "By the way, Lord Rain, there are 4 kinds of metal series witchcraft below second level you are looking for. I have already displayed them on the wisdom tablet for you to view." Rain raised his eyebrows with evident surprise, but after looking through them, most of his joy dissipated. Because among the 4 metal series witchcrafts, Sharpness Technique, Metal Morphing Spell, and Metal Barrier, he has already mastered these 3. The only one he hasn't mastered is a second-level witchcraft Iron Armor Technique. From the name alone, it's not hard to guess that this is a defensive-oriented second-level witchcraft, which is slightly different from what Rain previously thought. Perhaps he could find an attack-oriented second-level witchcraft. And the exchange price at the bottom, 3,500 contribution points, he happens to have enough. Previously, he handed over that metal arm remnant to the school and received a reward of 3,700 contribution points. However, he only has this many contribution points. So he better take a look at the description of this witchcraft first. With a slight thought, Rain continued to ask, "Can you show me the detailed description of the witchcraft?" "Of course, Lord Rain." After the gnome girl finished speaking, with a skilled operation, Rain saw the content on the black wisdom tablet in front of him updated. Iron Armor Technique. Second-level witchcraft, consuming a certain amount of spiritual power, using a specific witchcraft model to trigger the surrounding metal energy particles, forming a layer of iron armor over the host's body surface. Rain nodded slightly and said, "Help me exchange for this Iron Armor Technique." "Yes, my lord." Soon, Rain satisfactorily took a sheepskin scroll emitting witchcraft light and left the school's exchange office. Soon, Rain returned to the Bavarian mansion, closed the study room door, and calmed down, starting to seriously research this new witchcraft. The previous first-level defensive witchcraft Metal Barrier, under Rain's multiple enhancements, had a defensive power comparable to second-level witchcraft. Rain believed that if he could quickly turn Iron Armor Technique, this second-level defensive witchcraft, into combat strength, its defensive power might very well match the effect of third-level witchcraft. Layered armor. Naturally, no one would mind it being too thick. Moreover, if he mastered this Iron Armor Technique before fighting the projection of Nether Sea Goddess Hela, the whole battle would likely be much more composed. 1 hour later, as Rain silently chanted the spell, 3 seconds later, his body surface was covered with a thick, gray-black water membrane-like covering emitting a metallic luster. It seemed that due to his super metal element affinity, plus the amplification from Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, the effect of the current second-level witchcraft Iron Armor Technique was more powerful than the power described on the sheepskin scroll. The thickness exceeded what's described on the sheepskin scroll by nearly 1/3. At this time, the system prompt also came. You have learned Iron Armor Technique, related comprehension enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill Iron Armor Technique. Your skill Iron Armor Technique has improved, experience +4. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary panel, there was a new icon. The pattern of the icon depicted a wizard with a body surface covered by a thick, smooth gray-black covering, whose smooth and vaguely metallic luster surface would not be mistaken for armor. After all, armor has connecting parts, whereas the covering in front of him does not. A small text description below the icon reads, Iron Armor Technique LV1, 1/100, effective Iron Armor Technique LV1, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, using a specific witchcraft model to trigger surrounding metal energy particles, forming a layer of iron armor over the host's body surface. Note, casting time 3 seconds. Rain practiced for a while and planned to increase his skill points, because the casting time of 3 seconds was difficult to integrate into his current combat style, plus the proficiency improvement of second-level witchcraft was quite difficult, several times more than first-level witchcraft. He was about to face the threat from the conservative party, so naturally, directly increasing points to quickly form combat strength was most suitable. But the problem was, he was short on skill points. He currently only has 6 remaining skill points, and if he wants to rise to LV12, he needs 5 more points. Therefore, Rain has been making advanced garments in the Bavarian mansion for the next few days, which made Beyonce and Claire, who came to visit, look stunned. Their eyes had bloodshot, evidently not resting well. Rain, Captain Rain, why are you still making clothes? It's urgent after you killed Greenwood. This matter has caused an uproar throughout the sword holder headquarters. Claire said anxiously. Oh, has the verdict come out? Rain continued seriously crafting the pearl-embroidered corset jacket in his hand. Yes, it was announced to the public just this morning. Many support you, but many also think you acted too ruthlessly. Claire hurriedly nodded. All right, that's almost done. Let's head back to headquarters to take on a task. Rain put down the coat, showing a smile. In the past few days, Rain finally found an advanced garment style with a high experience reward, and leveled Tailor Master from LV4 all the way up. Now, the skill points were ready. Without hesitation, Rain invested 11 skill points and 8 golden skill points into the second-level witchcraft iron armor technique, followed by the sudden rise of second-level witchcraft iron armor technique from LV1 to LV20. Instantly, a surge of memories about the second-level metal series witchcraft iron armor technique flooded into Rain's mind, and Rain felt as if he entered a mysterious space, continuously practicing second-level witchcraft iron armor technique for hundreds of years. Various insights to enhance casting speed appeared in his mind like a carousel. Taking on a task, Claire and Beyonce couldn't help but look at each other again, realizing they were somewhat unable to keep up with their captain's thought process. Captain, outside, there's quite an uproar. These old noble families clearly intend to take action against you. Are you still going out to take the mission? Actually, Rain had already known yesterday that the headquarters would announce the judgment today. Yesterday, Major General Tasha visited secretly once more. Moreover, Tasha conveyed the higher-ups' message, hoping Rain could act quickly, because once he leaves the Imperial City, the other side would definitely not miss this golden opportunity. This, to some extent, means taking the initiative, allowing our side to choose the location and time. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the noble court in Imperial City Tamriel, it suddenly became lively, with several luxurious carriages bearing noble emblems arriving at once. Shortly thereafter, many elderly, women, and children in fine clothes descended from the carriages. Facing these elderly, women, and children from either duke or marquis families, the guards at the court's entrance were naturally quite apprehensive. Soon enough, these people were ushered into the mediation room inside the court. Honorable Judge, my child Greenwood was always very filial, but he was ruthlessly killed by his fellow sword-bearer, Rain. Yes, Honorable Judge, my child Chandler. Each spoke with deep emotion, tears flowing, leaving the young male judge, who did not know the truth, somewhat indignant. In this matter, hasn't the Empire Swordsman headquarters made a judgment? After thinking for a moment, the young judge asked in reply. At the same time, this young judge instructed his subordinates to immediately contact the Swordsman headquarters to understand the situation. Sir, although Rain is young, he is exceptionally capable and quite admired by the higher-ups at the sword-bearers, so the headquarters' handling of this matter is obviously unjust. Honorable Judge, since that's the case, the reply from the Swordsman headquarters really isn't that significant anymore. It might be better to summon this Rain to the noble court, and you could inquire of him face to face. How about it? At this moment, several court insiders exchanged glances and also began persuading this young judge. Under the influence of several words, the judge fell into contemplation. Although it seemed that the Swordsman headquarters had already formed a judgment, summoning the person involved to the court for inquiry was within his rights. Moreover, it was also to quell public anger. Soon, a letter requesting Rain to come to the court for inquiry was issued. That afternoon, Rain accepted a mission at the Swordsman headquarters and left Imperial City Tamriel with Claire and Beyonce. This news naturally reached certain people instantly, and after deliberate misdirection, Rain's actions were further interpreted as an attempt to escape. and Rain stopped briefly at a small town named Tafulin, over 100 miles from the imperial city. A team of people wearing the court execution department uniforms blocked the way of him and the two women. "Lord Rain, we apologize, but according to the letter from the noble court of the imperial city, you must come back with us to undergo inquiry." "Oh, noble court." Rain looked at this small team before him, where there was at least one titled knight and one third-level crystallization wizard, feeling somewhat amused. Since when has the execution branch of the noble court become so powerful? An execution squad has two formidable legendary-level fighters. The two women witnessed this scene with a sense of tension. Claire even had her hand on a second-level defense witchcraft scroll. The scroll was provided by Major General Tasha and handed to the two women by Rain. It's known that the higher the level of the witchcraft scroll, the more exponentially difficult it is to make, naturally making it all the more precious and valuable. At this moment, three middle-aged men in ochre wizard robes happened to pass through the small town, smiling as they watched the scene. "Wait a minute, Rain, right? Actually, we don't need to come to this point. If you're willing to switch sides, we can have a good talk." Suddenly, Harold, with a smile, walked forward with two others and said, "You know what I mean by switching sides. I can guarantee your safety and offer better treatment than before. My name is Harold. If you've heard of this name, then you should know I'm not joking." Harold stepped forward to say these words for a reason. It was because, with the sharp perception of someone about to advance to the fourth-level Dawn Wizard, he could feel that the Rain in front of him seemed to have the same kind of confidence or assurance as he did. It wasn't that he was afraid, but Harold felt the opponent should have some support. If it came to a fight, it would probably take some effort, so if he could complete the task more easily, why not? It's actually Carver Harold. Claire, standing behind Rain, could not help but open her eyes wide, gasping in shock. She didn't expect the Drum family could actually invite this rumored strongest legend to deal with their captain Rain. Although the opponent only gained fame during the Imperial City battle a few months ago, Claire, as a fellow wizard, had heard of Carver Harold's exploits long ago. It's said that Harold likes to turn his defeated opponents into stone sculptures using third-level petrification skill, and then place them within his mansion. In his leisure time, Harold would admire them while engraving something on these permanently petrified opponents with a carving knife. This is also where his title Carver comes from. That strongest legend Harold, Beyonce, usually quite steady, also looked horrified at this moment. However, Rain just chuckled softly. The opponent really thought he was just a young man in his early 20s and dared to play such little tricks on him. One must know that many school children from his past life had thoroughly studied the 36 stratagems. The opponent must have thought he was a 3-year-old child to fall for such an obvious ruse. Join the arms of the Conservative Party. Given the current situation, some people in the Conservative Party will never accept him, and he would then become an enemy of the Reformist Party. I give the same words to you three." Rain looked at Harold and the others and said, At first, the second-level liquidized wizard Darren beside Harold frowned because he hadn't understood Rain's words yet, but he became furious as soon as he did. It was his first time encountering someone so disrespectful to Lord Harold. This moment, Harold's face also turned gloomy, his lips moving quickly. He swiftly raised his hand and pointed at Rain. A mass of dense earth-toned energy, resembling a bolt of yellow lightning, rapidly shot towards Rain through the knotted short stick. In an instant, the energy mass hit Rain. Visibly, Rain's body began to petrify, starting from his feet. The dense earth-toned energy swiftly climbed upward like a vine-like plant, quickly passing his ankle and moving up towards his calf and knee. "Third-level witchcraft petrification skill," Beyonce exclaimed. "Captain, be careful, this is petrification skill," Claire shouted anxiously beside her. This was third-level witchcraft, and the opponent had nearly reached instant casting. It was terrifying. The two women were now a bit panicked and helpless. Seeing this, Darren couldn't help but sneer and said, "HMPH, I thought he was so mighty, but he couldn't even withstand one move from Lord Harold. How dare he speak wildly just now? It's utterly laughable. Let me teach you a lesson." Seeing Darren step forward, intending to give Rain a few slaps, he had been just displeased with this Guy Reinhard moments ago. In the eyes of the onlookers, including Darren, Rain was about to be completely swallowed by the petrification skill and had no means of resistance, and the nearby execution team also looked on with a smile, whispering to each other. Many immediately relaxed, and a few even looked as if victory was a certainty. However, Harold suddenly sensed something. His eyes narrowed and he immediately shouted, "Darren, get back here!" But it was too late. Rain swiftly raised his hand, pointed at Darren not far ahead, and unexpectedly, a giant metal net appeared out of nowhere, sparkling with silver light as it rapidly shot towards Darren. Facing this sudden change, Darren's eyes widened, clearly astonished. But after all, he was a veteran second-level liquidized wizard, reacting swiftly, and his innate wizardry was immediately activated. Stone skin technique. A mass of earth, like flowing water, quickly rose from the ground, covering Darren's entire body. But in the next moment, a silver giant net passed through his body. Hiss! With a bewildered expression, Darren stood still, protected by stone skin, his body unmoving. Soon after, like a shattered statue, Darren, along with the stone skin on his body, was cut into a stack of evenly sized squares by Rain's cutting net. At this moment, Rain's body was also covered in a dense black-gray halo. This halo swiftly suppressed the earth-toned energy, advancing rapidly from top to bottom, and soon Rain's calves, ankles, and feet quickly returned to normal. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Especially those from the courtroom execution team, their faces turned pale, because most of them had been contemplating the same idea as Darren, thinking whether they should confront Rain somehow, as a form of leverage. But the brutal scene before them suddenly reminded them that this young man was no ordinary character. He was the fierce figure who slew Greenwood and others. Darren, Caroline, standing beside Harold, looked at the brutal scene ahead with a face full of disbelief and exclaimed. Immediately after, she was trembling with anger, glaring at Rain, saying, "You're doomed. You actually killed Darren." Darren and she were both from the Ice Otter School, and since they followed Harold together, their relationship was close, but unexpectedly, Darren suddenly died this time. Harold at this moment started taking Rain seriously. He was assessing this young man before him once more, his eyes flickering. Because the witchcraft the other performed just now was too fast and too powerful. Judging from the sense strength initially, the other seemed not to be a third-level crystallized wizard. But how does this explain the rare metal series? Witchcraft just performed, with power almost at the level of third-level witchcraft. Could it be that the other has some special witch artifact that can amplify the power of metal series witchcraft? But now, Harold couldn't spare the time to think deeply because Darren's death had focused all other people's gazes on him. Harold quickly took out a bag of white powder and scattered it as he rapidly chanted a spell. The next second, with his willow short stick pointing to the ground. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, rapidly swelling and bulging, seeming like some giant thing was about to break through the earth. Summoned giant sandworm. A shape resembling a centipede, enlarged 100 times, emerged from the ground, raising a massive sandstorm, aggressively charging towards Rain. But it wasn't over. Immediately, 2 more giant sandworms broke through the surface on both sides, their ferocious mandibles tangled quickly, also focusing their attention on Rain. This is too strong to summon 3 legendary species giant sandworms at once. Claire had already, as per Rain's prior instructions, torn open a second-level defense witchcraft scroll. She and Beyonce were currently being shielded by a giant transparent inverted bowl. Faced with this scene, Rain's expression remained unchanged. However, his lips moved quickly a few times, only to hear a deep voice emanating, "Metal morphing spell, cutting net, sharpness technique, witchcraft killing move, multiple cutting net." 3 bright silver giant nets suddenly appeared in front of Rain. Swish! As he reached his hand forward, swinging forcefully, the 3 silver giant nets swiftly flew towards the attacking giant sandworm. Slash! In an instant, the scene was nearly identical to the one where Darren was just killed. The giant sandworm exposed above the ground, although its height was almost 10 meters, shattered in an instant, with chunks of flesh falling down like raindrops. Soon it became a heap of shredded meat. Large amount of bodily fluid and red and white matter scattered on the ground. As for the other 2 giant sandworms, upon seeing their companion get instantly killed, hesitated, daring not to advance and attack. "Oh, is this the liquidation kill move? Is this your trump card?" Seeing this scene, Harold couldn't possibly not be surprised, but at this moment his joy overshadowed his surprise. Because in his view, he had already forced out Rain's hidden trump card, and the other must have relied on this move to defeat many formidable opponents. Quite the talent and strength, and if given time to grow, perhaps one day in the future, I may not even be your match. But unfortunately, today, you will fall here. Rain, do you know why large schools are called large schools? Besides the sect leader being a fourth-level Dawn Wizard, the most fundamental reason is that large schools have a more complete heritage. What you just showcased was some Metal Series liquidation kill move, right? But did you know, above the liquidation kill move, there is the crystallization kill move? Suddenly, Harold began chanting loudly from within his earth elemental shield. First-level witchcraft earth-shattering skill. Suddenly, the ground within hundreds of meters radius began shaking. Many people even couldn't stand steadily, fleeing outside, with many houses at the edge of Tafulin town collapsing. Second-level witchcraft stone fall skill. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dense, head-sized round stones, raining down towards the ground. Third-level witchcraft sandstorm. As the sandstorm towering dozens of meters high arose, it was as if half of Tafulin town entered the apocalypse. Sand filled the sky, blocking the sun. Everything was dark, not to mention opening your eyes. If protection was insufficient, these fast-moving sands would directly penetrate the body, causing harm. Crystallization kill move, earth-shattering. With Harold's final words, the three witchcraft skills were combined and amplified in a highly ingenious way. For a time, the ground shaking was even more violent. Even great knights nearly couldn't stand steadily. The size of falling stones increased from head-sized to millstone-sized. The three witchcraft skills, especially the originally weaker first-level and second-level witchcraft, reached a new level of power under the ingenious coupling of the crystallization kill move. Everyone present, witnessing witchcraft akin to a natural disaster, had faces ashen. Only Rain remained standing firm, his gaze calm. At this moment, Rain's body was already covered with a layer of gray-black metal. And all around him were kite shields formed from hardened essence gold. Facing several millstone-sized boulders coming towards him, he casually raised his hand and shattered them with a bang. But the two women behind him had faces as pale as death and were on the verge of collapsing. If it weren't for Rain blocking in front and the protection of a second-level defensive sorcery scroll vortex barrier, both women would have perished from Harold's crystallization kill move. Do you think you've cornered me this time? Despite the swirling dust and stones, Rain's voice was like a morning bell, piercing through the sandstorm and reaching everyone's ears. This left most of the people with bewildered expressions. Actually, you haven't. Unfortunately, you've come with too few people this time. Harold looked puzzled, not believing that Rain, under his crystallization kill move, could have any chance of a comeback. But why would the other side say that? Sorcery and divine art scrolls above the third rank are not unheard of, but they are too precious, mostly relics from the ancient times. Harold didn't think Rain had such things. Self-destruction of which artifacts? Or did the other party find strong allies? For a moment, Harold couldn't figure it out. As the dust cloud completely covered Rain's location, suddenly Harold vaguely saw a gigantic shadow flashing through the impenetrable sandstorm. Huh, is it my giant sandworm? But Harold immediately sensed and denied this possibility, because both giant sandworms were clearly not in that position. Harold promptly willed, commanding the two giant sandworms to go check. But the next second, he felt a sudden thud in his heart, and his face abruptly changed, because he distinctly felt the connection with one of the summoned giant sandworms was severed. It was the kind of sudden break, like a person walking on the road who suddenly has their neck twisted. Without even a basic warning, the giant sandworm gave no feedback before its death. This situation was too rare, too abnormal, but how could this be possible? One must know that the giant sandworm was of legendary species. The next second, Harold shuddered all over, looking at the overwhelming sandstorm, showing an unprecedentedly grave expression in his eyes for the first time. Because his connection with the last giant sandworm was also bizarrely broken. Caroline beside Harold also noticed the abnormal expression on her master's face. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, could it be that the opponent could withstand your crystallization kill move?" At this moment, everyone else heard a thump-thump through the sandstorm, like a drum beat, or a heavy object rhythmically pounding the ground. Then a more intense rumbling echoed. Due to Harold's crystallization kill move earth-shattering covering too wide an area, even the court execution squad's people had their vision blocked by the sandstorm, unable to see clearly around them. Suddenly, someone felt a huge shadow above their head. Just as they intended to dodge, they suddenly found the shadow accelerated sharply, and then there was nothing. Boom! A huge claw print was left on the ground, and the execution squad member's body was firmly pressed into the earth. Faint traces of flesh and blood seemed to prove there was Once a person there. The scene replayed in the next 10 seconds. At this moment, the flying sandstorm instead became the best cover for Rain, in his Dragon Man King form, to launch his attack. The millstone-sized boulders in the sandstorm, even when hitting Rain's body covered with heavy iron armor, had no more effect than snowflakes hitting a person, after being buffered by layers of dragon scales and muscles. It might cause Rain a little bit of pain, but that's all. By this time, Harold's witchcraft killing move began to enter its final stage, and the sandstorm before him also started to dwindle. And at this moment, a humanoid creature, taller than the giant sandworm with a ferocious face, appeared before Harold and Caroline. This is... Caroline's beautiful eyes widened as far as they could go, she stammered, pointing at Rain in his Dragon Man King form. A Dragon Man? But how can there be such a form of Dragon Man? Is Rain a royal descendant? Harold, usually calm in emotions, couldn't help but exclaim. By this time, Rain had eliminated all the enemies around, including the two legendaries of the execution squad, who were flattened into pancakes. It's been 40 seconds. It seems I must hurry. A low voice rumbled from his throat, as the two were still pondering the meaning of Rain's words. Suddenly, his flesh wings gave a powerful flap, and he disappeared on the spot. Not good, gravity shield, Harold shouted. A dense earth-yellow energy instantly enveloped him, and Rain's enormous claw descending from the sky, clearly aimed at Harold, seemed to be deflected by some special force as it approached, veered to the side. It happened to hit Caroline, who hadn't reacted yet. In an instant, this rather attractive second-level liquidization wizard was smacked into a pulp, without even a chance to scream, and Harold had no time to mourn Caroline's death. He showed a determined look, crushed the sphere at the end of his Tumawood short stick, instantly releasing a surge of earth element essence, then quickly began chanting. First-level earth wall technique, second-level earth elemental shield, third-level gravity shield. On the basis of the exploding staff, the power of several witchcrafts had greatly increased, but Harold's heart was still not at ease, and he planned to retreat immediately. Is this the trick you use to withstand a blow from the divine saint? Interesting. Rain suddenly charged towards Harold, fully unleashing the power of the Dragon Man King form for the first time. From the perspective of the two women, at this moment, a giant dragon man, 13 to 14 meters tall, muscles bulging, was using incredibly sharp claws to tear open a yellow semicircular energy shield on the ground. The energy shield was being torn apart at a visible speed, even though a vast amount of earth element continuously surged from the ground to repair the shield. It still couldn't keep up with the tearing speed. Epic, you're at epic level battle power. Harold's eyes widened, face showing fear, and he shouted. You, bang! A thick gray shadow flashed, and Harold's entire head disappeared, embedded entirely into his chest cavity. The attacker of that sudden strike was Rain's dragon tail. It's over, 59 seconds. Rain remembered Tasha had told him to hold on for 2 minutes. In Rain's understanding, this meant that it would take Tasha and the others 2 minutes to arrive, which left him 1 more minute to clean up the battlefield. What's this? Several miles away from Taffulin Town. Many people in battle gear were quickly advancing towards Taffulin Town, and in the sky, 2 teams of Griffin Knights were rising, flying towards the town from where the magic fluctuations clearly emanated. But at this moment, a ripple suddenly flashed across the sky, followed by the Griffins dodging one after another, emitting sharp cries filled with fear and unease. A giant green dragon suddenly appeared mid-air, its slender form and dazzling dragon scales making one marvel at the creators. Favoritism towards such creatures. It's the green dragon Hazes. At this time, the rugged man at the forefront of the Griffin Knights team changed his expression and said, Dragon Knight Pantaskoke. Female Major General Tasha's expression changed dramatically. She hadn't expected the Conservative Party would dare take such a risk to enlist an Imperial Guardian to intervene. However, it seemed the other party was also apprehensive, not taking action against Rain, but rather coming here to block their movements. But the effect was the same. Although Tasha had great admiration for Rain's strength at this moment, Rain faced Carver Harold, reputed as the strongest legendary. Every second delayed here increased the danger Rain faced. Lord Pantaskoke, both the Griffin Knights and the elite ground personnel bowed to the other side in salutation. The Imperial Guardians represented by the Dragon Knights are the cornerstone of the Dragon Empire's power. Wait 2 minutes, then you may proceed. A clear and powerful voice came from the back of the green dragon Hazes. The speaker was naturally the Dragon Knight Pantaskoke. Following this was a light green breath from the green dragon. Instantly, as the highly concentrated acidic breath was sprayed on the ground, soon, in front of everyone's eyes, appeared a line as if a ravine. The meaning of it was unmistakable to all. It's death to cross the line. At this moment, the highly concentrated acid continued to dissolve the rocks within the soil, emitting a strong, pungent odor. Lord Pantaskoke, without orders from the royal family, did you leave the imperial city Tamriel on your own accord? At this time, an elderly man with grizzled hair and beard came forward from the rear of the group. Lord Duan, haven't you done the same? I have a mission to proceed to Sava province, Duan said in a deep voice. Sava province? Pantaskoke instantly understood the reason for the other's fearlessness, because heading to Sava province would indeed pass through this area. From another perspective, it showed the other had planned the conflict here long before. I was patrolling near the imperial city when I sensed the magical energy fluctuations here and came to check it out. Pantaskoke's tone softened as he spoke. Suddenly, both he and Duan looked towards Tafulin town. Pantaskoke revealed a joyful expression and said to Duan, "Since Lord Duan is also here, I'm relieved." Having said that, he patted the neck of the green dragon Hazes, and in an instant, the Dragon Knight titled Storm Cloud vanished from everyone's sight. The reason for Pantaskoke's departure was partly to avoid conflict with Duan, also an Imperial Guardian, and partly because he sensed the energy fluctuations in Tafulin town had subsided. In his view, this naturally signified a signal that their side had resolved the situation. After all, he understood Carver Harold's strength. Among the legendaries, he didn't believe anyone was stronger than Harold. Since that's the case, he saw no reason to remain here. After all, his presence here was somewhat improper. Staying longer or causing an incident would be hard to explain. The recent battle seemed to last only about a minute. I heard the opponent's personnel were quite strong this time. Looks like Harold's strength has improved again. Pantaskoke thought to himself as he flew towards the imperial city. Meanwhile, female Major General Tasha looked anxious and shouted to the others, "Quick, what are you waiting for? Quick, speed up." In the sky, 2 teams totaling 24 Griffin Knights swooped down toward the southeast corner of Tafulin town. Meanwhile, more personnel on the ground swiftly divided into 2 teams as they approached the town, like large pincers encircling the entire battle area. Judging by their execution, this troop was undoubtedly elite. The first to notice something unexpected were, naturally, the Griffin Knights in mid-air with their excellent view. From afar, they saw the designated area ahead was in ruins, with various large and small pits and scattered massive stones. More than 10 houses on the edge of the town were reduced to rubble and ruins. On the ground, the originally dense shrubs and grass and other surface vegetation were completely destroyed. Looking down from mid-air, it seemed like a piece of sand emerged abruptly on the vast green land, much like a bald patch amidst lush hair. A short battle had changed the state of the environment, turning lush greenery into a scene resembling a desert. It was clear how intense the battle must have been in that short minute. "Looks like the opponents have already fled," exclaimed a Griffin Knight after quickly scanning the area, not seeing any personnel in court official uniforms. "No, someone seems to be there." Another pointed to a deep trench over ground. The burly man commanding the Griffin Knights squinted his eyes, nodded and said, "Come." One group lands with me, the other group branches out to survey and secure the perimeter. "Yes, Lord Edwards." Immediately, the burly man controlled his griffin, leading a team to descend. At this moment, Rain had already transformed back into human form. Holding a bulging waste bag, he examined it, eyes gleaming with joy. Before coming here, he hadn't anticipated he would come across such a treasure again. Inside the waste bag was a pure green crystal stone, thumb-sized, with a strand of black intertwined in it. Judging by its aura, Rain felt a familiar sensation, as though he had encountered this somewhere before. Thinking for a moment, Rain appeared enlightened. He recalled how similar this aura was to the pale golden sapling he obtained after defeating the blood-flesh tree spirit. Could this be a divine power crystal worshipped by some deity from the ancient Mother Tree sect? But how did Harold possess this? Instantly, Rain considered the rumors about Harold, guessing if Harold acquired this during the Imperial City battle treasure hunting. Actually, Rain's guess was quite close to the truth. Harold intended to use this divine power crystal after advancing to 4th level Dawn Wizard. Normally, without reaching epic level prowess, it's impossible to resist the residual imprint of the deity during the absorption of the divine power crystal. Forced absorption would only result in influence by the deity's aura. Struggling against it could render one a fool. Weak will may lead to transformation into a follower, with only a slight chance of remaining unharmed. Rain, thanks to the system's assistance to purify the deity's imprint, was able to absorb the divine power crystal even at second-level liquidization stage. Absorbing the divine power crystal at this stage undoubtedly yields astonishing results. Considering the imminent reinforcements, Lieutenant General Tasha mentioned, Rain decided to grasp the green crystal stone and absorb the divine power crystal before others arrived. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, *ding, detecting divine power crystal capable of enhancing spiritual power liquidation level, expedite absorption. Note, system absorption purifies impurities and can absorb fully in one go. Rain immediately chose yes. System absorption has purification and impurity elimination effects, so Rain felt no concern about side effects. Instantly, the green crystal stone disappeared from Rain's palm, and in its place, a wisp of green smoke with black strands appeared from his hand. Simultaneously, Rain heard a distant, piercing shriek with great penetration power. Having absorbed the divine power crystal from Nethersea goddess Hela previously, Rain wasn't too surprised. Like before, Rain quickly sensed the silvery mist in his mental sea rapidly decreasing, while the silvery liquid increased rapidly. When transformation concluded, the silvery mist in the mental sea further diminished, while the silver liquid overtook and dominated. Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 88, liquidation 72%, previously 43%, now at 72%, increased by a full 29%. Rain knew it would improve significantly, but remained astonished by the extraordinary effectiveness of the divine power crystal. Recently, due to the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method's second layer, increased by 1%, from 42% to 43%. Yet unexpectedly, today it directly advanced to late-stage second-level liquidization wizard. Such an enhancement level was unparalleled. Even the most gifted wizards would spend years enduring the second-level liquidization stage. Ordinary second-level wizards would measure progress by decades. But Rain has been advancing almost on a weekly basis. In just over a month, 2/3 of the liquefaction process was complete. If we calculate by increasing the witchcraft power by 1 point for each point of liquefaction, the power of the witchcraft he currently wields is nearly 30% higher than before the enhancement. As Tasha arrived at the scene, she saw Rain standing from a distance, and her heart immediately relaxed, but soon, a wave of doubt surged in her heart. Since Lord Rain is fine, where are Carver Harold and the others? Did they retreat early for some reason? It should be. The opponents might have received information about our actions, so Harold and the others avoided a prolonged fight. Realizing they couldn't take down Lord Rain in a short time, so they retreated quickly. This is the most likely scenario. Lord Rain, it's so good to see you're all right. Tasha quickly stepped forward with a joyful expression. She was quickly assessing Rain for any injuries while scanning the surroundings to evaluate the intensity of the battle. No doubt, judging by the damage to the surrounding environment, that short 1-minute battle was extremely intense. This also corroborated with the strong fluctuations of witchcraft that Tasha felt from dozens of miles away. Major General Tasha, hello. Rain nodded in greeting. Tusk, Lord Rain, your combat strength truly exceeds our expectations, to not be visibly injured even when Harold went all out. Tasha couldn't help but praise, but as soon as she finished speaking, Claire and Beyonce, who were behind Rain, turned their heads and gave Tasha a rather peculiar look. The gaze from the two made Tasha obviously startled. What does this mean? Are they blaming her for arriving too late so there's resentment? Or did she say something wrong? By the way, Lord Rain, in which direction did Harold and the others run off? Tasha's expression turned serious and she quickly asked. If they hadn't gone far, a pursuit might still be possible. Even if Lord Doan couldn't directly intervene, they should be able to capture everyone except Harold. Before Rain could respond, Claire couldn't hold back any longer. She extended her fair finger, pointing at the headless corpse on the ground and said, "Look, it's this one." Huh. Tasha's beautiful face showed confusion, perfectly illustrating a questioning expression. Miss Claire, what did you just say? Tasha couldn't help but ask again. This corpse on the ground is Carver Harold. Claire pointed at the ground again, repeating her words. What? Tasha exclaimed in shock. In an instant, she instinctively wanted to doubt. How could this be? But then she seemed to recall something and immediately turned to look at Rain, who nodded to her, and instantly Tasha swallowed all her words of doubt, because she knew Rain would not joke about such matters with her. Since it wasn't a joke, the answer was obvious. She took a quick step forward and, without any disdain for the blood, directly inspected it herself. The elite combat personnel nearby also glanced over. Several officials also immediately stepped forward, squatting beside Major General Tasha to help with the inspection. By the way, Harold's head is still inside, right? Seeing that the group seemed to be identifying the corpse's identity. Ayance thought for a moment and said, "Inside." Major General Tasha suddenly found herself somewhat disliking these two members of Lord Rain's team. The way they spoke was, just how to put it, baffling. Couldn't they speak more clearly? What do you mean by the head is still inside? But soon, Tasha understood what it meant for the head to be inside the body. A combat personnel member appeared to understand Bayance's implication and forcibly pulled a head out from the body's chest cavity. Damn it, the brain was punched into the thoracic cavity. Tasha was dumbfounded. How did Lord Rain manage to beat the one claimed to be the strongest legendary carver Harold into this state? Not just Tasha, but even Captain Edwards of the Descending Griffin Knights and the elite combat personnel nearby were equally baffled despite their shock. And what about the noble court executors? Tasha suddenly had a bad feeling and asked again. It seemed like the entire development of the situation was beyond her expectations. There should be one or two in every pit, I suppose. Claire thought for a moment, sounding uncertain. After all, amidst the sandstorm, she hadn't seen everything clearly at the time, only noticing a few unlucky ones in uniforms being clawed into the ground by her team leader. At this moment, Rain suddenly sensed something and quickly turned to look behind him. An old man with white hair and beard, dressed in an ordinary gray wizard robe, was smilingly approaching him. Seeing the old man approaching, Major General Tasha quickly stood up and came to Rain's side, solemnly introducing, "Lord Rain, I forgot to introduce you. This is the Imperial Guardian, Amber Seal Lord Duan. Lord Duan has important matters to attend to in Sava Province and happened to pass by here, meeting us along the way," Tasha added as she glanced around. Tasha's somewhat redundant words nearly made Rain laugh helplessly. "Lord Duan, greetings." Rain slightly bowed and said, quickly assessed the other, whose aura was as vast and deep as the ocean. From the title Amber Seal, it seems the other party is a rare 4th-level Dawn Wizard. So this is who our side arranged as backup. Indeed, to absolutely suppress Harold the Carver, reputed as the strongest legend, only an epic-level powerhouse can manage it. In fact, had Rain's power not reached the epic level after his transformation, he would not have been able to kill this Carver. "You must be Rain, young man, your strength is surprising." Duan, with a slightly astonished look, assessed Rain and then glanced at the corpse of Harold on the ground before smiling. "Rain, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a rare metal series wizard, right?" Duan asked again. "Yes, Lord Duan." Rain nodded. "Are you interested in joining the Tatus School?" Duan said with interest. Lord Rain, Amber Seal Lord Duan is the leader of the large wizard school, the Tatus School, the Lady Major General Tasha softly introduced. From Tasha's attitude, Rain could easily deduce that Lord Duan before him might be a very strong individual even among epic-level powerhouses. Moreover, such a recruitment or extended olive branch by the other party must be rare. However, Rain had his own considerations. With the system he possessed, regardless of which school he joined, he believed they would eventually be proud of him. Even if the other was a large school, he had this confidence. Moreover, after his transformation, he already possessed epic-level battle power. In addition, his mentor Megaro at the Bixiu Mechanization School had always treated him well, although compared to Lord Duan, their strengths were worlds apart. But Rain believed a good mentor was more important than strength. "Lord Duan, thank you for your favor, but I am already a member of the Bixiu Mechanization School." Yet, since the other party meant well, Rain bowed in gratitude. "That's really a pity. Bixiu Mechanization School. It indeed suits you with its unique metal series, specialized in creating large battle puppets." Duan expressed a hint of regret, nodding in agreement. "Yes, Lord Duan, your erudition is admirable." Suddenly, a complex pattern on the right chest of Duan's wizard robe flickered slightly, and then Duan seemed to be listening to something. He turned his head and said to Rain, "Young man, I must leave. However, I believe we shall meet again soon. Lord Duan, meeting you has been my honor." Rain bowed in farewell. Duan nodded with a smile. Then he seemed to think of something and said to Tasha on the side, By the way, Tasha, you might have a little trouble on your hands. Harold's death is no small matter. Oh no, Tasha's face changed, exclaiming. Not good, I need to report the situation up immediately, she said and hurried to the side. Before leaving, she said to Rain, although we had prepared multiple contingency plans beforehand, we never expected the current situation, with Lord Rain wiping out Harold and his group completely. Rain nodded, a hint of realization showing on his face. From the information he currently had, he could roughly guess their original plan. It should have been that, after he struggled to fend off their attack, allies led by Lord Du and would quickly arrive at the scene and take control of these people as bargaining chips for negotiations with the Conservative Party. The specifics of the negotiations were unknown to Rain, but the plan should have been as such. Only now, having killed the opposition entirely was beyond the organization's expectations. A few minutes later, the delighted yet fatigued Lady Major General Tasha hurried back, saying, Lord Rain, this time. Sigh, we need to unify our statements. Harold, reputed as the strongest legend, was not only reputable in the imperial city Tamriel, but also highly valued by the upper echelons, as he was an epic reservist, highly likely to become an imperial guardian. With such an important figure dead, a single careless handling could lead to extremely troublesome aftermath. Moreover, Lord Rain, who killed him, is currently a key figure for us to protect. Thus Tasha felt both relieved and troubled. Understood, Rain nodded. Additionally, the two behind you as well. Tasha pointed to Claire and Bayant standing behind Rain. Several minutes later, Lord Rain, why didn't you accept Lord Duan's invitation? After finishing, Tasha couldn't help but ask. I am already part of the Bixiu Mechanization School. Don't you know, after paying a certain price, contracts can be dissolved. One major difference between medium and large schools lies in the completeness of their heritage. With your strength, I believe you will reach even greater heights in the future. If only for the continuity of inheritance. Tasha left her words unfinished, but Rain naturally understood her implication. Completeness of inheritance? Rain showed a thoughtful look. It seems, once he returns to Tamriel, he should inquire with his mentor Megaro about this. Meanwhile, on the side of the road leading from Tafulin town to the imperial city Tamriel, several covert operatives were lurking, though they all wore expressions of anxiety at the moment. Do you think, why hasn't there been any news? Could something unexpected have happened? A few minutes after the intense witchcraft fluctuations ended, the sandstorm gradually subsided. Logically, their personnel should have quickly retreated and passed through this area. But until now, there hasn't been a trace of them. It shouldn't be possible, after all. The one who went out this time is the strongest legend, Lord Harold. Another companion also looked puzzled, but after thinking for a while, dismissed the possibility of an accident. After all, in his view, the chances of Harold encountering an accident were almost zero. These individuals were observation and communication staff arranged by the Conservative Party nobles in the vicinity. There were several such observation teams in other nearby locations. Look quickly, that's the Griffin Knights. One of them, after peering through a brass monocular, exclaimed in shock. It should be noted that they had not arranged for Griffin Knights, let alone the fact that there were 2 full squads of Griffin Knights in front of them. Quickly, they contacted other groups, and after some investigation, they immediately figured out the situation. Shocked, they swiftly reported the situation. Since Tafulin town is not very far from the imperial city Tamriel, within just a few hours, many influential figures paying attention to this matter received the news. Sword Holder Headquarters. Inside Marshal Alfred's bright and clean office, General Augustus read the message from Tasha twice, first overjoyed, then frowned deeply. He stood up and sighed, Marshal, this Rain is truly incredible. What do you think? How did he kill the Carver Harold? Augustus couldn't figure out how Rain managed to kill Harold, knowing that this strongest legend had survived a blow under the state of a divine saint's descent. That's not what we should be focusing on right now. As long as he's not possessed by an evil god, the stronger Rain is, the better it is for us and for the Empire, a silver-haired elder with a beard said in a deep voice. Furthermore, handling this matter will be extremely troublesome. Augustus, don't forget that Harold has been famous for many years. Behind him, besides those Conservative Party nobles, he's also a member of the large wizard school, Ice Otter School, and one of the most likely candidates to become the Imperial Guardian. This matter, I'm afraid the royal family will personally inquire about. Let's first think about how to handle this matter. The guest hall of Duke Drum's mansion in the inner ring of the Imperial City. A circle of representatives of the Empire's Conservative Party nobles sat around leisurely, sipping tea and chatting. At that moment, the butler Owen appeared pale-faced, rushing down the corridor, and seeing this, two gatekeeping servants immediately opened the guest hall doors. With Owen's report, the entire guest hall instantly became a frenzy. "Gosh, the Carver Herald just died like that," a marquess exclaimed. "This was the strongest legend. And he just died like that, then how strong must this Rain be? It doesn't make sense. Do you guys think it's possible that Rain is possessed by some divine? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful at such a young age? That's right, I suggest immediately contacting the judicial court of the Goddess Church to have Rain examined." The Duke of Drum nodded in agreement after the initial shock. "I agree. I also agree. Additionally, we must immediately inform the Ice Otter School about this situation." "So, what do you all say? How should we handle this matter from here on?" As the question was posed, the luxurious reception room suddenly became silent enough to hear a pin drop. The representatives of the Conservative Party nobles present either frowned, silently sipped their tea, or took a heavy drag on their pipes. No one spoke up, because since even the strongest legend Carver Lord Harold had died at the opponent's hands, in the absence of direct intervention from the Imperial Guardian, there was very little they could do openly. As time passed, the nobles present left one after another, and at this point the Duke of Drum, looking grim, beckoned to his butler Owen, standing to the side. "Your Grace." Butler Owen bowed respectfully. "Disclose through several covert channels the specific achievements of Rain in defeating the Black Flame Cult, Sea God Sect, and Secret Snake Sect." "As you command, my lord." Butler Owen's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed in agreement. He instantly understood what his duke intended. Since they couldn't do much openly, they had to resort to some clandestine methods. Due to the confidentiality of the Sword Bearer's specific missions and actions, although the cults knew that one of their chief priests or great priests had been slain by the Sword Bearer, they didn't know exactly who did it. And once the cults found out who specifically was responsible, they would swarm towards Rain like sharks smelling blood or hornets whose nest had been disturbed. Of course, this would have nothing to do with them. Meanwhile, on the return journey, Major General Tasha and Rain chatted intermittently. This time, the Conservative Party dared to move against you mainly because, although you're very powerful, you've been in the Imperial City for too short a time, and your reputation mainly remains within the Sword Holder headquarters. Considering possible future developments, Lord Rain, I suggest relocating all your family from Minter to the Imperial City. What do you think? Thank you, I have no objections, though the residents. Is it the issue of the residents? Headquarters will arrange for it, rest assured. Tasha smiled slightly and said, "Well, thank you." Rain smiled. "By the way, Lord Rain, I suggest that you refrain from taking on any missions or leaving Imperial City Tamriel until the situation subsides. Would that be okay?" "All right." Rain nodded. As soon as Rain returned to the Bavarian family's residence, he saw both Haloin and Luther waiting in the hall with serious expressions. Evidently, they had heard something. Upon seeing Rain, Luther's expression relaxed a bit, and he stepped forward, saying, "Lord Rain, is that news true?" "Yes." Rain nodded, but upon thinking did not explain further. His Haloin and Luther exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. "Lord Rain, just a moment ago I received a letter from my father. Yesterday the Drum family sent a representative to Minter to discuss your matters with him." Haloin said, "Oh, was it to exert pressure?" Rain immediately guessed their intention. "Yes, they hoped our Bavarian family would sever ties with you. Ideally, they would like us to do something." Haloin did not explicitly say the rest. "I'm sorry for putting you and the Duke in a difficult position," Rain said apologetically. "Lord Rain, my father refused their suggestion, saying you had made outstanding contributions to Minter, and while he might offer some help, would never add insult to injury. Please convey my gratitude to the Duke of Minter for his support." Rain's expression turned serious as he looked at Haloin earnestly. "Lord Haloin, I will move out a bit later." "Lord Rain." Haloin hurriedly wanted to say something, only to see Rain raise his hand to interrupt him. "Lord Haloin, I know what you want to say, but the other side is a giant. There's no need for the Bavarian family to get involved too deeply. Besides, the Sword Holder headquarters has already arranged a residence for me." Rain wasn't sure if their support of him was influenced by the reformist or the result of discussions between Admiral Edward and the Duke of Minter. But in his view, if the Duke of Minter, as a regional authority, clashed head-on with the Conservative Party, the losses would be too great and unnecessary. Additionally, sometimes having one's strength hidden beneath the surface might provide even more significant assistance. That afternoon, Rain took Anna, and the two rode a carriage to the new residence arranged for him by the sword holder headquarters. Although the location was in the second ring of the imperial city, it was still a noble area, surrounded by marquises and earls, and safety was generally not a concern. Furthermore, the ownership of this mansion, in essence, did not belong to Rain, but in practice, he could use it for as long as he wanted. Major General Tasha was waiting early at the gate of the new residence for Rain, and upon seeing them, she began to introduce it. Lord Rain, this mansion originally belonged to an earl. See if you are satisfied. The size and layout of this mansion were remarkably similar to Rain's residence in Minter. After a quick tour, Rain promptly decided that this would be the one. The next morning, suddenly there was a commotion at the gate of the new residence. Looking through the window of the study in the new residence, Rain saw his sister Bo-hee, his mother Emma, and his father Old Rain, alighting from a luxurious carriage. So fast? Rain raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. Counting the 1.5 days of traveling by airship, it seems that Tasha started on this matter as soon as she talked to him yesterday. Brother, the imperial city is really too big. Is this our new home? His sister, Bo-hee, dashed into Rain's arms as soon as she saw him, asking curiously. On the way here, her eyes never stopped roaming. The imperial city Tamriel really has too many new things, almost making her dazzled and breathless. Yes, this is our new home. Rain ruffled Bo-hee's hair, saying with a smile, Anna's sister. Just then, Anna also came over from the side, and Bo-hee immediately abandoned her brother Rain, running towards Anna. Jennifer, the beautiful lady, needed to deal with the affairs of Axon Auction House and the Commerce Association. She couldn't come over for a short time. Additionally, Lagare and the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group had just arrived in Minster and were currently with Jennifer. Early the next day, Rain donned the advanced witchcraft tool concealing robe and headed familiarly to Mentor Magaro's office. Seeing Rain, Magaro was inexplicably excited and immediately stood up, his first words being, That, Rain, I've heard that you've slain Carver Hardrow. Rain thought for a moment, then nodded in response to Magaro's hopeful eyes. I never thought in my lifetime I would have a student like you. Magaro couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Rain was somewhat puzzled, wondering why Magaro was so excited. Logically, as a member of the Bixiu Mechanization School, who had slain a member of the more powerful wizard school Isotter School, shouldn't he be worried about revenge? Why is he so thrilled? However, Rain didn't come today for this matter, nor was he interested in exploring this gossip, so after some pleasantries, he straightforwardly asked, Mentor, I heard that as a medium-sized school, there are some key inheritances missing. You're talking about the inheritance matter. I originally planned to discuss this with you once you reach the 3rd level crystallized wizard. But since you asked, I'll explain the situation. Magaro's face became solemn as he spoke. To some extent, this external saying isn't incorrect. In the school, the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method does indeed have only 3 layers, allowing you to cultivate to the peak of 3rd level crystallized wizard. But it cannot be denied that it is, within the Empire, the most suitable advanced meditation method for Metal Series wizards. Rain nodded, agreeing with the last statement. Enhancing the control of metal elements might not seem impressive at first glance, but paired with his top-level metal element affinity, its power becomes quite terrifying. The power of his 1st-level witchcraft has already reached the threshold of 2nd-level witchcraft. If said, it would be hard for others to believe. But the issue is, if I can only cultivate to the peak of 3rd-level crystallized wizard, what should I do when I want to advance to Dawn Wizard? Mentor, if I reach the peak of 3rd-level crystallized wizard and want to advance to Dawn Wizard, what should I do? 2 ways. One is to deduce the subsequent 4th layer based on the existing 3 layers of Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. But this requires involvement of numerous high-ranking wizards and takes a long time, with success uncertain. Deducing, Rain pondered. Speaking of which, the system does have this deduction, but it seems to be based on some foundation. I wonder if it can successfully deduce the Advanced Meditation Method when the time comes. Mentor, what's the 2nd way? Rain couldn't help but ask. The 2nd way, naturally, is to find the subsequent 4th layer, which is the best solution. Magaro said with a smile. Rain was speechless. But Rain, you don't need to worry too much. Regarding the subsequent fourth layer, the school, especially us Metal Series wizards, have been seeking clues. We're already onto something now. Oh, Rain raised an eyebrow. No wonder Mentor Megaro said so before. Turns out clues have already been found. However, it involves exploring dangerous relics. I've heard you might know, exploring relics often come with various unforeseen risks, and our school's Metal Series wizards mostly emphasize puppetry techniques so. Upon hearing this, after some thought, Rain said, Mentor, if possible, you can count me in for the exploration. Remember, besides being your student, I am also an Imperial swordsman. Fighting is like a daily routine for me. Ha ha, I nearly forgot you're now also part of the Metal Series. Megaro realized, overjoyed, and said, Since you have this idea yourself, I have no objections here. After some time, when the information becomes clearer, I'll let you know. You can then decide whether to participate or not. Megaro said with a beaming smile. All right, Mentor. Rain nodded with a smile. If there's a chance to find the original fourth layer of Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, that would be best. For several days, Rain had a rare 2.1-line lifestyle. Previously, he was mostly busy with various tasks as a sword bearer, usually traveling quite a lot, but these days, he spent most of his time soaking in the school library. Rain had to thoroughly catch up on a lot of the foundational knowledge about witchcraft. At the same time, it allowed Rain to slowly integrate into the small circle of Audrey and others. At the Bixu Mechanization School base, inside the Metal Series production hall, Rain, Audrey, and a few others were together manufacturing a new batch of giant sword battle puppets. Of course, Rain naturally significantly slowed down the speed of casting the metal morphing spell, yet even so, it was several times faster than Audrey and others. Hey, have you all heard? Recently, something big happened in the Imperial City, said the mature and alluring Alicia in a low voice to Rain, Joseph, and Audrey. What is it? Joseph couldn't help but ask in confusion. I heard that Harold the Carver, renowned as the strongest legend, was killed. What? The one from the Ice Otter School? Harold at the peak of the third-level crystallization wizard. Joseph's eyes widened instantly, exclaiming. He had naturally heard of the famous individual's name, and moreover, this was a top-level strong figure comparable to the level of his own school leader. In fact, in terms of reputation alone, it was even above his own sect leader. Yes, the strong person who killed him is said to also be named Rain. Upon saying this, Alicia cast a fleeting glance at Rain and continued. However, I heard he seems to be a strong person from the Imperial swordsman side. Upon hearing this, Audrey's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her face turned pale, and her hands, which were casting the metal morphing spell, began to tremble. Clang! She saw the puppet part in her hand fall to the ground. Oh dear, Audrey, how can you be so careless? Almost hit me. Alicia was startled out of her wits. Sorry, my apologies. Audrey hurriedly tried to mask her internal panic. Noticing Audrey's face turn pale, the mature and charming Alicia naturally did not dwell on it further. Instead, she threw a coquettish glance at Rain and continued. Junior Rain. It's the same name as yours. When will you have such strength so that if I mention your name, no one will dare bully me, hee. Upon saying this, Alicia couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. Her pair of soft and ample bosoms trembled enticingly, causing Joseph by the side to stare in awe. Regarding Rain, this new junior, Alicia had a good impression. That afternoon, completing parts of dozens of angry hammer battle puppets by himself shocked the entire Metal Series. Later, she heard from Professor Megaro that Junior Rain had an extremely high metal affinity and specialized in the metal morphing spell, which explained his extraordinary performance. Unfortunately, Junior Rain, with such talent, did not specialize in other attack-oriented Metal Series witchcraft, but instead focused on the manufacturing-oriented metal morphing spell. However, after thinking it over, Alicia felt it was normal. After all, the number of Metal Series wizards is small, and relatively complete heritages are even fewer, with hardly any attack-oriented Metal Series witchcraft passed down externally. Even within the school, attack-oriented Metal Series witchcraft is rare. Rain chuckled, neither denying nor admitting it. Junior Rain, senior sister has some more parts over here, and it might not finish in time. Could you help out a bit? Alicia actively approached Rain and said. Although Alicia's ideal partner is a powerful wizard, preferably from an imperial noble family, she is not foolish. A young man with such remarkable talent like Rain, even if he can't be her other half, he is still worth cultivating a good relationship with. At least, For the production tasks within the school, if Rain were willing to lend a hand, they could be easily completed in no time. Seeing this scene, Audrey looked at Alicia, feeling speechless internally. Alicia, do you know what you're doing? You're actually having Lord Rain, this top-level strong figure who killed Carver Harold, assist you in making puppet parts. Oh heavens! When the day comes that you learn the truth, you might just want to die. Senior Sister Alicia, it's a small matter. Rain nodded with a smile, agreeing. Great, Junior Rain, I'll treat you to lunch at noon, Alicia said, while seemingly inadvertently letting her prominent bust brush against Rain's arm with a coquettish tone. It's not that Rain was playing some drama of hiding one's capabilities, but he was currently temporarily unable to leave the Imperial City, and besides, he still had a need for the contribution points from the school. Firstly, for the third level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, he had already inquired, and it requires 2,000 contribution points for redemption. Additionally, regarding inquiring about and redeeming third-level witchcraft, the gnome girl at the exchange counter last time made it very clear that it requires accumulating 10,000 historical contribution points. Therefore, in the absence of external missions, while making some puppet parts to earn contribution points and familiarizing himself with various puppet manufacturing techniques, Rain thought it was a good choice. Moreover, at leisure, he could learn some fundamental knowledge about wizards and also understand the situations of some wizard schools within the Empire. Over these past few days, Rain learned two important things. One is regarding Metal Series puppets, or advanced battle puppets, beyond the need to use the activation technique for activation. A more crucial thing is also required, which is the control core. At first glance of the primary control core, Rain was reminded of those circuit boards from his past life, similar to the cartridges used in gaming consoles like the ones from the 90s. However, the making of this technology is quite challenging, with a high demand for precision. Currently, the Bixiu Mechanization School represents the Empire's highest level of craftsmanship in this area, yet they can only produce the primary control core. As for the medium and advanced control cores noted in ancient texts, they remain in the exploratory phase. This also explains why the metal arm remnant Rain obtained from Iron Man was worth 3,700 contribution points. According to Mentor Megaro, the Eagle Federation is ahead of the Empire in terms of manufacturing precision. Of course, it's also possible that the Federation discovered an important relic of the ancient Goblin Empire and absorbed the relevant technologies. The other matter concerns the Wizard School's secrets. Originally, the Empire's Wizard School had an important responsibility, which was to guard the secret realm. But in Rain's opinion, this so-called secret realm seems more like a passageway or a seal. For instance, the Bixiu Mechanization School, along with another medium-sized wizard school, Chandel School, is jointly responsible for the secret realm known as Furious Flame Canyon. Have you heard? The biannual rotation time for Furious Flame Canyon is coming up. Senior Trevor is about to return. Joseph suddenly thought of something and said, "This time our metal series probably won't be able to send anyone. You're not up for it, Audrey and I can't do it, and Rain just arrived, so even more impossible." Sigh, I wonder how the mentor will arrange things then. Joseph sighed and said, "Oh, can you elaborate?" Rain was a bit interested and asked. Deep in Furious Flame Canyon, it said there's a subterranean rift from ancient times that occasionally releases unusual things onto the surface. The most common of which is something called the evil fire element, extremely savage. Without reaching the peak of a first-level wizard and mastering witchcraft combat skills, there's no way to withstand it, Joseph explained. Exactly, so to participate in the rotation and garrison at Furious Flame Canyon, the minimum requirement is the peak of a first-level wizard, Alicia said seriously for once. It's usually assigned in turns here at the school, and we in the Metal series have to send someone each time. And if there's no one available, what will happen? Rain couldn't help but ask. Two scenarios. Either Mentor Megaro goes personally, or if other departments have the capacity to help. And we in the Metal series will have to compromise a large portion of research funding to have the other departments take the lead. I see. Rain nodded. But this approach is actually worse because the reduction in funds will place the training of wizard apprentices in the Metal series in an awkward position, making it even harder for any wizard to stand out. This is really a vicious cycle. Speaking of battle, hey, Rain Jr., you've been here for some time now. Let's head to the training room and let Sister see your battle puppet control skills. Alicia's eyes suddenly brightened as she looked at Rain. Oh yes, Rain Jr., let's go. You can't just master making puppets. For a wizard, battle is a very important aspect. Joseph echoed, it might be unnecessary. Rain hesitated slightly and said, but this reaction was interpreted by Alicia and Joseph as fear of losing, understanding it as young people wanting to save face, which was entirely normal. However, Audrey knew precisely what was going on. Seeing Rain looking slightly troubled, she immediately said, Rain, since the junior doesn't want to, let's leave it at that. Come on, don't be afraid to lose. You've helped Sister several times. Sister will also guide you in puppet control. Hee, Alicia chuckled, patting her chest with a soft laugh. By the way, Rain Jr., you don't still have only a middle-grade battle puppet, do you? Alicia suddenly blinked her beautiful eyes, as if she thought of something. It seems like I currently only have the iron plate battle puppet. Rain thought for a moment and nodded. Over the past few days, Rain has mostly been soaking in the school library, so he has a certain understanding of the differences between junior battle puppets and middle-grade battle puppets. Middle-grade battle puppets are not only larger in size and heavier in weight, but also have an important addition compared to junior battle puppets, a small energy device. With this device, middle-grade battle puppets can suddenly unleash an attack with a power similar to mid to high level secret techniques under the control of a wizard during battle. No wonder Rain Jr. was so hesitant just now. Turns out he still doesn't have a middle-grade battle puppet. Alicia couldn't help but laugh. Audrey, Joseph, let's help Rain Jr. get a middle-grade battle puppet first. Alicia turned her head and spoke to the two beside her. Joseph seemed to show a difficult expression, as if he wanted to refuse, but Audrey immediately agreed and said, Of course, this is what we should do as seniors. For Audrey, who vaguely knows Rain's true identity, not to mention helping to make one, she'd be willing to give Rain her own middle-grade battle puppet. But the problem is a middle-grade battle puppet really useful to Lord Rain? Audrey couldn't help but glance at Rain. Seeing Alicia speak up, Audrey expressed her willingness to help again immediately. Joseph reluctantly nodded but muttered softly, I didn't get such treatment when I came. So, Rain Jr., which middle-grade battle puppet are you planning to choose? Alicia asked enthusiastically. Just as Rain was about to decline, Joseph's expression lit up, as if thinking of something, and he suggested, Why not choose the Angry Hammer battle puppet? It can perform a special attack Angry Hammer strike with impressive power. Plus, we made so many recently, there are 2 finished products in the warehouse, just need to add a small energy device. Obviously, Joseph was looking to cut corners. Alicia glared at Joseph irritably and said, PFFT, Joseph, what kind of suggestion is that? Rain Jr. should only be able to control one middle-grade battle puppet at the moment. Although Angry Hammer battle puppet has decent attack power, its defensive power is much weaker, not suitable for a newcomer like Rain Jr. at all. Rain, listen to your sister. Wait until you can control 2 middle-grade battle puppets. Then consider choosing the Angry Hammer battle puppet, or just choose the Sword and Shield puppet guard, which has a more balanced offensive and defensive capability with no significant weaknesses. Joseph, who got reprimanded by Alicia, dared not retort and mumbled under his breath. Rain looks like he comes from a knight background. His movement and evasion should be fast. Directly controlling the Angry Hammer battle puppet might create some unexpected victories. Let's go with the Angry Hammer battle puppet. Rain thought for a moment and said, Since there's a ready-made one, that naturally is the best. Because for him, it hardly matters which middle-grade battle puppet he chooses. Moreover, he's been working on the Angry Hammer battle puppet these past few days, so he's quite familiar with it. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the metal warehouse. Inside were many semi-finished battle puppets arranged messily, and of course, more components. Since the Angry Hammer battle puppets were just completed a few days ago, they were placed not far from the warehouse entrance. The Angry Hammer battle puppet standing around 3 meters tall, although not much taller than the slightly over 2-meter iron plate battle puppet, the sense of pressure it exudes is completely different. To note, although Small 4 was shorter in the previous life, the height difference with Big Yao did not reach 1 meter. But when playing basketball, facing Small 4 and facing Big Yao, the sense of pressure was completely different. Rain Jr., I happen to have an extra small energy device. You can use it first. Audrey handed over a rectangular object, which was similar in size to a brick but much thinner, to Rain. All you need to do is insert it into the slot on the puppet's back. The energy device mainly contained a type of crystal stone, which is nurtured in the elemental energy pool at the school location. Of course, there's another source of higher quality for crystal stones, which is when elemental creatures reach transcendent power, they naturally nurture these crystal stones within their bodies. Moreover, the stronger the elemental creature's power, the stronger the energy contained in its crystal stone, and different elemental creatures nurture crystal stones with different attributes. Though the latter's effect is better, even the power of high-rank crystal stones is tremendous, but their price also increases geometrically. Well, all right, thank you. Rain thought for a moment, then accepted the small energy device Audrey handed him. No need to be polite, Junior. Audrey lowered her eyes. But inside she was quite excited because she realized this famous junior in front of her was not that hard to get along with. Audrey, the small energy device is not cheap. You need 100 contribution points to redeem one. Why are you so generous this time? Joseph scrutinized the other party suspiciously. Rain is a junior, and as a senior I should express something. Audrey's face flashed a blush and said, Alicia, seeing Audrey's expression from the sidelines, found it quite meaningful. Alicia glanced at the two with her beautiful eyes, thinking to herself, looks like our young and pretty junior sister seems to have quite the liking for the new junior Reinhardt. But big sister won't necessarily let you have your way. When Rain inserted the small energy device into the slot on the back of the puppet, he began to use the activation technique. Activation technique. Rain intentionally controlled the casting speed of the level 4 activation technique. As he softly chanted the spell and pointed his finger, the tall angry hammer battle puppet's body slightly moved, but since Rain hadn't issued any specific commands, the puppet stayed where it was. However, what surprised Rain a little was that if previously the activation technique used on the metal consumed 1 unit of spiritual power, now with this intermediate battle puppet, the consumption had suddenly surged to about 10 units. Note that previously, the initial level battle puppet, the iron plate battle puppet, the activation technique's spiritual power consumption was roughly about 3 units. No wonder, in the activation technique's notes there is the line. The duration and spiritual power consumption of the casting depend on the complexity and size of the casting target. Rain thought to himself, it seems then, for a first-level wizard in the fogging stage, even in the late stage, the number of intermediate battle puppets that can be controlled simultaneously shouldn't be too many, 3 or 4 should be the limit. Rain mused. Additionally, Rain also discovered that the connection between his mental sea and the angry hammer battle puppet was even more complex than before with the initial level puppet. It was as if a new game controller had appeared in his mind, where previously there was only one button. Now, besides the big button for the angry hammer battle puppet, Rain could also sense a small button next to the big one. Rain knew that this small button should be linked to the small energy device on the puppet's body, capable of releasing skill attacks through it. Just then, a system prompt suddenly sounded. You have undertaken complete production learning of the Angry Hammer Battle Puppet. Related insights have improved. You have comprehended a new skill Angry Hammer Battle Puppet. Your skill Angry Hammer Battle Puppet has been enhanced. Experience +3. Rain was initially slightly stunned, but after a moment, he understood. For the past few days, he had been engaged in making the Angry Hammer Battle Puppet, and today, he essentially put the last piece of the puzzle in place, naturally mastering the related skills. Junior Rain, your activation technique is quite proficient since it's all done. Let's go to the training room. Alicia praised Rain and said. While passing through the corridor, Audrey, Alicia, and the others returned to the office one after another and manipulated their intermediate battle puppets to move out. Alicia, being the strongest, controlled 2 intermediate battle puppets, namely the sword and shield puppet guard and the heavy sword battle puppet. Like the angry hammer battle puppet, the heavy sword battle puppet also leaned towards offense, while the sword and shield puppet guard, as the name suggests, was defensive. Meanwhile, both Audrey and Joseph were nearly the same, each controlling 1 sword and shield puppet guard, plus an iron plate battle puppet equipped with a shield. Of course, Rain could certainly do what Audrey did or even control more puppets. But as he was currently wearing the concealing robe, outwardly exhibiting the strength of an early-stage first-level wizard, controlling an intermediate battle puppet was almost his limit. Boom, 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 the battle puppets were manipulated by everyone, arriving in the open training hall. Junior Rain, shall we go first? Alicia said with a cheerful smile. Or maybe let me and Rain go first. At this moment, Joseph suddenly interjected from the side. He was considering that obviously Alicia had the highest strength, and Audrey's strength had gradually surpassed his since recently. If Alicia competed with Rain, then he would have to compete with Audrey, but losing always felt less appealing, especially losing to someone newer. With the newcomer Rain, Joseph reckoned he could surely win. Well, all right. Alicia thought for a moment, feeling it was fine to let Joseph go first. After all, Joseph was the weakest of the three, which wouldn't make the new junior Rain feel too much of a gap compared to himself and the others, or even discouraged. As Rain and Joseph stood in the center of the field, controlling their respective puppets, Joseph spoke with a smile. Junior Rain, let's start. If it's too much, you can concede immediately. Hearing Joseph's words, Audrey standing nearby couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even though she didn't know how Rain would win, she was sure Rain definitely wouldn't lose. All right. Rain nodded with a smile. Boom, boom, boom. With a slight movement of Joseph's mind, the sword and shield puppet guard holding the sword and shield swiftly charged straight at Rain. At the same time, the iron plate battle puppet next to him arced around, attacking towards the side of Rain. Of course, due to taking a detour, this iron plate battle puppet wouldn't attack Rain quickly. Joseph's initial double line control directly exposed his intent. He was banking on Rain only having one battle puppet at the moment, planning to pincer Rain from front and back. Joseph is truly crafty. Isn't this clearly taking advantage of Junior Rain? Alicia instantly understood Joseph's plan upon seeing this scene. Facing this situation, Rain thought briefly and then controlled the angry hammer battle puppet, charging directly at Joseph's sword and shield puppet. At the same time, the puppet held the heavy hammer with both hands at its side, poised as if ready to strike. That's not a good response. If the only puppet gets entangled, it would be quite passive. Alicia shook her head and remarked, what a pity Rain Jr. is going to lose. As controllers, when we only have one battle puppet, we must prioritize protecting ourselves. She noticed that although Rain's talent was astounding, he was quite the pure novice when it came to puppet control. However, Audrey remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on the center of the field. Clang, facing a heavy swing from the angry hammer battle puppet, Joseph quickly controlled his sword and shield puppet to raise its shield to block. Blocked. Joseph was pleased, but just as he planned to have his sword and shield puppet entangle the opponent, he was surprised to find that his sword and shield puppet had been knocked back several steps by a single hammer strike. Was the skill angry hammer strike of the angry hammer battle puppet activated? It shouldn't be. He didn't feel any energy fluctuation from the opponent. Joseph quickly contemplated. This was actually because Rain's activation technique level was quite high, coupled with his own mastery of close combat techniques, allowing him to control the angry hammer battle puppet and exert excellent combat power. Simply put, an average wizard can only exert about 60 to 70% of a middle-stage battle puppet's combat power, but Rain could exert more than 90% of it. This was like in a previous life. Only Takumi driving the AE-86 could almost fully utilize the car's performance, whereas other racers generally couldn't achieve this. This scene naturally left the two women dumbfounded. It seems Rain Jr. is very proficient in close combat, otherwise, it would be impossible to grasp the timing so well. Alicia frowned slightly, pondering for a while and spoke. Probably. Audrey responded somewhat perfunctorily. At this moment, Joseph came to his senses, apparently unable to accept this result. Seeing Rain's angry hammer battle puppet seizing this opportunity to rush at him, Joseph immediately decided to use the special skill of the sword and shield puppet. Charge, with a flash of energy fluctuation from a small energy device, the 3-meter-high sword and shield puppet quickly stepped forward, chasing after the angry hammer battle puppet. Seeing this scene, Joseph's confidence returned. Because if the sword and shield puppet could catch up and entangle the opponent, victory would still be his. The iron plate battle puppet he had arranged earlier had already rushed to within less than 20 meters behind Rain. At this moment, Rain smiled faintly and immediately commanded the angry hammer battle puppet to activate a skill as well. Angry hammer strike. The 3-meter-high battle puppet swung the massive dual-handed warhammer in its hands, suddenly accelerating, a black arc flashing by. Boom! Immediately, a deafening metal clashing sound erupted. The sword and shield puppet, which had just charged from behind to catch up, desperately raised its shield to block. It was still sent flying by an angry hammer strike. landing heavily 7 or 8 meters away. Shit! Before Joseph could manipulate the sword and shield puppet to get up again, he saw the angry hammer battle puppet had already rushed to within several meters of him, while his iron plate battle puppet was still 7 or 8 meters away from Rain. Rain Jr., I concede. Joseph turned pale and shouted immediately. Facing the recent strike from the angry hammer battle puppet, Joseph had no desire to try experiencing it. Not fighting anymore. Rain seemed a little surprised. According to his understanding, even if the puppet was close, there were still many ways for a wizard to respond. The battle was far from over. For instance, using innate wizardry or casting action restricting sorcery, the fight could certainly continue. Rain Jr., generally speaking, allowing a middle-stage battle puppet to get close is basically considered losing. At this moment, a fragrant breeze approached, as Alicia slowly walked up to Rain and explained, "Is it a convention? That's not practical in real combat." Tusk, Rain Jr., I didn't expect your puppet control ability to be so strong. Come, let sister try you this time." Alicia laughed coquettishly and said. After a fierce battle, to avoid being too conspicuous, Rain reluctantly fell in defeat. But the tense and intense battle process still left Alicia utterly astonished. She hadn't expected that with 2 puppets against one, they almost couldn't come out on top. Rain Jr., if you reach the middle stage of a first-level wizard, I certainly won't be your match. By the way, Audrey, aren't you going to have a match with Rain Jr.? Me, I'd better not. Audrey immediately shook her head upon hearing this. After several more days, Rain became increasingly proficient at controlling the angry hammer battle puppet in combat, and his understanding of puppet combat deepened. In fact, the combat power of a middle-stage battle puppet is roughly equivalent to a peak knight who has mastered the primary secret technique. Of course, it surpasses in strength and defense, but is slightly inferior in agility. Regarding this, Rain could easily defeat it even without transformation. He hadn't encountered an advanced battle puppet yet, but he supposed it would be the same. Meaning, unless it's to create a war magic statue, it doesn't have much significance in improving his combat power. However, within the library, there is plenty of foundational knowledge about puppets, but much less about war magic statues. Nonetheless, when mentioning magic statues, Rain couldn't help but recall the imitation giant axe golem guard he had defeated earlier in Wales County. As the captor, the related manufacturing blueprints discovered later, Olna had given him a copy. Rain also remembered that his mentor Megaro, along with the Clay Series and Rock System puppet masters from the school, had come to Minster to study the structure of the giant axe golem guard for some time. Megaro's office. Rain inquired of his mentor Megaro about some aspects of the giant axe golem. "Oh, you mean that imitation giant axe golem guard?" Regarding this, Megaro certainly remembered. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Well, how should I put it? Although the other party replicated the giant axe golem according to the blueprints, we assessed it and also referred to the records in ancient books. The combat power of this imitation giant axe golem is only about 60% of the original." 60%? Rain asked, puzzled. Simply put, the power core of the imitation, no, to be accurate, the energy device differs too much from the original. Power core. Yes, they used a large energy device to replace the Hellfire Crystal Stone to drive it, but in doing so, the witchcraft attack of the giant axe golem cannot be activated. Moreover, the power disparity also forced the cult creators to reduce its shell design. Otherwise, according to ancient texts, the giant axe golem guard in the ancient Black Flame Temple was up to 8 meters tall, far from the 5 meters or so height of the imitation. "I see," Rain nodded. Just when Rain was about to leave, suddenly Megaro called him back, saying, "By the way, Rain, you." But quickly Megaro waved his hand hesitantly and said, "Old age, memory isn't good anymore." Rain looked at Megaro, faintly guessing something, and said, "Mentor, if there's anything difficult, you can talk to me directly." Will do. Thank you." That evening at Rain's new residence, Major General Tasha came for a secret visit again. "Lord Rain, currently, you can freely arrange your schedule, including leaving the Imperial City. However, headquarters is currently clearing some internal traitors, so the tasks in headquarters are not recommended for you, as taking them may pose a risk of exposure. Of course, this process won't last long. The purging should be completed in about half a month to 20 days, Tasha said. "Oh, is it because of the exposure from the last incident?" Rain raised a brow, recalling several figures instantly. Tasha nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, although some don't have direct evidence for a military tribunal." It will be reassigned. Regarding this point, we actually have you to thank for drawing a lot of them out this time. The next evening, Bixu Mechanization School Metal System Training Room, Rain and Audrey, along with 4 others, exchanged insights on puppet control once again. However, your tactics just now were a bit too aggressive. When controlling puppets in battle, the most important thing is not to let the enemy get close. If you only have one battle puppet, it's best to choose the sword and shield puppet guard. It can protect your safety and has decent attack power. Seeing Alicia's serious expression, Rain smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." Although Rain didn't agree with this, he didn't refute, because he could feel that Alicia was speaking from the position of a mentor, genuinely wanting the best for him. Something's wrong. At this moment, a male wizard apprentice from the metal system suddenly ran in, panic-stricken, and said, "Lady Alicia, my lord, something's wrong. Just received news that Lord Trevor, stationed at Furious Flame Canyon, has had an incident." "What exactly is the situation?" Audrey was the first to calm down and asked. "Senior Trevor and other stationed wizards from our school suffered heavy casualties this time. Only a few managed to escape. The reason is that in the Furious Flame Canyon, multiple Inferno Stone giants suddenly appeared at once." The third-level wizard apprentice, having calmed himself, slowly narrated. "Inferno Stone giants? Normally, aren't there only sporadic evil fire elements that rush out? How could multiple Inferno Stone giants appear suddenly?" Alicia's face was filled with horror, devoid of any charm. "Lady Alicia, I don't know the exact reason for this. The school should be dispatching an investigation team soon." The wizard apprentice shook his head and said. Immediately, Alicia and Joseph asked several more questions. Since Rain was not familiar with the situation, he quietly listened from the side without speaking or asking questions. However, upon hearing the mention of Inferno Stone giants, Rain's eyes lit up slightly, because he suddenly remembered that Megaro previously mentioned Hellfire Crystal Stones, which seemed to be nurtured within those creatures. According to the mentor, such Inferno Stone giants are extremely rare, as they do not belong to this world, making the related Hellfire Crystal Stones naturally difficult to find. This is also why the Black Flame cult, when attempting to replicate the giant axe demon statue guard, had no choice but to use large energy devices instead of Hellfire Crystal Stones, resulting in a significant decrease in the power of the replicas, which also couldn't perform any witchcraft attacks. "What about the mentor? Has Megaro heard this news?" Audrey asked. The mentor just learned about it, but he should already have been called for a meeting by Lord Bradley. 1 day ago, inside the Furious Flame Canyon, the previously flat ground was filled with signs of battle, long and short trenches, and numerous large and small craters. In many of the craters, black smoke was still rising in wisps, and upon closer inspection, one could find fist-sized stones, like red-hot coals, emitting high heat and black smoke inside the craters. However, unlike coal, these stones had a strange light green color. Looking towards the entrance, along the winding canyon, there were 5 or 6 piles of the same green stones, but much larger in size than those in the craters, with some being as large as millstones, or even huge like water tanks. Beside each pile of scattered stones lay numerous corpses in wizard robes, which, judging by the robes' colors, seemed to belong to wizards from the Bixu Mechanization School. At the same time, more puppet parts and wrecked puppet bodies were scattered nearby, seemingly telling the intensity of the battle at that time. Additionally, it indicated that the battle scene seemed to involve several wizards jointly dealing with one of these burning rock creatures, Inferno Stone giants. At this moment, a group of black-robed figures suddenly appeared within the Furious Flame Canyon. They quickly approached the piles of green stones and bent over to search for something. "Master, the Abyss Fire Crystals are indeed very effective. This time, we attracted 6 Inferno Stone giants. With the Hellfire Crystal Stones, we can directly create demon statue guards," a Black Flame monk exclaimed with joy. Ever since they discovered an Abyss Fire Crystal in some ruins, resourceful individuals within the cult thought of this method. Using higher-ranked Abyss Fire Crystals to lure Inferno Stone giants, they could thereby obtain relatively stable Hellfire Crystal Stones for crafting demon statues. But to successfully implement this plan required overcoming many obstacles, with the most challenging being the matter of the passage. Unexpectedly, they actually found a rift leading to Bader Hell. Yes, and we don't have to personally kill those Inferno Stone giants. Those wizard schools people are really foolish, exhausting themselves to kill the Inferno Stone giants, only for us to reap the benefits, another person said with a smile. Yes, speed up the collection. I reckon it won't be long before someone returns to check the situation, said Gregory, the chief priest, who couldn't conceal his smile. This time, they finally found a passage connecting to Bader Hell and discovered the traces of Inferno. Stone giants, in terms of actions, they were very secretive and did not strike directly. Even if the stationed wizard schools sent people to investigate, it was highly likely they would think it was caused by a passage riot. It turns out, you all are up to no good. At this time, a male wizard who lay on the ground with most of his body charred seemed to wake up having heard the voices. Struggling to raise his head for a glance, he said, "Oh, there's actually a survivor here." A black flame monk mused in surprise with a hint of mockery as he walked forward. "Sorry about this, farewell." Boom! Along with a black flame fireball, the recently awoken school wizard was engulfed in flames and perished. All right, Chief Priest Gregory, a total of 5 Hellfire crystal stones were collected. One of the Inferno stone giant's bodies hasn't yet nurtured one, a black flame monk reported. Chief Priest Gregory glanced at the specially made stone box. Inside the box were 5 irregularly oval crystal stones. The crystals contained a flowing green liquid like flame, quite mystical. Gregory couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Nodded and said, "Not bad. After some time, once this matter settles, we can come back again." As Gregory turned to leave, he suddenly thought of something, stopped, and added another sentence. "By the way, check the bodies. If any are still alive, remember to finish them off. At your command, Gregory, Great Priest." Residents of the Bixu Mechanization School. After the meeting, Magaro returned to his office. A few minutes later, Rain also entered his office. "Rain, I need your help." Magaro frowned, looking at Rain, and said seriously, "Mentor, is it about Fiery Flame Canyon?" "Yes, it seems you've already heard. Trevor is dead and I must go there. The school has decided to send both an investigation team and guardians, going together this time. Even though the surviving wizards reported that this situation was an accident, similar to an elemental creature riot, I personally think it might not be that simple. Since the sect leader is absent, this investigation team is led by the deputy sect leader Bradley, and of course, I will also participate. As for the guardianship team, currently other series in the school don't have enough personnel. So Rain, I would like to ask you to help, taking Alicia and Audrey with you." Magaro looked towards Rain, with a faint hint of anticipation in his eyes. "If the situation stabilizes, you can come back anytime, and with Alicia and Audrey, they can match the combat power of a first-level peak wizard. Mentor, I have no problem here. When exactly do we set off so I can make a little preparation?" Rain thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed. Coincidentally, the sword holder headquarters is currently clearing internal moles, and he has no assignments. Besides, Mentor Magaro has always been good to him, so if the metal series is in trouble, Rain feels if there are things he can help with, he naturally should. The time is set for tomorrow morning, with half a day to prepare. Seeing Rain agree, Magaro couldn't help but feel an old sense of comfort. He knows the combat power of his disciple. With Rain accompanying, the whole journey is much safer. The time is enough. Rain nodded. By the way, regarding the task rewards this time, the school decided to double them, from the original 1,000 points per guardian to 2,000 points. If there are any additional discoveries or situations during the guardianship, there will be further rewards. "Oh, that's a good thing." Rain's eyes lit up, he smiled and said, "It seems if he is lucky enough this time, he can quickly gather the contribution points needed for the 3rd level of Steel Heart." Advanced meditation method. Half an hour later. Upon hearing Magaro say they are heading to Fiery Flame Canyon for investigation, Audrey and the others were not surprised. Because Senior Trevor, as one of Mentor Magaro's proud disciples, had an incident suddenly happened, the mentor is likely to go there personally. For the defense, Alicia, Audrey, you two go together, and also Rain, you come with us. Joseph heard this and couldn't help his face darken. Why wasn't his name mentioned? Is it that the mentor heard about how Junior Rain defeated his puppetry control a couple of days ago? If not, why take Rain for experience this time but not him? Indeed, the teacher favors good students. Alicia's beautiful eyes also glanced at Rain, looking surprised. Is the mentor's favoritism this obvious now? Audrey, of course, knew the reason. Upon hearing that Rain is coming too, her first reaction was a sense of security. "Joseph, some matters in the series are entrusted to you." Magaro turned with a serious look at Joseph. "Okay, mentor, rest assured." Joseph hurriedly nodded. Early the next morning, after briefly informing Anna and his family, Rain arrived at the school residence. Soon, Megaro took Rain and the others to the school's airship point. This is an area similar to an underground launch silo, with a large airship anchored in the center of the area. Wow, it's a big setup, Alicia couldn't help but exclaim softly. Although she has been at the Bixu Mechanization School for 5 or 6 years, it's her first time going to the secret realm. Previously, she had followed Mentor Megaro and seen some things, but never this many people at once. Moreover, due to the special nature of the Bixu Mechanization School, at the moment, behind every wizard, there is one or multiple puppets, including special rock puppets and metal puppets, many of which are quite large. So it looks rather spectacular. The originally spacious airship deck is now crowded. Spectacular, isn't it? Some clay series puppets and even larger demon statues are all at the bottom of the cargo hold. Alicia commented when she noticed Rain looking around with interest. Yes, it's indeed rare to see. Rain smiled and nodded, he said. Before him, most are first-level peak wizards, with 4 second-level liquidization wizards, who are the elites and heads of the clay series, rock series, and flesh series. In comparison, the series Rain belongs to, the metal series, seems rather weak, with mostly females or newcomers like Rain. As for Megaro, although very senior, the problem is his strength is stuck at the first-level peak wizard, making him slightly inferior when compared with the heads of other series. The leader of this operation was the gray-robed wizard at the front of the team, Deputy Sect Leader Bradley. Wizard at the early 3rd-level crystallization stage. Yes, it's my first time seeing so many people from the school mobilizing together. Audrey also couldn't take her eyes away, nodding as she spoke. Sigh, it seems like our metal series is the weakest, Alicia whispered to Audrey after looking around. Can't be that bad. Audrey glanced at Rain beside her and said. Though she said this in her heart, Audrey actually believed that with this person in their metal series, they were undoubtedly the best. However, seeing the deputy sect leader's expression, it seemed he also didn't know Lord Rain's true identity. Could it be that only the mentor and the sect leader knew? Audrey, look. That's Paul Nicholson from the Clay series, a direct descendant of the Nishson Duke family. Alicia's eyes lit up suddenly, and she tugged excitedly on Audrey's sleeve as she spoke. Rain looked over, seeing a young man in a brown wizard robe, slightly slender and handsome, and even without saying anything, his appearance was top-notch. Sigh, how do you think I could have a few words with him, but being too forward? Isn't that not very good? Alicia, don't you think he isn't actually as handsome as Junior Rain? Although Junior Rain is also very handsome, a sister has to get married. Handsomeness can't be eaten as food. It's better to find someone with power and background. Audrey, you're still young, so you don't understand this. Alicia and Audrey whispered to each other, but how could this escape Rain's perception? Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile wryly. With everyone gathered, gears at the top of the launch bay began to turn, and soon the ceiling slowly opened, causing the airship to start rising up. More than half a day later, the airship reached the skies above the furious Flame Canyon. However, looking down from the sky, all that could be seen was a vast, lush forest, with no hint of canyon terrain at all. Where's the furious Flame Canyon? That's because there's a huge illusion array set up by ancient wizards here. You must be from the metal series, right? I believe I've seen you a few times in the school. A young man with a noble demeanor walked out of the cabin and spoke with a smile. Lord Paul. Hello, I am Alicia. Alicia, who was more excited than the calm-looking Audrey, interjected actively. Lord Paul, hello, I am Audrey, said Audrey calmly with a slight bow. The number of female wizards was already small, and when considering beauty, both Audrey and Alicia could rank top in the entire Bixu Mechanization School, especially the pure-looking Audrey, who had caught Paul's attention even when boarding the airship. As for Rain beside them, Paul glanced over and then immediately ignored him. After all, judging by perception, Rain seemed to be just a first-level beginner, a newcomer wizard in the school likely brought along by a mentor to gain some worldly experience. However, in the next few minutes, things didn't go as Paul, the genius wizard from the Clay series, had planned. He barely exchanged a few words with Audrey as he was repeatedly interrupted by Alicia. Rain, for his part, didn't care in the slightest about Paul's attitude, merely considering him a kid. At this moment, he was musing over Paul's earlier words, deep in thought. Illusion array? Is it really possible to completely obscure canyon's terrain like this? As expected, with an extremely subtle surge of witchcraft energy, the massive airship seemed to have flown into an invisible bubble, and the scenery ahead suddenly changed. From a vast lush forest, it turned directly into a long, dark red canyon. From the depths of the canyon, wisps of black smoke were rising, along with a slightly unpleasant sulfur smell. Rain judged with his eyes that, although the canyon's length was about a dozen kilometers, to use a witch array to cover it entirely, such an endeavor might not even be possible for a fourth-level Dawn Wizard. As the airship slowly descended, the traces of battle on the ground were gradually revealed to everyone. Many of the young wizards exclaimed, as the grim extent of the battlefield far exceeded their expectations. Alicia and the others' conversation came to an abrupt halt. Once off the airship, everyone felt a wave of heat hit them in the face. In the depths of the fiery flame canyon, flames burned year-round. And although this location was still relatively far from the true core area, the temperatures were already quite high. The defense of the canyon was managed by Bixu Mechanization School at the southern exit, while the northern exit was overseen by the Chandel School. Rain was quite interested in the remains of Hellfire Rock giants, and as his mentor, Magaro, and other senior members of the school surveyed the scene, he curiously watched as well. The deceased school wizards have no other witchcraft traces on their bodies. They either died from hellfire burns or their critical points were struck with heavy blows. From the battle marks, this also appears to be the case. This incident should be a coincidence, one of the second-level liquidization wizards commented. Yet, after wandering around for a while, Rain stood at a certain spot, frowning slightly. He sensed a familiar aura, faint though it was undeniably present. It seems this matter isn't as simple as many people in the school think. When he returned to Magaro's side, the investigation team was still in discussion. But there is one situation that's quite strange. According to records in ancient texts, the Hellfire Rock giants usually cultivate hellfire crystal cores inside their bodies, Magaro said. Yet the crystal cores inside these Hellfire Rock giants are all gone. Although not every Hellfire Rock giant would nurture a crystal core, there are at least 6 carcasses on site. If none of them have crystal cores, this situation is very peculiar. Could it be that the ancient texts are incorrect? Another second-level wizard said, after pondering for a moment. After all, Hellfire Rock giants are foreign creatures, and ancient wizards might not fully understand them. Maybe some of the content is personal speculation. Is it possible that other Hellfire Rock giants took the Hellfire crystal cores when they returned? Someone else suggested this. Magaro initially wanted to refute the first viewpoint, but when he heard the second one, he hesitated. After all, he isn't very knowledgeable about these foreign creatures, the Hellfire Rock giants. What he knows comes from the records of ancient texts. He genuinely doesn't know whether other Hellfire Rock giants would take their kind's crystal cores. We will stay for 2 days to observe the situation deep in Furious Flame Canyon. I will discuss with the Chandel School to send more personnel. Everyone stay alert, Deputy Sect Leader Bradley pronounced decisively. Then, the investigation team and replacement personnel settled in the station, but for 3 consecutive days, everything was peaceful. As usual, occasionally, 1 or 2 evil fire elements would run out from the depths of the canyon. As a presence that even a first-level wizard at peak can handle, having so many high-level members of the school here is excessively wasteful. Soon, Mentor Magaro and others began returning, but Deputy Sect Leader Bradley stayed behind. Due to the special environment and conditions of Fiery Flame Canyon, within the canyon, there are abundant herbs favoring high temperatures, such as rare fiery flame mushrooms and flame flowers. Many wizards stationed there would form groups or search for herbs on their own during rest periods. Audrey, how about we explore the surroundings together? I heard the Flesh series found several fiery flame mushrooms for 2 consecutive days. Recently, Paul from the Clay series seemed to be making advances toward Audrey. He often invites Audrey to do something together from time to time. However, Audrey often declines, but Alicia is relatively proactive. All right, Master Paul, Audrey, let's go check it out together. Alicia's eyes lit up as she said, these herbs are quite valuable, and submitting them to the school could earn substantial contribution points. At this moment, Audrey's beautiful eyes unintentionally glanced at Rain, as if seeking his opinion. Rain thought for a moment and nodded slightly. All right, let's go together then, Rain Jr., you too, Audrey said. Although the group size differed significantly from Paul's expectations, since Audrey agreed to join, it's considered progress. Soon, the four of them headed deep into Furious Flame Canyon. Along the way, although they didn't find any fiery flame mushrooms, they discovered 2 flame flowers, instantly making Alicia quite happy. Suddenly, as they passed a corner in the canyon, they felt a wave of heat hitting them. An elemental creature towering about 2.5 meters tall, burning with faint green flames and resembling a large green balloon, suddenly appeared several dozen meters away. "It's an evil fire element, everyone, be careful," Alicia exclaimed. "Don't worry, leave it to me," Paul said confidently with a smile. He was worried about having no place to showcase his strength, and unexpectedly, an evil fire element came straight to them. He quickly reached into his chest with his right hand and took out a crystal emitting an earth-yellow witchcraft light, and began chanting rapidly. Quickly, the crystal started to shine and projected a faint green reverse pentagram array on the ground. "Summon clay monster." Suddenly, the ground illuminated by the projection began to flash large patches of yellow light, trembling violently and bulging. Crash! Soil splattered everywhere. 2 massive clay hands erupted simultaneously from the left and right, emerging from the ground and forcefully prying open the earth, still shimmering with a yellow glow. Suddenly, a huge humanoid creature with a cylindrical lower body swiftly burrowed out from the ground. Standing about 3.5 meters tall, it had a brownish-yellow appearance akin to an obsidian giant but lacked complete lower limbs, resembling a half-finished elemental giant. Rain watched the opponent's casting technique with great interest. Clearly, this clay series witchcraft wasn't simply puppetry technique. Or rather, it differs significantly from the metal series puppetry technique, seemingly incorporating some form of summoning. As soon as the clay monster appeared, it dashed quickly toward the evil fire element. "This is a clay monster with combat capabilities comparable to an advanced battle puppet. Lord Paul, you are truly remarkable." Alicia's beautiful eyes widened slightly in astonishment. For logically, someone at Paul's level would typically summon a mud monster, which wouldn't be surprising. But what emerged was a clay monster, which was indeed jaw-dropping. At this moment, Paul nodded quite gentlemanly and spoke slowly. "Yes, Sister Alicia, it is indeed a clay monster. In terms of combat power, after being reinforced by my earth element summoning crystal, it surpasses even your advanced battle puppet." Though his tone was calm, the self-satisfaction in his words and the fleeting pride in his eyes were unmistakable. "Earth element summoning crystal?" Alicia gasped softly. "That earth element summoning crystal that can enhance earth element summoning by about 20%. Isn't that the witch artifact once used by the clay series Master Scott? Actually, this earth element summoning crystal has another feature. It lowers summoning difficulty, a well-known witch artifact within the school, once the signature artifact of second-level liquidization wizard Scott. Even the lowest level witch artifacts can only be crafted by a second-level liquidization wizard. To think Master Scott gifted it to Paul, who had just joined the school, showed how valued he was. "Yes, the mentor was concerned for my safety this time, and specifically gifted me this artifact for use," Paul said, casting a glance at Audrey. But to his disappointment, the pure-looking girl before him showed no signs of surprise, maintaining a rather calm disposition. No wonder Lord Paul's summoned clay monster is taller and larger than regular clay monsters. Alicia nodded in realization. At that moment, Rain suddenly said, "I think it's probably safer if we retreat from the camp first." This. "New brother, do you not believe in the combat power of my clay monster?" Paul's displeasure was evident given Rain's words. "Right, with your skill, you probably have no idea about my clay monster's combat strength. If you're scared, you can go first." He planned to show off his combat strength in front of Audrey and now retreat. What a joke. Moreover, over these days, he had subtly noticed something. That Audrey seemed especially mindful of this brother. Could it be that the opponent was younger and more handsome than him? This made Paul even more displeased with Rain. "Since Brother Rain thinks it's unwise, let's retreat then." Audrey, hearing Rain's suggestion, immediately agreed without hesitation. By this time, the clay monster had already engaged with the evil fire element. Boom! Faced with the taller clay monster, the evil fire element instantly released a circle of evil fire shock. A scorching ring-shaped wave swept around, the shockwave instantly cracking the surface of the advancing clay monster. But Paul wasn't boasting. His clay monster indeed had stronger combat power than ordinary ones. The hardened clay chunks soon fell off after being scorched, and the monster began its mud spray attack. Hiss! A large jet of mud spurted out violently like a high-pressure water gun from the clay monster's wide mouth, drenching the evil fire element's burning body, causing a large plume of gray mist. As the evil fire element was hit, its hellfire-made body visibly shrank a size. See that? This scene made Paul look increasingly proud, his chin lifting slightly. Just as Alicia was about to say something, Rain pointed to the rocky area in the distance, saying, "What about the two on the left and right? Currently, they are in an open area, but as a canyon, it's recessive, surrounded by quite a few falling rocks, some particularly large, blocking view significantly." Upon hearing Rain's words, all three of them were startled and looked up. They saw, dozens of meters away, two more evil fire elements seemed to have noticed the combat commotion, appearing suddenly. And more importantly, what did this imply? This made Paul's face turn pale. Why are there so many? Oh no. Could it be the passage is rioting? Paul quickly calculated in his mind and immediately said, "It's too many, Audrey, let's split up, otherwise staying here only leads to a dead end." With that, Paul's expression turned panicked, and he ran off without even turning back. The clay monster followed closely, nearly completely blocking the narrow corner, not caring about Alicia and Audrey, let alone Rain. "Paul, you." Alicia initially thought Paul wouldn't leave just like that, but at least would stand and advance together. Never imagined he would just leave a few people like this. She wasted her efforts trying to befriend him earlier. Truly, you only know a person's face, not their heart. "Rain, Audrey, let the battle puppet take the front. We'll return to the camp from the left side." Alicia gritted her teeth and said. Oh, they couldn't block them, they could only try their best. "No need, leave it to me next." Rain casually took off the advanced witchcraft tool concealing robe from his body and handed it to Audrey beside him. It wasn't that Rain was worried about the evil fire elements in front of him damaging it, but he already sensed something from the other side, continuously coming out. When Audrey received the clothes from Rain like a respectful maid, Alicia was naturally puzzled by the scene. What are they doing? Aren't they going to run? Just as Alicia was anxious beyond measure, the next second she was stunned entirely. Meanwhile, the camp also noticed the sudden change. Not good, the passage is restless again. A wizard on the camp watchtower immediately noticed something was amiss in the depths of Fiery Flame Canyon and whispered. Another wizard who had been napping at the side suddenly woke up, immediately cast Eagle Eye technique to observe, and a few seconds later his face turned white in horror. Oh my God! It's even more exaggerated than last time. There are over 100 evil fire elements. Instantly, urgent alarm sounds echoed throughout the camp. Several wizards who were originally resting also rushed out, and many quickly used Eagle Eye technique to check the distance. So many evil fire elements. Not good. Behind them there's Hellfire Rock Giants. 5, 6, 7. So many, even Lord Bradley couldn't handle so many Hellfire Rock Giants. One person's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Why panic? The deputy sect leader Bradley, in a gray robe with a solemn expression, walked out from a room and reprimanded. Since the last incident, even though it was preliminarily deemed an accident, the school naturally couldn't be unprepared for this. Everyone, immediately collect the ice witchcraft scrolls. A wizard beside Bradley began distributing the precious ice witchcraft scrolls. This was the school's strategic reserve, not something to be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Aside from a few, made by the school's only second-level ice mage, most were traded at great cost from other wizard schools. Though mostly just first-level ice witchcraft scrolls, like the ice blade technique, ice arrow skill, etc. They were most effective against fire element creatures. Activate the Slow Witch Array and Swamp Witch. Formation at the front of the camp. This was an arrangement made early on. Slow down the evil fire elements attempting to breach the camp, making it easier to attack. Ulysses, open the warehouse. I'll activate the Obsidian War Golem. As deputy sect leader Bradley issued one command after another, the guardian wizards saw that the school was indeed prepared, and their panic quickly subsided. They began to actively prepare according to the orders. On the other side, the aura emanating from Rain's body suddenly became overwhelming and profound, as if his demeanor had completely changed. Not to mention a first-level wizard. Even the second-level liquidization wizards Alicia had seen didn't have such a presence. Bang! The hard ground suddenly cracked, and Rain's figure instantly disappeared from Alicia and Audrey's sight. In the next moment, when the two women regained their senses, they found Rain already in front of the initial evil fire element. It seemed as if Rain couldn't feel the scorching heat of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees and directly stabbed his hand into the core of its body, quickly pulling out a pale green object. This strike didn't even look like an attack at all. It was so easy, more like casually fetching a glass of water from the table. But then the evil fire element abruptly deflated like a punctured balloon. The previously pale green, fiercely burning flames were instantly extinguished. This. Alicia was completely dumbfounded, directly reaching out to grab a core of evil fire with a temperature of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. Is this still a human? Alicia didn't know if a titled knight could do it, but she knew even a peak knight wouldn't dare, because that would be suicidal, most likely leaving the hand burned. In that moment, Rain used metal morphing spell to cover his hand with a piece of magically enhanced silver. Although taking it directly might not necessarily burn him, there was no need to take that risk, especially since he hadn't transformed. There was still a certain difference in defensive power. Seeing this, the other two evil fire elements possessing weak wisdom but extremely ferocious were not scared. Instead of retreating, they advanced, their entire bodies blazing, rushing towards Rain, and they raised their hands, unleashing two blazing pale green evil fireballs. "Watch out!" Alicia exclaimed. Though Rain had just displayed immense power, a strong offense doesn't imply strong defense. But the next second, a large black, metallic gloss-covered layer appeared on Rain's body. The evil fireballs struck it and exploded violently, but the black covering on Rain remained unscathed, not even a crack appeared. Splat! Rain's figure flickered, and suddenly he appeared before the second evil fire element, reaching out with his hand like a venomous snake. Next came the third one per second. In just 3 seconds, Rain slew 3 evil fire elements, which in Alicia's view required several people working together to barely manage. Seeing Rain's clean and efficient maneuvers, Alicia felt as if she had been struck by lightning, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Her beautiful eyes repeatedly scanned Rain, seemingly wanting to acquaint herself anew with this junior, and in her eyes was a mix of shock, surprise, and disbelief. Seeing Rain reveal his power voluntarily, Audrey immediately bowed slightly and said, "Lord Rain, what shall we do next?" "Audrey, you. What did you just call him, Lord Rain?" Alicia finally snapped out of her daze upon hearing Audrey's words. Upon hearing Audrey's address, she immediately realized that Audrey seemed to have known her mysterious junior's identity for some time. You already knew Lord Rain's identity." Alicia couldn't help but ask aloud, also using formal address. "Yes, but Alicia, my senior sister, I'm really sorry. According to the wishes of the mentor and the sect leader, Lord Rain's identity is top secret." Saying this, Audrey's pale chin lifted slightly, making her slender, white neck look like that of a swan, as if saying only 3 people in the school know Lord Rain's identity, and I'm one of them. Upon hearing this, Alicia fell silent. All this time, such a solid leg to cling to was right before her eyes, yet she was busy seeking Paul out instead. She must be blind. But then she thought again, no, that's not right. Though she had only just learned of Rain's true identity, she didn't offend him or anything. She merely called herself his sister, and normally was quite kind and attentive. So what is there to worry about? The next moment, Alicia suddenly gave a charming smile, quickly walking to Rain's side and saying, "Lord Rain, I apologize for not recognizing your identity earlier. Thankfully, you exposed Paul as a hypocritical scoundrel. Otherwise, Audrey and I would have been deceived." Alicia's words left Audrey momentarily stunned. "Who was deceived? Clearly it was you. Why drag me into it?" However, Audrey didn't dwell on this point but instead asked Rain, saying, "By the way, Lord Rain, shouldn't we go help now?" "No rush, let's wait a bit longer. The school is not as unprepared as you think. Moreover, the mastermind hasn't shown up yet. If we act too early, we might frighten them away," Rain said with a slight smile. Rain's words made the 2 women beside him look at each other in astonishment. Frighten the opponent so they don't dare to come? Isn't that too bold a statement? Just who exactly is this mysterious junior? Alicia's heart felt like it was being lightly scratched by a cat's paw. "Ah, you're saying the tunnel burst wasn't by chance, but someone is manipulating it from behind the scenes," Audrey exclaimed. "Yes, although I don't know exactly what methods they are using, there is undoubtedly manipulation." Rain nodded. "All right, let's find cover for now." After speaking, Rain led the way to the edge of an open space, bypassing some jagged rocks, and shaped the hardened essence gold in his hand into a greatsword, swiftly carving a recess in the dark brown rock wall of the canyon suitable for the 3 to hide. Once the 3 entered, He reshaped the hardened essence gold to form a door-like blockade at the entrance. Amidst the aromatic breeze, Alicia's full, soft body subtly leaned towards Rain's side. At this point, through a reserved breathing hole in the hardened essence gold, the three heard heavy footsteps, thud, 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 coming from outside. "What is this?" Alicia's face revealed surprise, speaking in a low voice. "Hellfire rock giants," Audrey said firmly, nodding. There appeared a 5-meter-tall rock giant, its whole body ablaze with pale green flames, striding towards the direction of the school camp. With each step it took, its several-ton body left behind a clear, several inches deep, charred, round footprint. Following it, another 4 emerged in succession. And, judging by the noise, there seemed to be a few more coming later. "Hiss, so many. This surpasses last time, doesn't it?" Alicia's beautiful eyes widened, and she murmured under her breath. Originally, she thought the tunnel disturbances this time might be similar to the previous incident. But judging by the current number of Hellfire rock giants, it's already more than last time, not just slightly more, but nearly half again. "Lord Rain, do you think the school camp can hold them off?" Audrey said, her eyebrows knitting in concern. With Rain beside her, Audrey wasn't worried about her own safety, but as a member of the school, she didn't wish to see excessive casualties there. "It's unlikely to be a major problem, the camp is prepared. Shortly, we'll head over," Rain reassured. A few minutes later, the commotion from the Hellfire rock giants began to settle. Rain then retracted the hardened essence gold before him, quickly leading the 2 women towards the camp. After navigating several turns, the camp came into clear view. All around the camp, there were boulder crashes reverberating, intermingled with green flames and various witchcraft lights. Clearly faced with the sudden channel riots, the school had ample preparations, and the fierce battle was in full swing at this moment. The most eye-catching was a massive golem entirely black, fiercely battling against 3 Hellfire stone giants. Obsidian War Golem. This must be Lord Bradley's golem. The opponent is a 3rd-level crystallization early-stage wizard, and in the entire camp, only he could operate such a golem, Alicia said. Rain nodded slightly. The Obsidian War Golem before them was indeed extraordinarily powerful, standing over 7 meters tall, while the 3 Hellfire stone giants it was battling reached only up to its shoulders. Moreover, every now and then, the Obsidian War Golem would flash with witchcraft light, covering itself anew with a layer of stone skin for defense. This was likely what Megaro mentioned earlier, that if the golem's energy source matches, it could simultaneously use witchcraft for attack or defense. However, the overall stance of the school was still extremely unfavorable at the moment. Because even though the school wizards fought desperately, the lack of high-tier combat power meant that several Hellfire stone giants were rampaging through the camp, with no one able to stop them. In a few minutes, the opponents would destroy all the witchcraft defense arrays around the camp. By then, relying on just one Obsidian War Golem couldn't change the trend of defeat. The camp would inevitably be destroyed, and the school wizards would surely be routed. As for his own school, Rain naturally couldn't watch his side be annihilated. "You two stay here. I'm going over," he said. As he spoke, a layer of demonized silver covered Rain, not only concealing his face, but also making him look like a dark silver metal puppet from the outside. "Lord Rain, be careful." "Yes, Lord Rain, be careful. The power of the Hellfire stone giant is several times that of the evil fire element," the 2 women expressed concern. Rain nodded. The next second, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, Rain was already behind one of the Hellfire stone giants. He slightly tapped with his toe, jumping swiftly, gaining altitude and reaching the opponent's back. "Pah!" Rain instantaneously swung his fist, shattering the thick rocky spine of the opponent, then took out a green crystal stone with flames circulating inside. The Hellfire stone giant suddenly trembled violently, as if struck with Parkinson's disease. Subsequently, like a snake with its spine removed, it began to collapse completely. The scene left the 2 women and several school wizards nearby dumbfounded. The 2 women were astonished at how Rain killed the Hellfire stone giant and the evil fire element in exactly the same way. It seemed in Rain's eyes there was no substantial difference between the 2. The nearby school wizards, on the other hand, were so shocked that their eyeballs seemed like they would pop out. What is this? Killed a Hellfire stone giant with one blow, covered in shimmering silver light. Could it be the school's secret weapon? In an instant, their thoughts were in turmoil. With Rain's addition, less than half a minute passed before the battlefield situation was reversed. At this time, all the school wizards present including Paul, who had just fled back, saw Rain, this metal man. With the last Hellfire Stone giant falling, only a few evil fire elements remained on the battlefield. Lord Rain, Deputy Sect Leader Bradley proactively approached Rain, speaking in a slightly respectful whisper. Originally, Bradley didn't know that Rain, such a significant figure, was among the station team until Magaro informed him before leaving. This is also why, even though the battle was at a disadvantage, Bradley had never given a command to retreat. Those positioned farther away couldn't hear, but Paul, who was nearby, overheard the word Rain. Suddenly, as the Duke's offspring, his eyes widened, seemingly realizing something, and he started trembling all over, his face turning pale. "It's him, it's actually him. Things aren't over yet, take the others and hide for now," Rain said, waving his hand, because he already sensed someone sneakily infiltrating the illusion array. "All right, Lord Rain," Bradley readily agreed. Because the large witch array outside the secret realm obscured direct observation, after the estimated time had passed, members of the Black Flame cult began to enter. "Oh, this construction school's strength is impressive, able to kill so many Hellfire Stone giants," remarked a newly arrived Black Flame monk, seeing over a dozen piles of still burning green flame rocks, with surprise. "So many?" The second Black Flame monk was also shocked, followed by great joy. This was almost double the number they had expected, but when the great priest Gregory entered, he frowned, saying, "Something's not right, there aren't any school wizards' corpses, someone is still alive. So it was you causing trouble." Just then, a young voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Who are you?" Gregory, the great priest, narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. He sized up Rain and discovered that the aura of the latter was merely that of a second-level liquidized wizard, which gave him a slight sense of relief. Evidently, the situation before him was somewhat unexpected. The anticipated scene of a fierce battle between the Bixu Mechanization School's guardian wizard and the Hellfire Stone giants had not occurred. Judging from the traces of battle at the scene, the school wizard guarding this place was quite formidable. The other Black Flame monks were all on alert, surrounding Rain. "Is this what you use to attract the Hellfire Stone giants into launching an attack?" Rain did not answer, but with sharp perception, he quickly noticed next to the leading black-robed man was a Black Flame monk holding a specially made box. The box seemed to possess some kind of isolating effect, yet Rain could still faintly sense the scorching radiation emanating from it. At this moment, Deputy Sect Leader Bradley led a few of the school's elite sorcerers to appear on the other side of the Black Flame monks, and the massive obsidian war golem's movements immediately drew Gregory's attention. "Oh, war golem and a wizard in the early stage of crystallization. Bixu Mechanization School, huh? Interesting. I remember you're supposed to be just a medium-sized school. Is this the extent of your confidence?" Gregory smirked as he witnessed this scene. He finally understood why the young man before him could remain so calm. Turns out they had ambushed a third-level crystallization wizard and a war golem here. But he found this quite amusing. Perhaps the other side hadn't realized that even among third-level crystallization wizards, the differences could be substantial. "Black Flame cult." Bradley wore a grim expression and called out quietly. Upon seeing this group of black-robed figures, he sensed their background from their attire and aura. They were from one of the evil god churches, the Black Flame cult, and the leading black-robed figure's aura was deep and clearly surpassed him. This placed Bradley in a rather dire predicament. It's worth noting that in the previous battle at the Imperial City, there was a manifestation of the divine, the god of hunting Luin, worshipped by the Black Flame cult. Though it was repelled, it still managed to kill a dragon knight of the Empire on the spot. Meanwhile, within a hidden room inside the camp, the school wizards, witnessing the scene, began to whisper among themselves. "So there really is someone manipulating things from the shadows. It's actually those Black Flame cult cronies. I didn't expect them to discover this secret realm. Damn it, I thought Rachel's death was an accident last time, but now it seems she indirectly died because of these people." A male wizard who lost his partner in the last attack glared at the Black Flame monks, seemingly wanting to rush out and fight them. "Don't act rashly. The opponent is very strong, especially the leader, who appears to be a wizard in the late stage of third-level crystallization. I estimate even Lord Bradley may not be a match for them." Hearing this, Alicia and Audrey exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. Wizard in the late stage of third-level crystallization. Although such a figure is top tier in any school or church, in front of Lord Rain, they probably won't measure up. Only they sensed that Rain didn't seem willing to reveal his identity to everyone. Thus, the two women could only contemplate in their minds and were not inclined to offer reassurance. Meanwhile, Paul couldn't hold back and muttered, "With that person around, you can set your minds at ease. Damn it, only I have issues." A nearby wizard overheard Paul's murmuring and asked in surprise, Paul, do you know this mysterious individual?" While asking, the other wizard thought to themselves, truly, being a direct descendant of the imperial city duke family, they must have profound connections. Just as Paul hesitated to speak, he suddenly looked up and noticed the two women's gazes upon him, his face turning pale, and said to the wizard, "I don't know him, but he's undeniably a prominent figure arranged by the school and is certainly capable of handling these black flame monks. Don't worry." Though the wizard was puzzled about why Paul was so confident despite not knowing the individual, they nodded after hearing his reassurances. After all, it was unlikely for Paul to make baseless claims in such situations. At this moment, Paul, like a student who had made a mistake, voluntarily approached the two women, devoid of any pride of a school genius, and said softly, "Senior Alicia, Audrey, please talk to Lord Rain about this. I honestly didn't mean it just now." With so many evil fire elements appearing at once, my first instinct was that I couldn't win and needed to flee. Seeing Paul's humble demeanor, Audrey was unfazed, but Alicia felt quite relieved deep inside. At the center of the camp, "Hand over the item in that box voluntarily and surrender, and perhaps I might consider sparing you." Rain waved his hand, interrupting Gregory's speech. These words naturally drew the fierce glare of the black flame monks towards Rain. However, witnessing Rain's tranquil tone stirred an unsettling premonition within Gregory. "Who exactly are you?" Gregory narrowed his eyes and asked once more. "You may not know my name, but when you think about it, I am indeed an old friend of your black flame cult." Seeing the other's persistence in asking his identity, Rain thought for a moment and replied with a smile. "Let me think. The great priest Exeter of Minster Province, the great priest Ericsson of Marne Province, both returned to the embrace of your god of hunting because of me." "What? I know you now, you are Rain." A black flame monk's eyes widened, looking at Rain with a ghost-seeing expression, stuttering. Since he had just been transferred from Marne Province, he naturally knew how his superior died. Gregory felt as if 10,000 gazelles were trampling on his heart, truly a ghost sighting. He had only impulsively led a team to complete a small task of collecting hellfire crystal stones, yet he stumbled upon Rain. As a high-level figure within the church, at the level of a great priest, he was too aware of Rain's battle achievements. Besides his own church, he had also heard that recently, Rain had been in significant conflict with the Sea God sect, reportedly having killed many renowned strongmen from the Sea God sect. This made Gregory look at Rain with difficulty deciding whether to advance or retreat, feeling like he was stuck. To fight would likely end in defeat. Not to fight, the team's morale would crumble, also losing. But Gregory, after all, was a high-level figure at the level of the great priest of the Black Flame cult, a strong crystallization wizard. After a moment's hesitation, he instead ignited the courage to fight back, shouting, "Everyone attack!" With Gregory's command, surrounding black flame monks raised their hands to unleash a barrage of black flame fireballs at Rain. In a flash, numerous black flame fireballs shot at Rain like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the dense sounds of explosions, a figure with metallic sheen emerged unharmed from the dust. It was Rain, who had cast the second-level iron armor technique. In an instant, he was in front of a second-rank evil sorcerer, who had just regained his composure. With a punch as fast as lightning, the opponent had no time to cast a stronger witchcraft or other defenses, instead instinctively unleashing the innate witchcraft shadow shield. At that moment, as a dark shield appeared on him, Rain's heavy punch landed. Zzz, the innate witchcraft shadow shield shattered. The opponent's dark energy shield burst like a bubble under Rain's strike, and the fist continued to crash heavily into the opponent's soft abdomen. Boom. Instantly, a large bulge appeared on the back of the second-rank evil sorcerer, his eyes bulging like a goldfish's, almost popping out, and the person was sent flying 20 or 30 meters as if struck by a bull. Boom! The opponent embedded into one side of the Furious Flame Canyon's cliff. At this moment, a spiderweb-like giant crack appeared on the hard rock surface, centered on the opponent's body. Agug, he vomited large amounts of blood, unable to utter a word as his lips twitched before he breathed his last. The power of one punch, terrifying indeed, It instantly finished off a second-rank evil sorcerer. But this was just the beginning. As the remaining black flame monks felt like they were plunged into an icy abyss, Rain's figure moved like a silver lightning bolt across the field, tracing silver lines. Each silver line marked the death of a black flame monk. Slow technique, weakening spell, confinement technique. A barrage of negative energy witchcraft was hurled at Rain, for all knew that without limiting Rain's speed, they couldn't withstand his assault. Aside from innate witchcraft and conferred evil magic, other powerful witchcraft required chant time, but given Rain's extreme speed, spell of 2 or 3 seconds could mean death several times over. Gravity field. With Grigo's shout, a black-gray energy mass spread out around him. Suddenly, in an area of about 4 to 50 meters in diameter, gravity warped heavily, affecting everyone, including Rain and the obsidian war golem. Rain's speed slowed from swift as a chased rabbit to creeping like a turtle. This greatly relieved the 4 or 5 lucky surviving black flame monks, who sighed with relief at their great priest's signature witchcraft gravity field was indeed effective. The third-level Earth witchcraft gravity field was challenging to cultivate, requiring much time, energy, and crucially, talent. When mastered, its power could decisively influence a small, localized battle outcome. "Attack now," Gregory shouted. This jolted the surviving black flame monks into action, prompting them to hurriedly begin chanting and casting. "Oh, do they think I'm restricted?" Rain mused briefly, deciding against a transformation to address the gravity field's effect. "In that case, witchcraft will suffice." With that, Rain smiled slightly. He swiftly mouthed a few words, his deep voice resonating. "Metal morphing spell. Cutting net. Sharpness technique. Witchcraft killing move. Multiple cutting net." 3 brilliant silver giant nets suddenly appeared before him. Swish! As he gestured forward, the 3 silver giant nets successively hurled towards the trio of black flame monks clustered together. Since the trio were in the middle of casting spells, stopping now would cause severe witchcraft backlash. Hence, faced with Rain's nearly instant witchcraft attack, they froze momentarily. But in just that brief moment of hesitation, 3 silver giant webs penetrated them. SSS, SSS, SSS. The 3 black flame monks who were originally standing still casting spells had expressions of terror and disbelief on their faces, but immediately lines of intersecting blood appeared on their pale faces. Crash! In an instant, the 3 turned into 3 heaps of bloody, mixed rotten flesh. This scene made Gregory's eyelids twitch. Close combat strength aside, the speed and power of the witchcraft attack were just as astonishing. Knowing the situation was hopeless, Gregory urgently said to the deputy beside him, who was holding a wooden box, "Quick, we must split up." However, before his deputy could respond, a metal cage suddenly appeared and immediately trapped him inside. Right after that, 3 more silver giant webs flashed by, only to see his deputy and the metal cage sliced into pieces. This chilled Gregory to the bone, realizing he was facing the greatest crisis of his life, and if not handled well, he would follow in the footsteps of Mingster and the 2 great priests of Marne province. "It seems I have to use this move." He leapt forward, grabbed the wooden box that had fallen to the ground, quickly opened it, and pulled out a red crystal the size of a baby's head, holding it tightly in his hand. As soon as the crystal was exposed to the air, an intense heat instantly filled the space. Seeing this red crystal, Deputy Sect Leader Bradley's face changed dramatically, exclaiming, "Is this the Abyss Fire Crystal Stone? You actually have such a thing. No wonder you could attract so many Hellfire Rock giants." But before Bradley finished speaking, Gregory's aura surged, and he stretched out both palms as a large mass of black flame energy shot from his palms and was injected fiercely into the red crystal. In an instant, the red crystal started to float in mid-air, as if it were alive. Next, it seemed like the first atom had been triggered in a nuclear fission. Several red fire snakes suddenly burst out from the crystal and quickly grew larger. Each fire snake grew from the thickness of a bowl to thicker than a waist, darted into the air forming a knot-like curve, then returned to the crystal. Seconds later, more and more fire snakes appeared, making a blazing giant several meters high in front of everyone. Who has awakened? The great Inverness?" A rough and low voice resonated. At the same time, a powerful oppressive force began to sweep the area. Wizards below the second-level liquidization felt a shiver from their hearts. My God, what on earth did they summon? Terrible. They're reviving an Abyss Fire Rock giant. Bradley, seeing this scene, recalled a description in ancient texts and instantly understood. "Quick, stop him. Abyss Fire Rock giant? Rain watched, eyes flickering. The wizards of the school cast all sorts of witchcraft at the newly appeared Abyss Fire Rock Giant, but most spells were vaporized by the evil fire energy 3 meters from its body. Only Bradley's spells, as a crystallization wizard, could barely touch the opponent's surface, but they too had little effect, merely scratching the surface. Heh, it's too late. Gregory, with his stooped figure and withered face, smiled smugly at the sight. Although he had just used almost all his energy, and even some of his life force, to awaken the Abyss Fire Crystal Stone, the great price evidently was worth it. The combat power of the Abyss Fire Rock Giant was even greater than he imagined. At this point, the Abyss Fire Giant, just self-identified as Inverness, seemed to have regained more of its consciousness. It looked down at itself, then around, and said in a deep voice, "My body is incomplete." He extended a hand, and several pale green giant stones seemed to be pulled by some special gravity, flying rapidly towards him. Around, heaps of pale green Hellfire Rock Giant remnants also began to shake. In no time, hundreds of pale green giant stones, like moths to a flame, converged towards him. Seconds later, a massive rock giant over 12 meters tall, engulfed in red flames, stood before everyone. What is this monster? This is the Abyss Fire Rock Giant, the commander of the Hellfire Rock Giants. It's an epic Barrator Hell creature, but due to its body being pieced together from Hellfire remnants, its power should be greatly reduced, though it should at least have the strength of a legendary peak, Bradley said with a very grim expression. The Obsidian War Golem was also utilized to its fullest extent by Bradley. The crystal core within the golem began running at full capacity, its dark surface becoming coated in a thick layer of stone skin glistening with yellow witchcraft spirit light. Straight away it strode forward, charging towards the Abyss Fire Rock Giant called Inverness. Boom, boom, boom. Each step came with a subtle tremor in the ground. "Shock strike," Bradley shouted. Bang, bang, bang. The Obsidian War Golem's two hammer-like fists swung over a dozen quick, heavy punches at the opponent. For a moment, fragments burst off the body of the Abyss Fire Giant. But in the next second, a massive stone fist struck the Obsidian War Golem, sending it flying immediately. The size disparity between the two was too great, over 7 meters against over 12 meters, roughly the feeling of a monkey facing off against Tyson. The point where the Obsidian War Golem was just struck showed obvious signs of cracking and charring. This further indicated that the opponent couldn't withstand several heavy blows from the Abyss Fire. In an instant, the expectant gazes of the school wizards, including Bradley, were all focused on Rain. The two women also started worrying for the first time, as the massive creature before them seemed to have strength comparable to the strongest legendary Carver Herald, and was even more thick-skinned. Whether Lord Rain could defeat the opponent was still an unknown. Ha, even if you are Rain, this time you can only flee. Gregory, after paying a huge price, believed he had gained an absolute advantage and laughed hysterically. Rain, seems like I've heard that name before. Many school wizards showed puzzled expressions, feeling the name sounded familiar. Sai, realizing his identity had been exposed by the chief priest of this Black Flame cult, Rain sighed. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide his transformation. Suddenly, Rain's physique expanded like a balloon, and his skin turned dark gray, with dragon scales emerging. His back skin also exploded abruptly, from which a pair of fleshy wings grew. A few seconds later, a giant creature appeared before everyone. It had 3 curved horns on top of its head and a strong and powerful tail at the coccyx, with a body taller than the Abyss Firestone Giant. Seeing this scene, everyone including Bradley was dumbfounded. But before everyone could regain their senses, Rain, in his Dragon Man King form, charged fiercely towards the Abyss Fire. At the same time, Rain activated the core skill-weakness control of the epic profession King of Thousand Blades. In an instant, a 3-dimensional image marked with blue, yellow, and red dots, indicating defensive strength, appeared on the Abyss Fire before him. The large red area was shockingly the crystal stone in the center of its chest. Roar, facing the incoming Rain, the Abyss Fire angrily swung a heavy rock fist, but Rain suddenly accelerated, and his huge dragon claw, like a venomous snake, violently pierced into the center of the opponent's chest, extracting the heart like pulsating red crystal stone. Meanwhile, the Abyss Fire's heavy punch was still half a meter away from Rain. No. Great Inverness, just awakened. With a deep and unwilling voice, the pieced-together Abyss Fire collapsed like a fallen building. This, Gregory was dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. He had expended such a great deal, and yet the trump card he summoned was so easily defeated by Rain. The school wizards present, including Alicia, Audrey, and even Paul, who were hiding in the room, were all gaping at this spectacle. After all, hearing is nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. So strong, Paul muttered to himself. This kind of power, no wonder he could defeat the so-called strongest legendary Carver Harold. Meanwhile, Rain, standing in the center of the field, reverted to his human form. At this moment, he weighed the red crystal stone he had just obtained, the Abyss Fire Crystal Stone, feeling elated. Originally, he intended to solve the difficulties for his mentor Megaro while visiting the fiery flame. Canyon to find a few Hellfire Crystal Stones. Unexpectedly, not only was the harvest of Hellfire Crystal Stones far beyond expectations, but he also gained an additional Abyss Fire Crystal Stone. Based on the aura from the opponent's outburst, it was equivalent to a Dawn Wizard Bader Hell creature, a crystal of epic-level battle power of the otherworldly creature. Enough for him to study demon statues, and even more. Seeing the camp that had already turned into ruins. A slightly older school wizard beside Bradley couldn't help but sigh. Stop sighing, Lloyd, just think about it, that we were able to annihilate the enemy under the assault of over a dozen Hellfire Stone giants and the Black Flame cult's ambush, and the only loss was a camp. This is already as good a result as we could hope for, Deputy Sect Leader Bradley said in a deep voice. Hearing this, all the wizards present couldn't help but turn their gaze to the young man in the center of the field. It was because of him that we were able to win. Black Flame cult's great priest Gregory, due to overloading the Abyss Fire, had his body severely damaged in all aspects, almost losing consciousness. But because of this, Rain managed to capture such a rare live one. Immediately, Gregory was placed under heavy guard. At this moment, a young and fearful voice sounded beside Rain. Ray. Lord Rain, please forgive me for my previous mistakes. The school's genius Paul, looking disheartened, deeply bowed to Rain. Meanwhile, Audrey and Alicia also came to the side, watching the scene from afar. Oh, mistakes. Rain looked at him with a half-smile. At this moment, he was in a good mood and had no intention of pursuing Paul's actions. After all, compared to him, Paul's level is too low. A first-level wizard, whether respectful or not in ignorance, would not affect his mood. Yes, Lord Rain. Paul's head hung even lower, sweat forming in tiny beads on his forehead. Compared to other young wizards in the school, he, as a scion of the Empire's Nishsan Duke family, was well aware of the prowess of the person in front of him. This time you left Audrey and Alicia behind, so I sentence you to protect them during missions in the future, ensuring their safety. Is there a problem? Of course, no problem. Paul was initially stunned but then quickly agreed. Before coming, many of Rain's possible punishments came to his mind, but unexpectedly it felt like a heavy whip was raised and gently set aside. Lord Rain, rest assured. I swear I will absolutely do this. Paul couldn't help but feel relieved and promised again. Rain nodded slightly, waved his hand, indicating that Paul could leave. Rain brought this up mainly considering that he couldn't always be at the school. In the Metal series, besides mentor Megaro, who still had decent combat power, others were still far from being able to stand alone. Paul, aside from being a bit timid, had decent talent and abilities and the Nishsan Duke family background. If he stepped forward in some matters, it would generally be enough. Hearing Rain's words, the two women were slightly stunned, but then looked at Rain even more gratefully. They naturally knew that this mysterious junior in front of them could not stay long-term in the school. Their actions were to arrange security for them. As everyone began to tidy up and clear the battlefield, Rain checked the previous battle prompt. Congratulations, you defeated a strong enemy and gained 26 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, legendary profession level has increased. Although Rain killed the Abyss Firestone giants this time, the King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level was as high as LV13, requiring a massive amount of experience to upgrade, so he couldn't level up again. However, due to repeatedly using the witchcraft killing move in battle, the long unchanged Warhammer Wizard, legendary, profession level advanced from LV10 to LV11, granting him 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. At the same time, this situation also reminded Rain of the issue of advancing other professions. Currently, there's still some distance to the crystallization wizard, probably requiring some time if progressing methodically. In the next few days, I'll prepare to bring the advancement of other professions onto the agenda. For instance, the follow-up to the tailor master, there should be a way to find this in the imperial city. And then there's the two other transcendent grade professions, deadly poison master and great armor forger, both of which haven't been improved for a long time. Especially the former, I might have to visit the Royal Alchemist Association. After all, the Imperial City is the headquarters of the Royal Alchemist Association and is likely to have follow-up career change clues for Deadly Poison Master. Additionally, Rain now had 14 remaining attribute points and 1 remaining skill point. This was because last time he used them up when upgrading the second-level Witchcraft Iron Armor technique. As for the golden skill points, after consuming 8 points last time, there were 69 points remaining. This time another 26 points were added. So, it now reached 95 points, near 3 digits. However, considering the missing 4th layer of Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, Rain at this point wouldn't mind having more golden skill points for deduction purposes, only less. At this time Rain suddenly thought of something, and he found Bradley saying, "Lord Bradley, actually if stationed here, the school could purchase more ice witchcraft scrolls. The effect should be good." "Lord Rain, indeed. But ice witchcraft scrolls are expensive, and with the school's financial resources, it's still a bit difficult to procure them." "Lord Bradley, has the school considered purchasing from the wizard school in the Northland?" Although there is some contact, I'm not familiar with it." "I see. I'll contact Winterford Academy in a few days. In terms of pricing, there should be a considerable advantage." "That's great. Most of Winterford Academy consists of ice mages. Their ice witchcraft scrolls are of high quality but often in high demand, making them hard to purchase. If Lord Rain helps with the contact, that would be fantastic." By the afternoon of the next day, the school's large airship had arrived again at the Furious Flame Canyon. This time, the airship not only brought the materials needed to repair the camp, but also several magic statues. Furthermore, personnel from the Sword Holder headquarters accompanied them. Due to the presence of cult traces here, the actual defense difficulty had already exceeded the upper limit that a medium-sized school could handle alone, so yesterday Rain had sent a message to the Sword Holder headquarters. As the captured Great Priest Gregory of the Black Flame cult was escorted away by the Sword Holder team, Rain suddenly realized that this time, he might not only receive contribution points as a reward from the school, but also a commendation from the Sword Holder headquarters. "Lord Rain, the school's support has arrived. You can return to the Imperial City at any time. Moreover, because you are in the Metal Series, we have unanimously agreed that the Metal Series personnel can be rotated out this time." Deputy Sect Leader Bradley politely approached Rain and said, "Oh, great. Then I'll leave the defense of the Fiery Flame Canyon to you, Lord Bradley." "Rest assured, Lord Rain, although it is currently unknown whether the cult still has Abyss Fire Crystal Stones, according to ancient records, it's unlikely that they have multiple Abyss Fire Crystal Stones. Besides, with the fine gold-level Sword Holder team assisting with defense, even if they attack again, we have the strength to resist." When Audrey and Alicia heard this news, they couldn't help but be stunned, but quickly became extremely delighted. They hadn't expected this trip to Fiery Flame Canyon to end so swiftly. This could be considered as riding along with Lord Rain. That evening, the three of them took the airship back to the school's base location. Rain stopped by his mentor Magaro's office first. "Rain, as you said, someone was indeed behind the scenes. However, I didn't expect it to be the Black Flame cult. If it weren't for you, even if we realized it, we would probably have had a hard time resisting." Magaro stroked his long red goatee, smiling as he looked at Rain. He was increasingly satisfied with his disciple. "Mentor, this is my duty." Rain smiled slightly and said, "Indeed, regarding your efforts at Fiery Flame Canyon, the school has just discussed and decided to reward you with 15,000 contribution points." "Thank you, Mentor." Rain bowed slightly and said. Although the reward of school contribution points was within Rain's expectations, he hadn't expected the school to be so generous with such a large amount. Perhaps it has something to do with his identity as a sword bearer and assisting with the purchase of ice witchcraft scrolls from Winterford Academy. "Rain, what are your plans next? Are you going back to the Sword Holder headquarters?" Magaro expressed concern. "Not just yet, O Mentor. I wanted to ask you about the advanced witchcraft tool concealing robe you gave me last time. Did you make it yourself?" Rain inquired. Since the headquarters was cleansing this matter, It involved some internal secrets of the sword bearers, so Rain was naturally reluctant to discuss it further. Coincidentally, he also had a question he wanted to ask about the production of the advanced witchcraft tool concealing robe, because it likely related to his future path as a tailor master. I didn't make it. It was crafted by the school's master. Jacqueline. What's wrong? Did it get damaged in battle? Not really, I just want to learn the craftsmanship of making the concealing robe. Rain shook his head and said, You want to learn which pattern tailoring? Magaro's eyes widened, displaying an extremely surprised expression as he looked at Rain. Which pattern tailoring? Rain furrowed his brow with a bit of confusion and said, It was the first time he had heard of this term. Are you sure you want to learn it? Yes. Rain nodded. All right. I'll take you to her. Although I've known Jacqueline for many years, she doesn't have the best temperament. Magaro thought for a moment, seemed to be hesitating about something, then stood up and said, Great, thank you, mentor. Magaro led Rain to an office located in the school's flesh series. After Magaro knocked on the door, an elderly woman with gray hair looking quite aged opened the door. Magaro, what brings you here? The old woman said coldly. Rain, let me introduce you to Master Jacqueline. Magaro showed a hint of embarrassment and said, Jacqueline, this is Rain. Magaro introduced. Rain, I think I've heard that name. Are you the Rain? Jacqueline initially seemed indifferent, but suddenly realized something and her eyes lit up as she looked at Rain. That's right, it's Lord Rain. Magaro stroked his beard, quite proud. But what does Lord Rain's strength have to do with you? What's with the pride? Tell me what brings you here this time. Jacqueline immediately retorted Magaro with a few consecutive remarks. You. Jacqueline's words made Magaro blush instantly. But he seemed to remember the purpose of his visit and immediately calmed down, following Jacqueline into the office. What, Lord Rain, you want to learn which pattern tailoring? Jacqueline said with surprise. Yes, Master Jacqueline. Rain nodded, answering. All right, with your status coming to me to learn which pattern tailoring, I have no reason to refuse. Well, Magaro, you can leave now. Jacqueline nodded, agreeing, but she suddenly changed the topic and issued a dismissal order to Magaro by the side. At this time, Rain saw that there seemed to be some story between Jacqueline and mentor Magaro. Moreover, it wasn't that Jacqueline had a bad temper. To be precise, Jacqueline didn't have a good temper towards mentor Magaro. Lord Rain, do you know what a witch pattern is? Jacqueline asked rather politely. Not very clear. Oh, Master Jacqueline, you can just call me Rain. Rain naturally wouldn't put on airs with Jacqueline, who was older and teaching him skills. All right, witch patterns are actually a type of special engraving, or you can understand it as forming special patterns by sewing with witch pattern thread on fabric, thereby achieving effects similar to engravings. Master Jacqueline explained with a smile. Sewn with witch pattern thread. Rain mulled over Jacqueline's words in his mind, realizing something. Yes, Rain, come over and watch. I'll demonstrate making the most basic low-level witchcraft tool, the apprentice robe. Jacqueline said while leading Rain to a crafting room beside them. Jacqueline took up a spool of green thread emitting a faint witchcraft light, threaded a needle, and began sewing it onto a white silk robe. Despite Jacqueline being over 100 years old, her sewing speed was not slow. As her fingers flew up and down, she quickly sewed witch pattern thread onto the cuffs, neckline, and especially the lining of the robe. Rain could clearly sense that the patterns formed by these witch pattern threads was similar to patterns in engravings. Not that the patterns were identical, but the core shared some similarity. This apprentice robe has only one effect, which is to automatically cast the zero-level witchcraft dust removal technique every 3 days to keep the robe clean and tidy. It is also the standard robe for wizard apprentices in the school. Jacqueline explained while crafting. Rain glanced at the apprentice robe. No wonder it looked so familiar. It turned out that wizard apprentices in the school mostly wore these. In less than 10 minutes, Jacqueline took up the finished apprentice robe and handed it to Rain with a smile. Here, Rain, take a good look. I think if you can understand it, you've basically got the entry-level grasp. All right, thank you, Master Jacqueline. After receiving the apprentice robe, Rain carefully examined it. The patterns formed by witch pattern thread emitted a faint witchcraft light. Moreover, the patterns in different areas gave an impression of being ingeniously similar to those of the basic defense engraving he had learned before. It was as if one engraved a tiger on the surface of a copper tripod, and another embroidered a phoenix on silk, completely different in technique and craftsmanship, but the cultural core was the same. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Rain's mind. Ding! The host comprehends witch patterns, triggering subsequent profession change for Tailor Master Witch Pattern Tailor, Transcendent. Preconditions for Tailor Master advancing to Witch Pattern Tailor. Firstly, Tailor Master LV5 or above. Secondly, Strength above 10 points, Constitution 12 points, Spirit above 18 points. Thirdly, independently produce any 10 qualified Witch Pattern Tailoring products. Current conditions not met. Advancement to Witch Pattern Tailor failed. Seeing the system prompt, Rain couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, after coming to the Bixu Mechanization School, didn't learn much else but first learned Witch Pattern Tailoring, and from the profession change conditions, only the third condition was unmet, and fulfilling this wasn't difficult. By the way, Master Jacqueline, are there any special requirements for the choice of fabric? Can ordinary linen or silk be used? Rain asked. Yes and no. Jacqueline thought for a moment and answered. If it's just for making fabric armor witchcraft tools, silk is generally sufficient. But for higher levels, such as witch artifacts, special fabrics are needed. For example, the witch artifact shadow robe requires demon cloth as fabric. Special material soaked in demon blood, and the production process is accompanied by special rituals. Of course, the sewing method is more complex and extremely difficult. As Jacqueline spoke, her eyes revealed a trace of melancholy. Clearly, due to limited talent, Master Jacqueline and Mentor Megaro had both remained at the peak of first-level wizards for many years. As per Rain's prior understanding, only a second-level liquidization wizard might have the ability to craft even the lowest-level witch artifact. Meaning, Master Jacqueline before his eyes likely hadn't yet produced a witch pattern tailoring product at the level of a witch artifact. And what about this rune line? Rain picked up the spool of green thread Jacqueline had used, asking. Upon picking it up, Rain realized the spool felt hard, nearly like steel wire, completely inconsistent with Jacqueline's light movements earlier. Additionally, this witch pattern thread is actually transparent. It's just that the thread seems to have been soaked in some kind of special liquid, which is why it glows fluorescent green. This is spider silk soaked in hardening liquid, which only softens after being infused with spiritual power. If you understand alchemy and can make hardening liquid yourself, you can try making it on your own. However, the easiest and most labor-saving method is to purchase it directly from the school's exchange counter using contribution points, Jacqueline explained. I see, Rain nodded. Despite being just an apprentice robe of lower-level witchcraft, its creation almost involves every aspect of witch pattern tailoring. No wonder Jacqueline had him watch the crafting process closely. Master Jacqueline, can I try making one myself? Rain, do you understand it now? Pretty much. All right, give it a try, though I don't have an extra silk robe at the moment. Jacqueline walked to the side, seemingly intending to sew one for Rain on the spot. No problem, Master Jacqueline, I can make it myself. Rain looked at the workbench, which was almost fully stocked with various materials, and volunteered. Oh, Jacqueline appeared surprised, as if doubting Rain's ability to sew a silk robe. It's important to understand that tailoring and witch pattern sewing are quite different. As Rain proceeded to smoothly craft the silk robe, the surprise on Jacqueline's face grew more pronounced. Such solid tailoring skills, truly unbelievable. I never expected that as a male, you would excel so much in sewing. Nevertheless, your talent in sewing witch patterns is exceptionally promising. Following that, under Jacqueline's instructions, Rain began sewing the witch patterns. After numerous failures and adjustments, Rain soon crafted his first apprentice robe. Then the system notification sounded. You have crafted a lower-level witchcraft item apprentice robe, and your related comprehension has improved. You have acquired a new skill apprentice robe. Your skill in crafting apprentice robes has improved. Experience +7. You successfully crafted a lower-level witchcraft item. Apprentice robe, Tailor Master's professional experience points +283. Seeing that Rain managed to make an apprentice robe in less than 2 hours, Jacqueline's gaze towards Rain was almost identical to Megaro's. Wow, Rain, if I hadn't already heard of your accomplishments, I would undoubtedly have taken you as my apprentice given your talent in witch patterns. Megaro is really benefiting from this, Jacqueline said indignantly. Even though she had indeed taught Rain some substantial witch pattern techniques, with Rain's current ability and status, it was already impossible for her to take him as a disciple. Rain didn't know what to say for a moment. Due to the high cost of the witch pattern thread, Rain didn't plan to continue depleting the resources and decided to practice more in his own office instead. Of course, he meant to go to the school's exchange counter first, as getting more witch pattern thread was necessary. Moreover, according to his mentor Magaro, his contribution points should have reached the requirement of 10,000 by now, meaning he could inquire about third-level metal series witchcraft. Soon, Rain arrived at the exchange counter. A cute-looking gnome girl was idly sitting at the counter, casually flipping through something. "Hello. Please help me inquire about third-level metal series witchcraft," Rain said as he handed over his school identity certificate. The gnome girl remembered Rain, and somewhat skeptically, she took Rain's crystal token and inserted it into the card slot for verification. The next second, her bright eyes suddenly widened, as if she couldn't believe Rain had managed to accumulate 10,000 contribution points so quickly. "All right, Lord Rain. The third-level metal series witchcraft you are looking for is now presented on the wisdom tablet. You can take a detailed look." The gnome girl, after recovering from her shock, immediately started assisting Rain with his inquiry. Rain raised an eyebrow, evidently quite delighted. On the wisdom tablet, the following content was displayed. Steel armor technique. Third-level witchcraft consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, uses a specific witchcraft model to activate special energy particles within the earth, covering the host's body surface with a layer of steel armor. Exchange price: 12,000 contribution points. Steel armor technique. It manipulates specific special energy particles within the earth. It seems to be in the same line as the iron armor technique. Could it be that the two can form some sort of combined witchcraft, achieving power akin to a witchcraft killing move? Rain couldn't help but ponder. For defensive witchcraft like this, even if they can be combined, according to the tradition of wizards, they are generally not named as killing moves, but rather as combined witchcraft. Killing moves, naturally are combinations of attack-oriented witchcraft. Unfortunately, the metal series witchcraft has always been scarce. Obtaining clear records of combined witchcraft is even rarer and more difficult. Rain couldn't help but shake his head slightly, sighing in his heart. Previously, he had been soaking in the school library, naturally researching relevant metal series witchcraft materials. Relatively speaking, the Bixiu Mechanization School has slightly more records in this regard compared to the Sword Holder headquarters, but most are either autobiographies of metal series wizards, recording that a certain lost witchcraft was used in a battle, or discoveries from exploring ancient ruins of a metal series witchcraft from the ancient times. Furthermore, certain schools gathered the strength of dozens of metal series wizards to improve a metal series witchcraft based on the foundation of predecessors. In other words, these records mostly recorded the names and effects of witchcraft, but the specific witchcraft models were generally missing, seemingly lost in the annals of history. However, Rain was not discouraged by this. "Fortunately, I have a system to deduce. As long as I can find some internal linkage between a few metal series witchcraft, I can deduce through the system, combining them to form a combined witchcraft or a witchcraft killing move." The next one is an attack-oriented third-level witchcraft. Steel Fist, third-level witchcraft, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, uses a specific witchcraft model to activate metal energy particles, forming a giant steel fist to strike the target multiple times. Exchange price: 14,000 contribution points. Just these two. Rain only now realized that there were merely these two third-level metal series witchcraft within the school. Yes, Lord Rain. The gnome girl seemed to be confirming, nodded after a few seconds and said, this made Rain's mood less than pleasant. After all, it was somewhat different from what he had previously expected. However, after pondering for a while, even though Rain currently had enough contribution points to exchange for either of the third-level witchcraft, he didn't plan to exchange them now. Because he had already exchanged for a third-level metal series witchcraft thorny iron ball at the Sword Holder headquarters, and with his insufficient skill points, exchanging for too many would be a case of biting off more than he could chew. By the way, do we have soul energy crystals? Rain suddenly remembered something. Although Rain's liquefaction speed was already quite fast, the issue remained that the sole, unmet prerequisite for him to switch to Dragon Vein Wizard was becoming a crystallization wizard. Once he stepped into the realm of a crystallization wizard, not only could he learn the third-level metal series, Witchcraft Thorny Iron Ball that he exchanged at the Sword Holder headquarters, but more importantly, he would be able to change to Dragon Vein Wizard, resulting in a significant increase in power. Yes, Lord Rain. What is the exchange price? The exchange price for a single soul energy crystal is 1,000 contribution points. 1,000 huh? Rain knew that although it seemed cheaper than the exchange price at the sword holder headquarters, in reality, the difficulty of obtaining contribution points at the school exceeded that of merit points. After a brief thought, Rain said, "Help me exchange for 100 units of witch pattern thread." He didn't choose to exchange immediately, because he still needed the school's contribution points to exchange for third-level witchcraft and the third volume of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. However, after receiving rewards from the sword holder headquarters, he could exchange for soul energy crystals there, as there were no particular items he needed there at the moment, except for some rare metals. Oh, okay, Lord Rain. The gnome girl was clearly taken aback, seemingly not understanding Rain's words. After pausing for 2 seconds, she came to her senses. She didn't expect that, after asking so many questions, Lord Rain didn't intend to exchange for third-level witchcraft or soul energy crystals right away, but instead wanted to exchange for witch pattern thread. Sir, the exchange price for each unit of witch pattern thread is 5 contribution points, totaling 500 contribution points. All right. Each ball of witch pattern thread is 1 unit, and 100 units were 100 witch pattern thread balls. The gnome girl packed a large bag full of them and with some effort handed it over to Rain. Thank you. Rain smiled and said, "It's my pleasure to serve you, Lord Rain." The gnome girl smiled sweetly with dimples. Rain nodded, happily carrying a large bag of witch pattern thread balls back to his office at the school. Since it was already nearing midnight, after some thought, Rain decided to return to his residence first and practice making the apprentice robe tomorrow. When Rain returned to the mansion, he found that Anna was not in the bedroom. However, he sensed for a moment and discovered that there were 2 people soundly sleeping in his sister Bohi's room. Apparently, his sister Bohi had pulled Anna to sleep with her. Rain couldn't help but smile slightly and shook his head. Early the next morning, after having breakfast with Anna and his family, Rain planned to head to the school base to continue completing the witch pattern tailor job change that he had not finished yesterday. However, just as he got up from the desk and was about to leave, suddenly, a familiar voice came from the door. Lord Rain. Rain looked up and saw a woman dressed in a black pleated skirt, paired with a white princess sleeve shirt, appearing capable and efficient. It was Olna smiling at the door. "Oh, Lady Olna, why are you in the Imperial City? Is Admiral Edward here in the Imperial City?" Rain couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He asked. "No, Lord Rain." Olna, the capable woman, covered her mouth and chuckled. "I received a transfer order from headquarters 3 days ago. I've come from the Minster branch to the sword holder headquarters, and my current role is the deputy director of the headquarters reception, as well as your dedicated liaison officer." "Great, welcome, Lady Olna. With you here, it will be much more convenient to handle certain matters." Rain immediately smiled and gestured for Olna to come in and sit down. Quickly, the 2 of them were sitting face to face in the study. "I have to thank Lord Rain for this. Your reputation has soared in the Imperial City this time. It was Major General Tasha from headquarters who directly contacted me, hoping I could come to headquarters to assist." Rain listened and nodded slightly. He knew that Olna had previously had the idea of coming to the Imperial Sword-Bearer headquarters, but as an administrative staff, the transfer was quite difficult, and this matter had been delayed. The other day, the senior leaders at headquarters even asked Admiral Edward how he nurtured such a powerful young strongman like you, letting Admiral Edward have a good moment of pride. Olna laughed as she recounted some of the things that had happened during this time. "By the way, Lord Rain, the commendation from headquarters has come down for capturing the great priest of the Black Flame cult alive in the Fiery Flame Canyon secret realm the day before yesterday. Because you captured him alive, the reward has been upgraded to a fine gold medal, plus 20,000 merit points." As Olna spoke, she slightly observed Rain in front of her, unable to help but marvel in her heart at how fast Lord Rain's growth was. "Oh, that's nice. With 20,000 merit points, Lady Olna. Could you help me exchange them for 10 soul energy crystals?" Rain pondered slightly and said, "Last time when he exchanged for soul energy crystals, the price was 2,000 merit points plus a Diamond Star Task Evaluation medal. Although the fine gold medal could be exchanged downwards in a 3-3 system to become 27 Diamond Star medals, The problem was that his merit points were not enough to exchange for 27 of them. Of course, Olna nodded without hesitation. Although for the vast majority of sword bearers, to exchange items, one must personally hold their own sword holder's emblem and go to the exchange hall to redeem. But it did not include someone like Rain. As the highest level fine gold swordsman, Rain had this privilege. Her primary task after being transferred was to serve Lord Rain well. An hour and a half later, Olna returned, handing a specially made wooden box to Rain. "Lord Rain, these are your 10 soul energy crystals. Thank you. Serving you is my job. Do you have anything else you need me to do next?" Olna asked with a smile. "In the near future, help me collect information on headquarters tasks related to dragons or dragon-descendant creatures. Prioritize selecting powerful dragon creatures. The stronger, the better." Rain thought for a moment and said, "Currently, his merit points are insufficient. But if there is a suitable dragon hunting task, he could execute it. Because during the execution of these tasks, not only can he earn considerable merit point rewards, more importantly, by absorbing dragon gene segments, he can achieve another increase in bloodline concentration." "Okay, Lord Rain, I will take care of it right away. No rush, compile it for me before the headquarters purge is over." Rain waved his hand and said, "And one more thing, help me recruit 2 team members, or you can let Claire and Bayonce first look around for this matter." "Okay, sir. I'll get in touch with the 2 ladies right away." Olna nodded and said. After Olna left, Rain directly opened the wooden box. Inside the box were 10 neatly arranged soul energy crystals. Thinking for a moment, Rain grabbed the 10 soul energy crystals all at once. Ding, detected soul energy crystals available to enhance spiritual power liquidation level, accelerate absorption. Note, system absorption can remove impurities and absorb all at once. Yes. Instantly, Rain felt the silver mist in his mind begin to decrease, while the silver liquid began to increase. The whole process lasted only a few seconds before the transformation stopped. Clearly, at the late stage of spiritual power liquidation, the effect of soul energy crystals is getting weaker. Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 93, liquidation 82%, 10 soul energy crystals could only improve by 9%. Rain raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. During this time, thanks to the effect of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method's 2nd layer, the liquidation level increased by 1%, from 72% to 73%. After using 10 soul energy crystals this time, it only advanced to 82%. This means that 10 soul energy crystals only increased it by 9%. Though reaching 90% liquefaction allows an attempt to break through to crystallization, considering the importance of building a solid foundation, Rain plans to, just like with the fogging stage, push his liquefaction to 100% before breaking through. Based on this calculation, if he wants to quickly step into the 3rd level crystallization wizard, he'll need at least 25 more soul energy crystals. Imperial City Tamriel, in the core area of the Inner Ring, just a street away from the Imperial Palace. Within a luxurious mansion, this is the residence of Princess Renala, the Dragon Empire Emperor's eldest daughter. A female butler, dressed in black pencil pants paired with a white frilled shirt, was respectfully reporting something to Renala. "Your Highness, the fine gold swordsman Rain has been rising incredibly fast. We've evaluated and found his potential to be astonishing, suggesting early contact and recruitment. The records don't show how this Rain managed to kill Carver Harold." Princess Renala, wearing a purple off-shoulder long dress, asked after casually flipping through Rain's information. "Indeed. It said Harold used his trademark witchcraft killing move earth-shattering, causing a sandstorm that blinded visibility. Even the 2 female sword-bearers present couldn't clearly recount how Rain defeated Harold. But from the site's investigation, it appears this Rain has some form of bloodline transformation ability." As the female butler was speaking passionately, a maid approached quickly, whispered a few words into her ear, and handed her a thin piece of paper. Your Highness, we've just received the latest news that Rain captured a great priest of the Black Flame cult alive within the secret realm of Fiery Flame Canyon." "Oh, captured alive, that's rare." Renala's beautiful eyes slightly brightened, showing some surprise. "Yes, cult's legendary strongmen have a will of steel, generally preferring death over capture. It's indeed extremely rare. Moreover, there were many eyewitnesses to the battle this time. It's now basically confirmed that Rain possesses bloodline transformation abilities. However, according to the eyewitness accounts, his transformation ability seems. Seems like what? Seeing her butler's expression, Renala became more curious. From the post-transformation physique, it seems to be some mutated dragon bloodline. Hearing this news, Renala was momentarily stunned. She finally understood why the butler was hesitant. The royal family's bloodline of the Dragon Empire is the Dragon bloodline, but over the Empire's 2,000-year history, internal strife and turmoil caused some bloodlines to be lost. Thus, it seems this reign might have some distant kinship with her. Of course, another possibility is the atavistic phenomenon in humans, but this is almost negligible due to its incredibly low probability. Nevertheless, if it is a mutated dragon bloodline, more observation of this reign is warranted. Then, let's keep watching. Understood, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Rain arrived at the school outpost to resume practicing the making of apprentice robes. Soon, with the successful completion of the 5th apprentice robe, a system prompt echoed in Rain's mind. Ding! Host's comprehension of which pattern triggers the tailor master's subsequent job change, which pattern tailor, transcendent. Preconditions for tailor master's promotion to which pattern tailor. 1. Tailor master at LV5 or above. 2. Strength of over 10, constitution of 12, spirit of over 18. 3. Independently create any qualified which pattern tailor product 10 pieces. Current conditions satisfied. Proceed with promotion to which pattern tailor, transcendent. Note: upon changing to which pattern tailor, transcendent, the original tailor master's panel will merge into the which pattern tailor, transcendent, profession panel. Without the slightest hesitation, Rain immediately chose yes, ding. Successful promotion to which pattern tailor, transcendent, agility +3, spirit +5. The tailor master's core skill dexterity has been upgraded to the which pattern tailor, transcendent, core skill concentration. Concentration. Rain couldn't help but focus on the new core skill concentration, which had the following skill description: core skill, concentration, active. Concentration, active effect. Once activated, concentration increases, improving body coordination. Note: the duration of this skill is proportional to the host's constitution and spiritual power. Improved body coordination, Rain thought to himself. He clearly remembered the original tailor master's core skill dexterity was about increased hand speed, but this concentration effect expanded from merely hands to body. Out of curiosity and to confirm his guess, Rain activated the concentration core skill with a slight mental focus. Instantly, the chirping of insects and birds in the garden around the mansion, whispers of guards and maids, and other irrelevant noises, all seemed to fade away from him. The entire world seemed to consist only of him, the witch pattern thread, and the silk robe in his hands. In just over a minute, Rain finished crafting the apprentice robe, a task that originally needed several minutes and a careful approach. Furthermore, the quality of crafting the witch pattern was better than the previous ones. Simply applying it to witch pattern tailoring seems no different from the previous dexterity, Rain mused. After a brief thought, Rain went to the training room, inverted a 1-minute hourglass, and then began shuttle runs on the field, along with normal and secret technique attacks. After multiple tests, Rain basically understood the effect of this new core skill. After activating concentration, absolute speed improved very slightly. In contrast, various attack moves involving full body coordination or secret technique attacks showed relatively noticeable improvement, roughly by 10%. Do not underestimate this extent for Rain's current melee strength. Every increment is extremely valuable. Moreover, for such an enhancement and effect to appear in a transcendent level profession is already very good. Sword Holder Headquarters. Olna quickly found Claire and Beyonce. Lady Olna, are you saying that Captain Rain plans to recruit 2 new team members? Claire first looked at the rather capable and charming young woman she was meeting for the first time, then looked at Beyonce beside her, and confirmed again with Olna. Since returning to the headquarters from Taffulin Town that day, they hadn't seen Captain Rain. However, during this time, they heard discussions about their captain almost every day. Besides, they didn't know how many groups of people came looking for them. There were investigators from Sword Holder Headquarters, others from different departments under official banners, and even many noble families from the Empire sent people to inquire about the scene when their Captain Rain fought Carver Harold. As for the other sword holders within the headquarters, they almost wore down the threshold to their dormitory. Fortunately, They had prepared for this and uniformly answered with couldn't see clearly in the sandstorm. Yes, Miss Claire. Olna smiled slightly and nodded. Looking at the rather pretty young women in front of her, Olna couldn't help but sigh inwardly that although Lord Rain's strength advanced continually, his aesthetic criteria for recruiting team members hadn't changed. As long as they were female team members, they had to be young, beautiful, and distinctive. Are you sure you want the two of us to be responsible for this? Once Captain Rain's intention to recruit spreads, I'm afraid over 50, no, even over 100 people will apply. And what are the criteria for recruitment? Beyonce suddenly asked from the side. After all, with so many applicants, they'd need some standards for selection. Is it that exaggerated? Olna showed surprise, but thinking about it soon made sense. The problem, though, was that Lord Rain hadn't specified the recruitment criteria in detail at that time. If it's for male team members, reliability should be the priority. Ideally, you should be acquainted with their background, and having a calm personality would be good. Olna thought for a moment and said, the few in Minster, like Neoro, Angus, and Viri, all had rather calm personalities. As for female team members, as long as they're young, beautiful, and have unique traits. Shouldn't we be looking for those with strong capabilities? Claire's eyes widened, seemingly surprised by this standard. Yeah, or should we consider it from the perspective of supporting Captain Rain in battle? Beyonce's brows furrowed, slightly puzzled. Do you think your capabilities are strong? Olna naturally understood the meaning behind their words and after a brief thought spoke. Olna's words immediately brought the two back to the battle in Tafulin town. Back then, after using a second-level witchcraft defense scroll, the two began acting like quails. Claire and Beyonce found themselves at a loss for words. In the following days, Rain was basically immersed in rune tailoring. Although Audrey and Alicia were curious about why Rain suddenly became addicted to rune tailoring, they dared not disturb him and could only bury this doubt in their hearts. As the experience points for crafting the apprentice robe began to decrease, Rain initially considered visiting Jacqueline to inquire about more advanced rune tailoring blueprints, but he later thought it was inappropriate. After all, his rate of progress was quite astonishing. Besides, it wouldn't be long before he might seek out the other party for blueprints. Rather than this, he decided to check at the material exchange point directly. Sure enough, at the material exchange, Rain spent 100 contribution points and exchanged for a new rune tailoring blueprint clean robe. Compared to its predecessor apprentice robe, this clean robe was more challenging to produce, but its quality was also higher, barely stepping into the tier of advanced witchcraft tools. The tier classification of witchcraft tools is complex, related to the number, practicality, and power of zero-level witchcrafts, as well as production difficulty, material rarity, and other factors. Overall, this evaluation is akin to the 5-dimensional chart Rain had seen in his previous life. Additionally, Rain discovered that with his new core skill concentration, its effect was particularly good when used in learning new rune tailoring blueprints. Once concentration was activated, his thoughts became exceptionally clear, and it felt as though he had divine assistance when he started sewing. Originally, some areas required guidance from others, but Rain could figure them out after slight contemplation. After several attempts, system notifications began to appear. You have crafted an advanced witchcraft tool, clean robe, and related understanding has improved. You have comprehended a new skill, clean robe. Your skill in crafting clean robe has improved. Experience points plus 10. You successfully crafted an advanced witchcraft tool, clean robe, rune tailoring professional experience points plus 103. Inside Rain's new mansion. Anna, try it. Rain handed a white wizard robe to Anna. Anna's face clearly showed joy, her beautiful eyes looking at Rain, saying, Rain, is this for me? Yes, this is my first completed advanced witchcraft tool, clean robe. Rain introduced with a smile. Just inject a touch of spiritual power, and it will trigger 2 0-level witchcrafts, dust removal technique and decontamination skill, keeping the robe clean and tidy at all times. When Anna changed into it, she found not only the 2 0-level witchcrafts embedded in the robe to be highly effective, but the entire clean robe also fitted very well. Ah, Rain, how do you know my size? Well, after all, I've measured. Rain spread his hands and said. Rain's words suddenly made Anna's face blush with a rosy hue. She lightly hit Rain's chest, then the two playful tussled for a while. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock on the study's door echoed. With a slight perception, Rain knew who was outside. Come in. This time Olna arrived, accompanied by Tasha in a trim major's uniform. The two first glanced at Anna's blushed face, then at the crease-still-marked robe, and couldn't help but blush slightly themselves. Wow, Lord Rain was just two, in broad daylight, in the study. Rain, you continue being busy. The matter-of-fact gaze of the two women immediately made Anna even shyer, nodding quickly to them before leaving a remark and hastily exiting the study. Ladies, please sit. Rain coughed to cover the awkwardness. Lord Rain, we've come to inform you of a situation. The Drum family indicated that the actions against you last time were entirely the personal actions of Greenwood, and now, including the butler Owen, he has been dismissed. They propose to compensate for the loss you experienced last time. Regarding this matter, Headquarters wants me to ask your opinion. Headquarters' opinion is my opinion. Rain thought and then uttered a politically correct phrase. His understanding over this period, Rain naturally realized the intricate relationships involved, not only including the Conservative Party and Reformist, but also the demands of various imperial prominent families, plus other deep-seated reasons. Even behind the Drum family, there stood an imperial guardian. Of course, this doesn't mean the matter is settled, just that the timing isn't right yet. From another perspective, even if Rain wished to confront head-on at this moment, he'd need the strength to overpower the guardian titled Storm Cloud. Otherwise, it would be laughable to overestimate himself. As for the condition that the imperial guardian cannot intervene, there are prerequisites. If you attack another's family, it would naturally be perceived as a provocation to the imperial guardian, and the intervention to deal with you would be justified. Moreover, Rain considered that he might not only be facing the Drum family. Given the opposite party's century-long intricate network within the Empire's aristocracy, Rain must consider its underlying and lateral alliances. Currently, he is viewed as part of the Empire's Reformist, belonging to the Sword-Bearer Headquarters, meaning his decisions will be expanded upon, naturally respecting the opinions of General Augustus and Marshal Alfred. Lord Rain, thank you for your understanding and support of Headquarters. You will strive to secure as much benefit for you as possible. Tasha immediately laughed and said, she naturally understood the meaning behind Rain's words. Evidently, this powerful Lord Rain before her had a clear grasp of the situation. Although this time the Conservative Party was forced to make concessions in many aspects, it wouldn't cause them much harm. By the way, Lady Tasha, I would like to ask, how did the Drum family explain their reason for attacking me? And what about that butler Owen? Since he has been fired by the Drum family, can we find him? At this moment, Tasha, the female Major General, looked at Rain with a rather peculiar gaze and said, According to their explanation, Greenwood thought your female companion was particularly beautiful, hence the conflict with you. These words made Rain slightly taken aback, followed by a soft laugh. Indeed, the Drum family wouldn't tell the truth. They concealed the fact that Anna was an elf. Thinking about it, could it be that they haven't given up yet? Or is there another reason, such as not wanting to involve the people behind it? As for that butler Owen, we've investigated him the past couple of days and found that he seems to have vanished completely. Since leaving the Drum Manor, he has been missing. We suspect he is no longer in this world. Rain nodded. Indeed, with such an imperial dynasty, it's hard to find some obvious loopholes. By the way, what about the noble court and Harold's Ice Otter School? Rain paused and asked. The noble court has been dealt with. The young judge on the day was misled by some people and has currently been demoted. As for the Ice Otter School, Headquarters has sent a letter requesting information, and the other party's response is that Harold was also misled and is a victim. He is also a victim? Rain raised an eyebrow, saying, Ice Otter School being a large school, Headquarters has limited influence over it. Even if we mobilize high-level connections to suppress it, as long as they don't betray the Empire, logically, they won't suffer much loss. Furthermore, if we do this, the other side might resent Lord Rain even more, potentially causing them to use some covert means against you. Of course, our current approach cannot guarantee that they won't use covert means, it's just that the chances are reduced. For you, if you're going out recently, it's wise to remain vigilant. If you're in the Imperial City, you basically don't need to worry. Rain nodded, showing understanding. Large schools have relatively complete wizard inheritances, strong overall strength, and the school even has epic-level strong individuals of Imperial Guardian level. As long as they still serve the Empire efficiently. If he were the Empire Emperor, wouldn't be possible to go against them over some minor issues. However, looking at it from another angle, this isn't a bad thing. Once he reaches a sufficient level of strength, he can act personally and visit their school station for an exchange. Well, Lord Rain, if there's nothing else, I will return to negotiate compensation with the Drum family. All right, Lady Tasha. Rain nodded and smiled. You're welcome, Lord Rain. With that, female Major General Tasha nodded in acknowledgement to Olna before leaving first. Meanwhile, Shirendil Plateau, Isotter School Station, Nurheim. As a large wizard school, Isotter School's influence in Nurheim permeates all aspects. It's fair to say that the establishment of the city of Nurheim was primarily to serve the Isotter School. In the center of Nurheim, inside a magnificent hall, several wizards clad in earth-colored wizard robes was solemnly reporting something to an elder surrounded by several earth element shields. Beside them, on the ground lay a collected corpse. If Rain were present, he could immediately identify it as the carver Harold whom he killed. Sect leader Harold's tragic death. As one of our Isotter School's members, most likely to step into epic level. We just going to pretend this never happened. One of the wizards, seemingly closely related to Harold, was passionately arguing. Indeed, sect leader, this is also a severe blow to our school's reputation. This matter cannot just be settled like this. Another wizard echoed. Enough, Harold caused this upon himself. As an Imperial Guardian, I cannot act against an Imperial sword-bearer. Furthermore, who in the school could act with absolute certainty of victory? If there is, I will agree to your request and send someone in the name of Isotter School to duel this young man named Rain, the elder said in a deep voice. The group exchanged glances, not knowing what to say for a moment. Clearly, the combined strength of the few was still beneath Harold's, and even the strongest legendary Harold was not a match for Rain. If they were to duel him, not only would they lose, but Isotter School's reputation would take another hit. Sect leader, are we just going to let this matter go? A wizard asked reluctantly. I will handle this matter. The old man waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. After the others left, the old man pondered for a long time, then sighed heavily and said to the wizard beside him, Malcolm, help me contact the Tutkash School. We might need their help this time. Hearing the name Tutkash, Malcolm's heart jolted and he quickly replied, Okay, sect leader. It must be understood that not all wizard schools within the Empire territory obey the Empire's commands. Some secretive wizard schools, groups, and organizations have always existed, and the Tutkash School, primarily focused on necromancy, is one of them. They are also located in the Shirendil Plateau area, but their primary activity region is on the western side of the plateau, near the westernmost border of the Empire. However, in recent centuries, they seem to have been influenced by the evil god. Besides their regular necromancy research, it's heard that many school wizards have leaned toward the worship of the evil god, Imperial City Tamriel. The days that followed, the Rain Mansion, various duke or marquis families occasionally sent invitations to banquets or balls. Many were from the Conservative Party nobles, but even more were from the reformist noble families. Their intentions were obvious: to befriend this newly rising star. However, after some thought, Rain declined them all. If the beautiful Jennifer were here, she could attend as a representative. But for Rain personally, attending these events was too time-consuming and energy-draining, especially at such a critical time. It wasn't worth it, because his status this time came from his own strength. That is his foundation, not something else. Perhaps once he reaches the third-level crystallization wizard tier and transitions to a dragon vein wizard, Rain would consider attending some social gatherings. At this time, Rain had advanced his witch pattern tailoring, transcendent from LV1 to LV7, acquiring 6 attribute points and 6 skill points. This brought his remaining attribute points to 20 with 7 remaining skill points, while the golden skill points remained unchanged at 95. 7 skill points, still 5 short of 12. If I consider simultaneously learning 2 third-level witchcrafts and quickly turning them into combat abilities, it would require 24 skill points. Currently, even if I can produce new advanced witchcraft tools like the Breeze Row, it's challenging to advance witch pattern tailoring to above LV10. The gap to 24 skill points is too large. In this case, I should have Olna arranged through official channels to find some time to visit the Royal Alchemist Association, Rain mused. In the evening, when Rain returned to the mansion, he found Anna talking to a familiar but long unseen figure. Miss Alyosha, Lord Rain, it's great to meet you again. Lord Rain, if I hadn't heard that a genius at the Sword Holder headquarters defeated the Carver Herald, I wouldn't have known you were in the Imperial City. Also, you came to the Imperial City, why didn't you contact me? Alyosha asked 3 consecutive questions with a slight mock resentment upon seeing Rain. By the way, Lord Rain, where did you find this lovely lady? Miss Anna is truly delightful. Alyosha said while holding Anna's hand. Anna did not seem awkward, it looked like the two were getting along well. Sorry, Miss Alyosha, I've been quite busy lately, it's my oversight. Rain smiled and said. Seeing Alyosha made Rain suddenly realize he perhaps didn't need Olna to go through official channels anymore, since Alyosha herself was a formal researcher at the Royal Pharmacy Academy. After a round of pleasantries, Rain learned that Alyosha's Stuart family was also a Duke family of the Imperial City. Oh, is Lord Rain also interested in potion making? With your status as a fine gold swordsman, I can directly take you to the Royal Alchemist Association headquarters to have a look. Alyosha readily agreed to Rain's request. How about tomorrow? I'll take you to the association headquarters in the afternoon, and in the evening you can bring Miss Anna to my place for dinner. I'm sure my father would be very pleased to meet you. Alyosha invited. Thank you, Miss Alyosha. All right, then it's settled. I haven't seen Ambassador Javier for a while, so I should pay a visit too. After a brief thought, Rain smiled and nodded in agreement. The next afternoon, Rain followed Alyosha to the Royal Alchemist Association headquarters, located on the second ring of the Imperial City. After checking the sword-bearer's credentials, they passed through the heavy oak door, where Rain was greeted by over 10 humanoid stone statues, each over 3 meters tall. Lord Rain, these are all famous potion masters in the association's history. Over there is the herb cultivation room, and over there is the laboratory. Alyosha pointed to the left and right at the 2 most prominent ancient multi-story buildings. Lord Rain, where do you want to visit first? Why don't we visit the laboratory first? After brief consideration, Rain suggested. Compared to herb cultivation, potion making seemed more relevant to Rain regarding his future career hints. All right, Lord Rain, let's go and have a look at my mentor Master Cafrella's place. All right. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the door of a laboratory on the 2nd floor. The door of the laboratory was ajar, and through the gap, Rain could clearly see that the interior was a large laboratory similar to the lecture halls of his previous life. 7 or 8 pharmacists in robes were working on something at several long tables. In a separate room at the innermost part of the laboratory, partitioned by transparent glass, an elderly man with a white goatee was focused on creating some kind of potion with a pipette and beaker in hand. Lord Rain, the mentor, seems to be making an advanced magic potion. Let's go take a look, Alyosha said excitedly. Advanced magic potion. This immediately reminded Rain of something. He had taken an advanced magic potion when he stepped into the transcendent realm. Could it be that this Master Cafrella is making that potion? Rain couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling quite intrigued. He quickly followed Alyosha and stopped a few meters outside the glass wall to observe carefully. Lord Rain, this is the Shadow Leopard potion, the mentor. Alyosha began to introduce softly beside him. A few minutes later, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! Detected host's contact with potion making, triggering the subsequent transfer of Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, to Magic Potion Master, Legendary. The prerequisites for transferring to Magic Potion. Master Legendary are 1. Potion-related profession at Transcendent level of at least LV5. 2. Spirit of more than 30 points. 3. Mastery of the creation of more than 3 types of advanced magic potions. Current conditions not met. Transfer to Magic Potion Master, Legendary, failed. Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Rain couldn't help but smile. Finally received the subsequent transfer prompt. It's not easy at all, Rain thought to himself. Back then, when he was in Maest County, he had already transferred to Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, but only after reaching Imperial City Tamriel did he receive the subsequent transfer information. However, getting the formulas for more than 3 advanced magic potions is likely not easy. But having the transfer prompt is enough. There's no rush in 1 or 2 days. That evening, Rain took Anna to the Stewart family manor for dinner with Javier and Alyosha, and they had a joyful time. The next morning, Lord Rain, these are the major events that occurred within the Empire's various territories this week. Olna handed a piece of intelligence to Rain. Rain took it and quickly read through it. In Westminster Province, an evil cult staged a massacre in Valleys County, resulting in nearly 1,000 casualties. Currently, the Westminster Sword Bearers branch is handling it. In Sava Province, the steel-tusked Boer people tribe, having been beguiled, launched attacks on multiple nearby towns. In Moselle Province, the ancient Mother Tree sect has rekindled, attacking the Empire's secret realm, the Dark Cavern, and triggering a surge of ancient fierce species from within, impacting surrounding towns currently. Rain realized that the activities of the cults had become more frequent, perhaps under the directives of some divine influence. A quick glance showed that, except for a few incidents involving foreign races, most were related to cults, and in a short time, various cults had caused several tragedies in the Empire's provinces. Could it be that there are no informants within the cults? If actions are taken after incidents have erupted, the casualties will be significant. Rain said with a slight frown. There are, but achieving that is very difficult. Olna thought for a moment and said, because the initiation ceremonies of the cults are extremely meticulous with almost no loopholes to exploit. Besides that, simply passing the mind-bending evil magic, similar to the effects of a truth serum, has more than one level to it. Moreover, there are other constraints, and spies, after attending multiple prayer ceremonies, even those with the strongest will can gradually lose themselves within. If during any major ceremony, a divine projection descends, then it is truly an unsolvable existence. I see, Rain nodded. No wonder the Empire is somewhat passive and often reacts late to most cult activities. It turns out that the problem lies here. The method of infernal affairs simply doesn't work with the cults. By the way, Lord Rain, these are the specific missions related to dragons or dragon descendants that you mentioned wanting to take on last time. I've also collected and filtered some over the past few days, and these are some dragon-related creatures appearing in the Empire's various provinces that the local branches are unable to resolve. You may take a look. Olna handed Rain a thick stack of documents with both hands. The ones at the top are, per your preference, the most powerful dragon-related creatures. However, I think you might consider those ranked second and third, Olna said tactfully. Thank you. Rain smiled as he accepted the information. Molten Fire Dragon Hermados. At first glance, Rain saw the top-ranked dragon hunting mission. Upon seeing this, he immediately understood why Olna had suggested he consider the tasks further down the list, rather than this top-ranking one. Because the term fire dragon represents a lot of implications. Fire dragons are a subspecies of red dragons, with a very high control over fire element. Moreover, as a subspecies of giant dragons, once the dragon matures, its combat power is second only to the 5-colored giant dragons, far surpassing other dragon-descendant creatures. A young dragon. It resides in the Sword Blade Volcano within the Moselle Province. Currently, a fine gold-level sword holder team from headquarters has already failed in their mission. According to reports, its combat power has already reached the legendary peak. Especially in volcanic environments, its combat power is comparable to epic. With such wisdom, it's very difficult to lure it into traps. Rain immediately read on in detail. Seeing that Rain didn't seem to flip to the later pages, but instead looked interested in the top-ranked Molten Fire Dragon mission. This made Olna furrow her elegant brows slightly, thinking, did I just say the wrong thing, instead giving Lord Rain a provocation? After hesitating for a moment, Olna tactfully added, Lord Rain, the flame breath of the fire dragon, is exceptionally powerful. Its high-temperature damage can instantly melt most metals. Thank you for your concern. Rain smiled slightly and said, he knew that Olna had good intentions, subtly reminding him that when facing a fire dragon, his specialized metal series witchcraft might not be very effective. For him, he was more concerned about the bloodline concentration of dragon creatures, or rather, the purity of their lineage. For a fire dragon like this, generally speaking, the dragon genes it contains are higher than those of non-traditional dragon species like the corrosive dragon or ancestor dragon that he had previously hunted. This means that if he successfully kills it, the increase in his dragon bloodline concentration would be higher. This is also the reason why Rain had basically decided to choose this task in his mind. However, although the clearing by the sword holder headquarters is nearing its end, it hasn't finished yet, so while Rain had made up his mind, he didn't intend to take the task immediately. Lady Olna, let me know when the clearing is over. Keep these materials with me for now, I'll take a careful look. All right, Lord Rain. Olna felt a sudden sense of relief it seemed that Lord Rain had understood her meaning. In the following days, he went from traveling along 2 points to now a 3-point path. Noble residence, school headquarters, and then the Royal Alchemist Association headquarters. In terms of time allocation, Rain spent most of his time on learning to concoct magic potions. Although advanced magic potions are taken by ordinary people upon stepping into the transcendent realm, the difficulty of making them is not low. No wonder the magic potion he needed then seemed to have been made with the help of a master from the Royal Alchemist Association. Rain still remembered that the magic potion he consumed had a plaque with the words Inigo Orfestine on it. And through Alyosha, he managed to gather information about this potion master. Just as he initially expected, those potion masters were official wizards, and even like Master Inigo and Alyosha's mentor Master Cafrella, they were second-level liquidization wizards, quite formidable in strength. Makes sense, the requirements for various dosages in magic potion concoction are extremely high. Only with sufficient spiritual power can this be achieved, ensuring almost no errors during the long concoction process. Otherwise, each failure would represent a loss of various rare materials. At this moment, Rain was holding a glass beaker filled with blue liquid, gently swirling it to mix, while squeezing a dropper in the other hand, continuously adding transparent liquid. Lord Rain, your precision in concoction is simply astonishing. Beside him, the genius pharmacist girl Alyosha couldn't help but express her admiration. Since the beginning of his magic potion concoction a few days ago, Rain had already displayed remarkable skills, but what shocked Alyosha was Rain's learning speed and extraordinary blending precision. After mixing the liquid, Rain slowly poured it over a semi-transparent substance resembling sinews. This was extracted from the tendons of a fierce species shadow leopard. Seeing Rain successfully complete the final procedure, Alyosha couldn't help but applaud warmly. Rain, this shadow leopard potion has been made wonderfully. Master Cafrella, who was responsible for teaching, stroked his goatee, smiled, said as he watched, if not for the fact that the Rain before him was already an imperial fine gold-level sword-bearer, he might have tried to recruit him as a disciple, but for now, he could only keep this regret to himself. Rain too smiled. This was his second magic potion formula mastered after the black water crocodile tail, with only one more to go for mastering 3 potion recipes. This is all thanks to Master Cafrella's meticulous guidance and Miss Alyosha's full-hearted support. Rain smiled and bowed to both to express his gratitude. That afternoon, at the Bixu Mechanization School headquarters, inside Magaro's laboratory, Magaro, with a touch of pride, led Rain to a gigantic metal puppet lying on the ground and said, "Rain, this is the new golem I've modified from the Black Flame cult's giant axe demon statue guard according to your requirements, entirely crafted from metal components. The overall power is driven by a small furnace powered by Hellfire Crystal Stone, capable of releasing Shadow type and Fire element witchcraft. Of course, this requires adding relevant witchcraft inscriptions. I've currently added the witchcraft inscriptions for Shadow Arrow and Fireball technique." As Magaro continued explaining in detail, Rain nodded frequently. He didn't expect that he himself hadn't mastered the Fireball technique yet, but his puppet had learned it first. Ever since returning from the Fiery Flame Canyon secret realm, he had been pondering this matter. Since acquiring 13 pieces of Hellfire Crystal Stone, he wondered if he could try making a giant axe demon statue guard. But after careful consideration, he realized there were still several issues with it. Firstly, the essence of the giant axe demon statue guard is a large mechanical puppet from the rock system, composed entirely of stone components, not metal, which isn't suitable for him to play to his strengths. Thus, the first difficulty is how to use the blueprint to replace all its mechanical parts with metal materials. Metal series puppets complement his super metal affinity nicely. At that time, not only could he change the war magic statue's weapons at any time, but he could also swap out specific metal materials of the statue, and so on. From another angle, the metal series statue also became his arsenal. Secondly, according to the original blueprint, the giant axe demon statue guard can reach 7 to 8 meters in height. Once it moves, it becomes quite noisy. Therefore, Rain thought of that Iron Man's metal arm, and he asked Master Magaro then whether the statue's dimensions could be reduced a bit. Because of Rain's 2 requests, Magaro spent quite some effort, and even put aside his pride to seek advice from several puppet masters from the rock system to complete the current product. Rain, after precise processing and proportional scaling down, this steel war demon statue is only 4 meters tall, but its melee power is not reduced at all, comparable to the original 8-meter giant axe demon statue guard. Thank you for your hard work, Master. Rain bowed slightly toward Megaro, expressing his gratitude. Lately, he didn't have much time and energy, nor could he afford to spend precious skill points to research improvements on the statue, so he entrusted the matter to Master Megaro from the start. Rain didn't expect Megaro to be so dedicated. The war magic statue produced exceeded all his expectations. Master, has this new statue been named? Not yet, I called you here to name it, Megaro said with a smile. Inappropriate, inappropriate. Master, you've invested so much effort, you should be the one to name it. Rain shook his head, saying, well then, how about calling it Hellfire Demon Statue? Its power source, the Hellfire Crystal Stone, is the most valuable thing. Good, let's call it Hellfire Demon Statue. Rain smiled and nodded. Another 2 days passed, inside the headquarters of the Royal Pharmacist Association. When Rain successfully crafted the third advanced magic potion, Bright Scale Electric Eel's Lung, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected that host has mastered the crafting of 3 advanced magic potions. Triggers Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent. Subsequent career change Magic Potion Master, Legendary. Preconditions for career change to Magic Potion Master, Legendary. 1. Potion-related profession at Transcendent level LV5 or above. 2. Spirit points above 30. 3. Mastering the crafting of 3 or more advanced magic potions. All current conditions fulfilled. Yes/no to complete career change to Magic Potion Master, Legendary. Note: after changing to Magic Potion Master, Legendary, it will override the Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent career panel. Rain saw it and chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Career change successful. Successful change to Magic Potion Master, Legendary. Constitution +3, Agility +2, Spirit +5. Acquired core skill of Magic Potion Master, Legendary. Magic Potion Control LV1, Passive. Magic Potion Control LV1, Passive. Due to your long-term dedication to researching magic potion crafting, your potion success rate has been slightly increased, simultaneously enhancing the effects of all configured potions. Note: if configured as a poison, the difficulty of the poison being cleansed by a detoxification potion or detoxification spell is slightly raised. This new core skill Magic Potion Control is essentially an upgraded version of the original Deadly Poison Master, Transcendent, core skill Deadly Poison, extending from poison to all transcendent potions. Moreover, the original Deadly Poison Master's other skill, Poison Resistance Constitution, has long been fused with the mutated dragon bloodline, so it's not considered lost. Rain mused. That afternoon, when Rain returned to his residence, he received a small surprise. On his desk lay a brown wooden box. Inside it were 3 soul energy crystals, sent via airship by the Lady Jennifer. Seeing the soul energy crystals, Rain felt quite moved. Obviously, one big reason Jennifer stayed in Mingster was to use the convenience of being an Axon auction house shareholder to help him collect some items, including soul energy crystals. Fortunately, with Lagare and the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group around Jennifer, the protection from the Duke of Mingster and Admiral Edward, while safety can't be guaranteed as absolutely secure, there's at least considerable assurance. Knock, knock. At this moment, a knock sounded on the study door, interrupting Rain's thoughts. Come in. Olna entered the study with a land deed in her hand, smiling as she said, Lord Rain, the compensation from the Drum family has arrived, totaling an estate in the outskirts of the Imperial City and an additional 200,000 Imperial gold coins. Olna spoke while secretly clicking her tongue. Disbelief. Just 20,000 Imperial gold coins. At her salary level, she'd have to save for 273 years without spending anything to accumulate such a huge sum. Moreover, there was also that suburban estate. She had been to the site of that estate, which covers nearly 20 acres and is beautifully scenic. According to the market in Imperial City Tamriel, it was worth at least 10,000 gold or more. But upon hearing this amount, Rain was not much moved, and instead casually flipped through the deed, appearing thoughtful. Olna, please help me put this estate up for sale. And also send these 20,000 Imperial gold coins to Jennifer. After a while, Rain said, All right, Lord Rain, however, aren't you really going to take a look at that estate? It's a bit too far on the outskirts. Even if I dared to live there, my family's safety would not be much assured. Rain shook his head and said, All right, Lord Rain, I'll take care of it, Olna said with a look of realization. After Olna left, Rain picked up 3 soul energy crystals and began utilizing the system to absorb them. A few seconds later, Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 98, liquefaction 85%. 3 soul energy crystals increased the progression by 3%. This should partly be because of practicing the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method 2nd layer daily during this period. Otherwise, solely relying on the effect of the soul energy crystals might not have reached an increase of 3%. Rain raised an eyebrow and thought to himself. Meanwhile, at the far western end of the Shirendal Plateau, in a deep underground cave, many figures dressed in black robes, with various forms of skull or spider designs on their chests, were busily going back and forth. Here is the headquarters of the secret school Tutkash, which primarily studies the undead type. In the deep recesses of the cave, within a spacious stone cavern, a disheveled black-robed wizard was stitching something on a large table. From a distance, one could see a huge and grotesque creature lying on the table. The upper body of this grotesque creature was a muscular man as strong as a giant, while the lower body was a huge poisonous scorpion, seemingly forcefully grafted together using some witchcraft method. Although only the upper body of the muscular man remained, the length of the body alone was over 1.5 meters. From the rugged facial features and the stone-like muscle form, it seemed to be a legendary strongman from among the Brighton people. At this moment, the black-robed wizard was slightly hunched over, holding a large sewing needle flashing with dense black witchcraft light, sewing the flesh and skin at the junction of the two. Lord Staven, the sect leader hopes you can come over. At this time, a young male in an apprentice robe appeared at the entrance and bowed. The black-robed wizard named Staven naturally heard the attendant's words, but he showed no reaction, continuing to intently sew the grotesque creature in his hands. The wizard apprentice who delivered the message witnessed this, seen and didn't mind, continuing to stand respectfully at the entrance. He was well aware that the Staven before him was the top strongman of his school. Several decades ago, this person was already at the 3rd level crystallization peak as a wizard, particularly skilled at creating mutated undead creatures, proficient in curses and shadow-type witchcraft, and his current strength was immeasurable. About 10 minutes later, Staven finally set down his sewing tools and slowly turned around. Amidst scattered hair was a pair of almost obsessive bloodshot eyes, looking as though they hadn't rested well for a long time. But from them, the madness and obsession could make an outsider feel the owner's firm pursuit. Let's go. All right, Lord Staven. The sect leader is waiting for you in the laboratory. Please follow me, said the wizard apprentice respectfully. Soon, Staven followed the wizard apprentice attendant to a magnificent underground hall over 10 meters high. An exceptionally tall and bloated figure in black robes was stooped, conducting experiments on a long table filled with laboratory equipment. But as soon as Staven appeared at the entrance, the figure in black robes immediately sensed his presence. The figure turned around, revealing a slender and bloodless pale face under the hood. However, as he approached Staven, the most astonishing thing was his lower body. Though most of the lower body was covered by the black robe where the ankle should be, 4 pairs of spider-like segmented legs were visible. No wonder the figure had a bloated appearance. That's because the lower body was no longer normal human, but converted into a spider's droplet-shaped abdomen. But judging from the dense and evil aura faintly emitted, the figure was surprisingly an epic-level strongman of Dawn Wizard status. Staven, it seems your strength has increased again. You soon have the opportunity to step into Dawn Wizard level, said Graham, the Tutkash sect leader, observing Staven with a smile. The experiment still failed. Staven shook his head, apparently not agreeing with Graham's words. No worries, if it really doesn't work, you can choose to follow the same path as me, conduct the Spider God's prayer ritual for help, which is also a shortcut to entering 4th level Dawn Wizard. Graham gave a pale smile, comforting. All right, if it doesn't work, I'll consider it. Staven glanced at Graham, nodded, and said, By the way, the reason I called you here is to have you assassinate a fine gold-level sword bearer of the Dragon Empire, Graham stated, getting to the point. I've been busy with experiments lately, why not send Cyprian? Staven furrowed his brow and said, 2 reasons. First, because this request comes from the Ice Otter Wizard School, As you know, being in the Shirendil Plateau, if they turn a blind eye to some things, our school can live quite comfortably. The second reason is that based on intelligence, this Imperial Sword-Bearer possesses the ability of a bloodline transformation and has even killed Gray, the legendary strongman from Brighton, nicknamed Corpse Splitter. I know you're working on an experiment recently. Although you obtained the corpse of a legendary strongman from Brighton, compatibility issue has been troubling you. Since this Imperial Sword-Bearer is capable of killing Corpse Splitter Greg, their strength surpasses the corpse you currently possess. Perhaps their body might help you solve the compatibility problem. Upon hearing this, Staven's bloodshot eyes immediately lifted, gazing at the sect leader of the Tutkash school before him. All right, give me 1 day, and after I forcibly merge this flesh golem, I will set off. Staven agreed after a moment's thought. The information about the target is here. The combat power increase after their transformation seems considerable. You can take this bottle of Spider God's blood first. Graham handed over a bottle, emanating a hazy witchcraft light within a blood-red vial. Understood. After a moment's hesitation, Staven reached out and took the bottle of Spider God's blood. Staven knew well that once he consumed the Spider God's blood, although his power would surge, it would also mean a choice from which there was no return, and he might finally become the long-awaited Dawn Wizard. At that point, he would gradually be drawn into the embrace of the Spider God Nashabra, just like the sect leader before him. At least in his understanding, relying on this to become a 4th-level Dawn Wizard was not truly becoming a Dawn Wizard, but rather akin to a high-ranking cult priest. Therefore, over the decades, he had held steadfast, experimenting by merging 2 or more legendary creatures through a special kind of undead witchcraft to create an epic-level flesh golem. If successful, not only would he gain an epic-level flesh golem, but he would also successfully ascend to the level of a 4th-level Dawn Wizard. This has been one of the traditional methods of advancement for the undead witchcraft Tutkash school throughout history. 3 days later, in the study of Rain Mansion, Imperial City Tamriel, Lord Rain, Major General Tasha asked me to inform you that the purge operation has ended and you can take on the headquarters mission at any time. Olna, wearing black hunting pants and a white floral blouse, said with a smile. All right, I understand. By the way, Olna, how is the recruiting of team members going? Rain asked. I was just about to report to you. Claire and Beyonce are quite overwhelmed with this matter lately. Olna covered her mouth and chuckled. Overall, there are too many people wanting to join your team, and they're having a hard time deciding whom to choose. They tentatively chose 4 candidates, but you still have the final decision. As she spoke, Olna handed Rain a stack of dossiers, which were the profiles of these 4 individuals. Why are they all women? Rain scanned the documents briefly and asked Olna with some surprise. Did you tell them it's best to find 2 male team members? Olna blinked her beautiful eyes innocently at Rain, not knowing what to say. In that case, for the 2 positions, reserve 1 for a male team member. Tell Claire about it. As for the interview time, let's schedule it for when I return from the mission. Rain thought for a moment and said, since a short list of 4 female candidates has already been made, it wouldn't be appropriate to completely overturn it now. One of them must be chosen. Moreover, the selection for the male team member also requires time, so it will have to wait until his return. An all-female team isn't suitable. For example, imagine after slaying the dragon, while resting by the side, there should be a strong male team member in charge of skinning and handling the spoils. This work is something most women probably cannot handle. All right, Lord Rain, I will notify them immediately. By the way, help me take on the task of killing the molten fire dragon Hermados and apply to headquarters for a small airship to carry out the mission. Lord Rain, are you sure you want to choose this mission? Olna was taken aback upon hearing this. It was only now that she realized that the words she had said a couple of days ago, Rain probably hadn't paid much attention to. I'm certain, Rain nodded and said. All right, Lord Rain, Olna nodded. Although she wanted to say something more, she was well aware of her position. And she had already made her suggestions. All she needed to do next was to execute orders, not to continue advising or questioning the chief's decision. Combining past achievements, Olna had reasons to believe that the present Lord Rain made such a decision likely because he was quite confident. By the way, Lord Rain, according to the regulations, when the Fine Gold Swordsman team carries out a mission, they can mobilize 1 secret silver-level team and 2 magic iron-level teams for assistance. Will you need to mobilize them this time? After a moment's contemplation, Rain waved his hand and said, "No, just Claire, Bayance, and myself will suffice." Considering that it's the first mission after the clearing operation, he didn't want his whereabouts to be too widely noticed. Additionally, in the battle against the molten fire dragon, having a large number of team members with lower power levels wouldn't be very meaningful. Understood, my lord. After Olna left, Rain pondered briefly, then set off to the school station. Upon entering Megaro's laboratory, Rain saw Megaro shaking off his hands, taking big gulps of liquor, as if he had just completed the final modification work on the Hellfire Demon statue, since Audrey and Alicia were doing the final polishing step beside him. Mentor is the last modification completed. Rain initially came with the intention of checking the progress before going out on a mission, but it turned out Megaro's progress exceeded his expectations. Just completed, you came at the right time. Now we can test it, Megaro said. However, the mental power consumption from driving it once might be quite large, at least I can't do it. Megaro seemed to recall something and added, "Understood, Mentor, I will keep that in mind." During Rain's last visit to check the progress of the Hellfire Demon statue, he suggested whether it's possible to add 1 or 2 small furnace devices to give the Hellfire Demon statue the ability similar to overclocking. Since converting the overclocked power into the statue's action ability would involve the durability and sturdiness of most component structures, the overclocking referred to here is witchcraft overclocking. That is, by adding 1 or 2 small furnaces and increasing the number of witchcraft runes to achieve the effect of enhancing the release frequency or power of witchcraft. In this way, the entire modification process wouldn't involve adjusting the overall components. Modification would be quite easy, otherwise, it would have been an enormous modification project. It's like modifying a car in a previous life, upgrading a 2.0 engine to 4.0 with a turbocharger, which requires corresponding adjustments to the car body structure, brakes, etc., making it quite challenging. But if one merely finds the exhaust sound insufficiently cool and wants to double the volume, it's much easier to achieve. Just modify the exhaust. Not enough, add 2 more speakers. Lord Rain, seeing that Rain has arrived, both Audrey and Alicia greeted him with a bow. Lord Rain. Upon meeting Rain again, Alicia, known for her fiery personality, showed a hint of restraint, no longer acting as audaciously as before. After all, having witnessed Rain's power, any normal person would maintain a certain level of reverence. Rain gave a slight nod to the 2 women and said, "Thank you for your hard work." As the spell's incantation was spoken, Rain lightly pointed, and a thumb-thick earth-yellow light beam shone on the Hellfire Demon statue in front of him, which was precisely the LV4 level activation technique. Rain also discovered that driving this Hellfire Demon statue consumed spiritual power 5 times more than a previous intermediate battle. Puppet, quantitatively, in terms of the system's given spiritual power, the consumption was about 50 points of spiritual power. This compared to his high point of 98 spiritual power, consumed nearly half. No wonder, typically, driving a demon statue for battle requires stepping into the 3rd level crystallized wizard, as the statue corresponds to combat power comparable to the legendary level. Of course, if one has a high-grade metal affinity or above, a 2nd level liquidation peak wizard can barely try. Furthermore, for someone like Rain with super metal affinity, the control threshold can naturally be further reduced, but even this is approaching the limit. After all, a wizard cannot deplete most of their spiritual power for a puppet. In combat, they must reserve a considerable amount of spiritual power to respond to enemy attacks and cast other witchcraft. This is also why wizards of the Bixu mechanization school cannot overrun their enemies with countless battle puppets. Because the more puppets there are, the greater the consumption of spiritual power. Instead of that, it is better to use spiritual power to control a more powerful puppet. When the massive 4-meter-tall Hellfire puppet stood up, a surge of energy waves emanated from its body. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the intermediate control core installed inside the demon statue, Lord Rain only needed to issue simple commands, such as attack, and the Hellfire demon statue would automatically lock onto a target and perform a combination attack. Attack the iron mannequin in front. Lord Rain commanded. At this moment, the Hellfire demon statue immediately charged towards the target, seemingly having judged that it could break the target with a single punch. Stop. Cast a witchcraft attack. What Lord Rain most wanted to see was naturally the witchcraft strike capability of the Hellfire Demon statue. The thick chest armor on both sides of the demon statue's chest suddenly popped open, revealing two dark cannon barrels. Immediately, intense red and black witchcraft lights began to flicker inside the barrels. Boom, boom, boom. Approximately 2 seconds per shot if combined, it was one fireball or shadow arrow per second, trailing brilliant tail flames as they bombarded the iron mannequin. As the smoke cleared, the iron mannequin had long become a lump of red-hot, steaming iron slag. His such power, Audrey and Alicia gasped in awe as they watched. If this were to hit them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it for 3 seconds before ending up like the target. Defense. Having witnessed the witchcraft attack of the Hellfire Demon statue, Lord Rain issued a defense command. Red glow flashed across the lines on the demon statue's surface, and a shield like red energy shield appeared, swirling around its body. This is the Flame Shield, a first-level defense-oriented witchcraft. Megaro, standing by, introduced. By the way, Rain, you can try the effect of overclocking. Megaro said with a mysterious smile. All right, Mentor, overclock attack. As Lord Rain issued the command, the low rumbling inside the Hellfire Demon statue suddenly accelerated. It was like the engine of an auto motor suddenly shifting into a high gear, turning into a high-displacement naturally aspirated Ferrari. Swish, swish, swish. This time, the two dark barrels in the demon statue's chest began to attack rapidly, with fireballs and shadow arrows firing at half-second intervals, crisscrossing toward the target like a Gatling gun from a previous life. Audrey and Alicia exchanged glances, both utterly shocked by the spectacle. Hiss, if I ever get a demon statue like this, I wouldn't need to find a partner. Alicia exclaimed enviously, her eyes wide. Alicia, maybe you could say something to Lord Rain and he might gift you one. Even if he doesn't give you a full construct, a Hellfire crystal stone would suffice. Audrey teased as she heard Alicia murmur to herself. All right, Audrey, you're laughing at me. Why don't you ask Lord Rain yourself? Alicia retorted, playfully tugging and tussling with Audrey. Mentor, I'm very satisfied. Thank you for your hard work. Lord Rain bowed slightly, smiling. Even though he had some other ideas, they would require a considerable amount of time to redesign, modify, and debug. These could wait until after he returned from the mission. Additionally, there was a plan for using higher-level Abyss Fire crystal stones, which Lord Rain naturally considered. However, the unfortunate reality was that even Mentor Megaro was merely at the peak of a first-level wizard. Creating a higher-grade demon statue with more advanced engravings was beyond his current capabilities. It was said that Mentor Megaro humbled himself to request assistance from several second-level liquidization wizards and Deputy Sect Leader Bradley, a third-level crystallization wizard, to get the job done. By the way, the magic silver alloy you provided was used to reinforce critical parts, offering considerable defense against witchcraft attacks. Overall, the Hellfire Demon statue might struggle against legendary-level opponents, but is quite effective at handling lesser foes, even if they appear in numbers. Mentor Megaro concluded, there's also one more thing. I've set up a self-destruct mechanism in the Hellfire Crystal Stone Furnace. In case of special circumstances, the 3 mini-furnaces will simultaneously detonate with unmatched power. I think this could be your trump card when necessary. What do you think? Of course, Mentor, you've thought of everything. At this moment, Lord Rain felt he had indeed chosen rightly by selecting Megaro as his mentor. Although Megaro's power wasn't formidable, his commitment to his apprentice was beyond reproach. Mentor, I'll take this Hellfire Demon statue with me now, as I have a task coming up. It's the perfect opportunity to conduct a field test. Lord Rain proposed as he took his leave. All right, after conducting the tests, let me know quickly if there's anything that needs improvement. Megaro smiled in response. Meanwhile, in a valley at the southeastern corner of the imperial suburb of Tamriel. This area was adjacent to a small town called Luward, considered the most peripheral zone of the imperial city. A beautiful manor villa, 7 or 8 men wearing robes of various colors were bustling around an elderly man dressed in a wizard robe. It seemed this place must be a covert base of some organization. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, upon receiving the elder's consent, briskly walked along the winding cobblestone path on the west side of the manor. After about 100 meters, an exceptionally hidden cave appeared before him. The middle-aged man in the gray robe did not enter. Rashly but slightly bowed at the entrance of the cave, and said loudly, "Master Staven, we have received the latest news. Our target has just accepted a mission at the Sword Holder headquarters, and if nothing unexpected happens, they should soon leave Imperial City Tamriel." "Oh, what specific mission?" Staven, who was meditating with his eyes closed in the cave, said indifferently. Beside him stood a giant burly man as solid as a rock, with the lower half of his body being an eerie giant scorpion, none other than Staven's legendary stitched monster Scorpion Man. Behind the Scorpion Man, there were many tall ghouls exuding a stench of death, their massive and sharp claws indicating their unusual identity. These were Staven's elite undead claw ghouls, whose combat power far exceeds that of ordinary plague ghouls and are a far cry from the decaying ghouls. Staven himself didn't need to hide in a mountain cave with a shielding witch array, but because he was close to Imperial City Tamriel, and his undead minions constantly emitted special energy fluctuations. That's why he chose to stay in the cave. The mission they accepted is to kill the molten fire dragon Hermados. The middle-aged man reporting said sternly. Although his strength was far from various dragon species, he had heard of creatures like fire dragons. It's said that even when compared to true giant dragons, their strength is only a notch below. Is there any specific intelligence? Staven in the cave suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing this news, and a soul-stirring light flashed briefly. The bloodshot webs in his eyes had long disappeared, seemingly due to having stopped his relentless experiments during the journey, allowing him a good rest. "Yes, we are ready." The middle-aged man cautiously entered and respectfully handed a stack of documents to Staven. Then, he glanced fearfully at the terrifying undead behind Staven before quickly retreating from the cave. After receiving the documents, Staven carefully reviewed the task information about the molten fire dragon Hermados. A moment later, he closed his eyes and started to ponder. The fact that they took on this mission indicates their confidence or assurance in killing the molten fire dragon Hermados. But even for me, the odds of victory against this molten fire dragon are less than 40%. There are two possibilities. One is that they have some special trump card against dragons, and the second, your intelligence is wrong. Their strength is greater than the intelligence you previously provided. After speaking, Staven stared coldly at the person before him. A sudden haunting gaze made cold sweat bead on the forehead of the reporting first-level wizard instantly. After all, there are countless examples of task failures due to intelligence oversight, which is the most criticized issue by operatives. "Please calm down, Lord Staven. I will report immediately. Please wait a moment." As the wizard hurriedly left, less than 3 minutes later, an elder in the manor rushed in. Judging by the aura, the elder's strength was about the initial stage of third-level crystallization, indicating he should be the person in charge here. "Master Staven, we have repeatedly verified their intelligence, and it should be accurate." "Do you mean even Carver Lord Harold couldn't make them exert their full combat strength?" "I'm afraid so." Staven nodded. Previously, after seeing a crystal recording of the battlefield traces of Rain and Harold in Tafulin Town, Staven concluded that Rain was strong but wouldn't be his match. He judged that if he faced Rain, he would have about 70% odds of winning. As for Harold's title as the strongest legend, in his eyes, it had more elements of exaggeration, especially since the other belonged to the Ice Otter School. Don't forget that both the Ice Otter School and their Tutkesh School are on the Shirendil Plateau, and he naturally understands the strength of Earth wizards. When he gained fame, Harold was merely an emerging junior. "Master Staven, if I dispatch 2 kings of assassins from the Black Blade organization to assist you," the elder pondered briefly. "Not enough. Besides, I don't like others' cooperation." Staven shook his head, rejecting the elder's suggestion. "Then what do you mean?" the elder asked with a downcast expression. "I need something with it. My odds will significantly increase." "What is it?" "Iron spine necromantic chest armor." "What?" The elder's eyes widened, inhaling a cold breath. As a third-level crystallized wizard, he certainly had heard of this thing. But the problem is that this item is currently sealed in Cologne Cathedral, and obtaining it is almost impossible, at least for him, with no way. "I need it to enhance my undead minions so that my odds can exceed 70%. You can consider yourselves, but if not, don't blame me for task failure." After speaking, Staven closed his eyes again and continued meditating. The elder pondered in silence. A moment later, the elder said, "Master Staven, regarding this matter, I must immediately contact above. Please continue to prepare, and I will take my leave now." An hour later, The news that Staven wanted the iron spine undead breastplate had already been presented on the desk of a Conservative Party leader. Carry it out. After pondering for a moment, the dignified white-haired elder behind the desk made a decisive decision. But Duke, the iron spine undead breastplate is currently sealed within Cologne Cathedral. If we send people to steal it, I fear it's impossible to accomplish in less than half a month. A middle-aged man in a noble hunting outfit couldn't help but show surprise and said, "If you want to get it within half a day, aside from activating a secret agent, there's no other way. I'm afraid this means a bishop-level secret agent will be dismissed. Once the sealed object is lost, someone within the church will surely need to take responsibility. There's no time to replace people now, and moreover, who do you think has a better chance than Staven?" The Duke said in a deep voice. "But isn't this loss too great?" Another person frowned and said, "After all, placing a bishop-level secret agent in the goddess church is not a simple matter, requiring continuous attention and support for over a decade. Losing it now is quite painful even for them. Folks, I think you all have read the information on Rain. If we don't stop it now, I don't want to see another Alfred appear." The Duke glanced around with a blank expression and said. Upon hearing these words, the room instantly fell silent. After some thought, the others nodded and said, "Fine, I agree. I agree too." In less than half a day, a breastplate resembling the ancient one-piece armor worn by Spartacus warriors was sent into the cave where Staven was. The breastplate was dark-colored, with complicated engravings on its surface. When Staven got his hands on it, the breastplate flickered with dense witchcraft light. "Very good, I need half a day. But, Lord Staven, the target has already set off." The middle-aged wizard who delivered the breastplate couldn't help showing a troubled expression. "Prepare the fastest flying mount for me." Staven waved his hand and said nothing more. Staven first cast a silence technique, then he put the breastplate on his stitched monster scorpion man. The iron spine undead breastplate, initially noticeably small, fit perfectly once worn. As the low sound of spells resonated, dense shadow-type energy began to gather from all directions onto the scorpion man. You could see the scorpion man's upper body, the resolute-faced, rock-like muscular Brighton warrior, letting out a painful howl. This was the process of the iron spine undead on the breastplate infusing its unyielding will and surging shadow-type energy into the scorpion man's body. After completion, the scorpion man's power may be enhanced by about 30%, which is the value of the iron spine undead breastplate. His scorpion man was initially formed by forcibly merging two great legends. Although its strength reached the legendary peak due to the forced integration, it's easy for top fighters to notice the slight lack of coordination during battles and take advantage. But it's different with the iron spine undead breastplate. With the integration of the iron spine undead will, his scorpion man will not only become perfect, but its strength will further increase. More importantly, if the three perfectly merge through intense combat, perhaps he can reach the level he has long awaited. That afternoon, Rain returned to the sword holder headquarters once more. "Lord Rain, your airship is ready and can depart at any time. Lords Claire and Beyonce are also waiting for you at the airship docking point at the headquarters." Olna quickly walked out of the office and reported to Rain. "All right, Lady Olna, thank you for your hard work." Rain nodded and smiled. The sword holder headquarters has its own airship docking point, which is very convenient. Especially in this case, where transporting his more than 10-ton Hellfire Demon statue over long distances is very easy. It can be directly placed in the bottom cabin of the airship. If a carriage was used for transportation, it would take at least half a month to reach the vicinity of the Sword Blade volcano. Moselle Province, the efficiency is simply worlds apart. "It is my honor to serve you, Lord Rain." Olna covered her mouth and chuckled. Soon, the two arrived at the airship docking point located on the north side of the headquarters training ground. Captain Claire, dressed in a blue wizard robe, was delighted to see Rain and immediately saluted. Captain Rain, the other woman beside her, dressed in a fiery leather armor, was Beyonce. Her eyes lit up when she saw Rain, and she respectfully curtsied. As a quasi-legendary level ranger, Beyonce's strength surpasses Claire's by a notch. Therefore, she could distinctly sense their Captain Rain's aura, which seemed even more solid than before. It's been less than a month. Her Captain Rain's strength seemed to have seen significant improvement again. Is this the growth speed of the Empire's top-level geniuses? It's truly terrifying. Claire, Beyonce, hello. Rain smiled and nodded in greeting. Claire, you seem to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Rain slightly scrutinized the two, only to find that Claire, who was initially at the peak of a first-level wizard, had spiritual power that was increasingly harmonious, seemingly about to break through to the second-level liquidization. Hee, Captain, you truly have eyes like a torch. After this task with you, I think I should attempt a breakthrough. Claire laughed. If you're not confident at that time, you can come find me. Rain nodded. Thank you, Captain. Captain, shall we depart now? Naturally, Claire, wait, there's something coming. Oh, it's here. Rain looked straight ahead and smiled. HM? The two women glanced around but saw no one approaching, causing them to look at each other in bewilderment. In the sky, Rain laughed. This seems to be a wizard school's airship. Claire realized what Rain meant, raised her head and looked up. Sure enough, not far away, there was an airship flying towards the sword holder headquarters. No wonder they overlooked it. After all, this is Tamriel, where the sky is always bustling and busy. With large airship docking points in the southeast, southwest, and north, along with special institutions and top family docking points, there are always at least a dozen airships floating in the sky. It's naturally easy to overlook a particular airship in the sky. Nevertheless, this only made the two women even more curious. After all, what needs transportation by airship? Soon, as the wizard school's airship landed, Olna quickly stepped forward, swiftly communicated and coordinated. Only to see a colossal figure covered with a cloth, being hefted by over 20 strong guards, loaded onto the airship at the sword holder headquarters, ready to depart. Is this a puppet? Claire, observing the contours and partially exposed components, widened her beautiful eyes. Beyonce also watched the scene in front of her with considerable surprise. After all, in her view, their captain's strength was already formidable enough. Yet this time, he actually brought along a clearly very powerful metal puppet. She recalled that during the task of slaying the poison liquid flying dragon last time, they were not so cautious. Then let's depart, Lady Olna, goodbye. Lord Rain, goodbye to you both. Olna slightly bowed and smiled. Rain chose to depart at this time, expecting to arrive at Sword Blade County in Moselle Province by around 8 or 9 the next morning. The timing arrangement could be described as just right. About 3 hours after Rain departed, in a valley estate located on the outskirts of the imperial suburb of Tamriel, near Leeward Town. Several middle-aged men dressed in robes wore worried expressions. It's almost evening, why hasn't Lord Staven finished yet? Yes, sir, if it drags on like this, I'm afraid it really will be too late. Another middle-aged man looked at the elder in the center of the room, frowning. Should we urge him? No. The wizard elder in charge of this place thought for a moment and shook his head. What we need is someone who can successfully complete the task, giving the other party enough time. As for other difficulties, we'll think of ways to solve them. Hearing the elder's words, a few people were momentarily stunned but then nodded in agreement. The reasoning is sound. But missing the planned ambush point, subsequent coordination, and repreparation will all be troublesome matters. The ambush point certainly can't be arranged near the imperial city of Tamriel. Besides, once the airship accelerates, intercepting it in the air becomes extremely difficult. Therefore, this time, they arranged the ambush point at the foot of Sword Blade Volcano in Moselle Province. Generally speaking, ambushes are arranged when the target completes the mission, when they are injured, or when they are relatively exhausted. But Staven insisted on choosing the moment when the other party just arrived, when their spirits were at their peak. Lord Staven. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, and he looked towards the door, exclaiming, "We can depart now." Staven's face was calm, nodding slightly. Immediately, everyone was overjoyed. Before long, Staven, along with his numerous undead, boarded a specially modified airship. Lord Staven, this airship is called Rain Swift. Equipped with new technology from the Federation, its power is particularly strong, and it's 50% faster than ordinary airships. At the moment, you should be able to reach the designated location about 2 hours ahead of time compared to your target, the old man explained. Good, I understand. Soon, the airship quickly disappeared into the distant horizon. The following morning, Rain's airship arrived on time at the airship port of Blade City. Meanwhile, at the port, several fully armed guards and a Diamond Star squad from the Moselle Province Sword Bearers branch were already waiting. Leading the squad was a peak knight holding a sword and shield. He saw Rain and his 2 companions descend the gangway, quickly approached, and with a slight bow said, "Lord Rain, esteemed guests, welcome to Moselle Province. I am Dick. It's a great honor to accompany you to Sword Blade Volcano." Lord Dick, thank you for your efforts. Rain smiled and nodded. In the cargo hold at the bottom of the airship, there's also a puppet. Could I trouble you to have someone transport it down? Of course, don't worry, I have already prepared a reinforced cart. Dick pointed to a large cart drawn by 4 horses beside him. At the same time, he took the opportunity to quickly assess the 3 lords from the Imperial headquarters. Apart from the young woman in the blue wizard robe, whose power limits he could vaguely sense, he couldn't gauge the upper limit of even the woman in leather armor with a striking figure. Not to mention the one in the middle, Lord Rain, the renowned fine gold-level sword-bearer captain within the Imperial swordsman system. If it were any other fine gold-level sword-bearer captain, to be frank, he would not be optimistic about the mission's outcome. Dealing with the molten fire dragon Hermados is not so easy, but with the one in front of him, that's a different matter. Soon, Rain and his companions boarded a double-door luxury carriage with Dick, while the Hellfire Demon statue, covered with black cloth, was moved onto the cart by dozens of guards. About 70 people left the city gate, heading towards the Sword Blade volcano. How has the situation been recently in Moselle Province? Lord Dick, alas. Lord Rain, recently, all sorts of cults have been springing up like mushrooms after rain, coupled with some strange incidents popping up everywhere now and then. The Sword Bearers branch in Moselle Province is already overwhelmed. Dick couldn't help but sigh as he spoke of this. After some casual conversation, the carriage interior returned to calm. In a little over 2 hours, a massive active volcano, still emitting plumes of black smoke, appeared before them. The volcano seemed quite majestic and steep, standing abruptly in the plains like a sword blade. It was no wonder it was named Sword Blade Volcano. At this point, Rain suddenly opened his eyes and said to the 2 women beside him, "Claire, Beyonce, stay alert later if necessary. Tear open the defense scroll and ensure your own safety first." Rain's words immediately sent a shiver down the 2 women's spines. "Captain, do you mean?" Beyonce couldn't help but put on a solemn expression, saying, "One must know the so-called strongest legendary Carver Herald was killed by their own captain, and yet someone dares to launch an attack again. Isn't that too much? Be careful." Rain didn't clarify further. Just now he had a faint sense of threat flashing by his mind. However, when he mobilized the blood feathers in the sky to observe, he didn't find anything. Perhaps because the other party was hiding too well. "Understood, Captain." Captain Rain. The 2 women exchanged a glance and showed a serious expression, saying, Meanwhile, Dick on the side thought Rain was specifically reminding his 2 companions for the upcoming battle with the molten fire dragon. Reasonably so. With such young and beautiful women of distinctive styles, if he were Lord Rain, he would naturally take extra care too. At this point, the group moved forward a few hundred meters, and Rain suddenly showed a slight smile. Indeed, there was a problem ahead. "Lord Dick, it seems we have guests arriving." While saying this, Rain was secretly observing the micro-expressions of the sword-bearer captain from Moselle Province. "What?" Dick's pupils shrank. He glanced at Rain's expression, knowing the other wasn't joking. "Everyone be on guard." Dick leaped off the carriage swiftly. "Captain, about this, Dick." Claire was quite cautious after the incident with Mia and glanced at the disembarking Dick, hesitating to speak. "He's likely not an enemy spy." Rain shook his head, saying, with his near second-level liquidation wizard's perception, Rain could assist in judgment from aspects like blood flow speed and heartbeat that ordinary people couldn't see. He could basically determine that the captain in front of him, Dick, should not be an enemy spy. "Let's get off as well. They won't be able to handle the enemy ahead." As Rain spoke, he stood up and got off the carriage. The 2 women naturally followed and got off the carriage as well. At this moment, if observed from above, it would be very obvious to see, from both sides of the dense forest, 7 to 8 gray lines converging from all directions towards the current convoy. Seconds later, the dense forest on both sides of the convoy shook violently. Trees quickly fell like grass being cut down as if a cutting machine was pushing through. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of blades cutting grew louder. Whoosh, whoosh. Several tall, gray shadows shot out at high speed from the dense forest on both sides of the convoy, accompanied by a stench of decay. "Watch out on both sides," Dick shouted. His squad members, directing the guards, began to quickly set up defenses centered around Rain's carriage. SSS. At this moment, a warhorse in front of the convoy, seemingly blocking the attack route of a gray shadow, was gutted, instantly chopped into pieces. Other directions were not so lucky. Within seconds, the guards were slashed into slices by the half-meter-long claws of the ghoul. Even Dick could only barely fend off one, yet at least 7 or 8 clawed ghouls attacked from multiple directions. This made the people present anxiously look towards Rain and the 2 others who had just alighted from the carriage. Clawed ghoul. And this pause in the gray shadow allowed Claire to clearly see the appearance of the enemy. As an erudite wizard, she immediately exclaimed. And there are 6 at once. This type of special ghoul is extremely strong in combat and very rare. In terms of combat power, it's approximately at the peak knight level. But the problem is with the existence of such ghouls, it means there is likely a controller behind them, like a high-rank wizard specialized in undead. Captain, these are clawed ghouls. The enemy is likely to be a high-rank undead wizard. Claire said solemnly. Oh, an undead wizard. Rain raised his eyebrows, saying. Facing the hopeful gazes of everyone, Rain hesitated not at all, quickly chanting the activation technique. With a single point of his finger, a beam of earth yellow light as thick as a thumb shot onto the Hellfire Demon statue covered by Mengbu. A deep mechanical rumbling came from within Mengbu. The towering Hellfire Demon statue began to rise. This is a demon statue. Claire, who was performing fire witchcraft, heard the noise from the cart and quickly glanced over. She was first puzzled, but upon some thought confirmed what was before her was not an ordinary puppet, but a demon statue. Because its power unit was evidently a small furnace, just from this aspect, Claire could affirm that the giant in front was indeed a demon statue. A demon statue? Beyonce, who was shooting, also looked shocked, although she wasn't a wizard and couldn't quickly tell if it was a puppet or a demon statue like Claire. She had heard of demon statues, things comparable to legendary combat power, and was surprised that her captain was carrying such a thing this time. However, she was still a bit worried whether this large, seemingly cumbersome thing could hit the swiftly moving clawed ghouls. Overclocking attack, Rain thought silently. The clawed ghouls were quite strong, so Rain directly ordered the Hellfire puppet to unleash its big move. The left and right chest panels of the Hellfire Demon statue cracked open, revealing 2 black holes, immediately activating like a Gatling gun in rapid fire mode, red and black light continuously flickering. Bang! Bang! The dense stream of red fireballs and black shadow arrows, trailing long tails, poured quickly towards a clawed ghoul directly in front. Boom, boom, boom. Though a single fireball could only slightly injure parts of the clawed ghoul's body, the rapid consecutive firing made up for it. Just after 3 seconds, taking 6 fireballs and shadow arrows, the ghoul was explosively severed at the waist. Careful, Captain, from behind. Seeing their comrade killed, several other clawed ghouls launched attacks from behind and the left side of the Hellfire Demon statue, seemingly aiming for close combat to destroy the statue. VSS. Sparks flew. Fierce claw strike from a clawed ghoul left only a half-inch scratch on the statue's forearm covered in hardened essence gold. Bang! The opponent was then sent flying into the air about 4 to 5 meters high by a heavy punch from the Hellfire Demon statue. Immediately, the statue unleashed another wave of Gatling-style fireballs and shadow arrows. Boom, 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 directly blowing apart the ghoul, which had no room to dodge in mid-air. At this time, the third clawed ghoul swiftly leapt onto the head of the Hellfire Demon statue, only to be grabbed by a large metal hand and thrown hard to the ground. Bang! Next, the statue's massive iron tower-like leg, driven by the small furnace, dumped repeatedly, crushing it into pulp. For time, the Hellfire Demon statue's might was unmatched. The remaining clawed ghouls dared not approach again in short time, starting to quickly circle and reposition around. So strong, an awestruck Dick couldn't help but say, "This is too strong." As a wizard, Claire understood more clearly the exaggerated combat power presented by her captain's demon statue. Though typically a demon statue's power is comparable to the legendary, compared to a true legend, its agility is somewhat inferior, therefore, just merely comparable, but actually often slightly lesser. But the golem from their own captain, whether in terms of witchcraft, attack frequency, or defensive power, far surpassed Claire's understanding. She believed that even a general legendary strongman wouldn't be able to match the golem from their captain. Just as the 2 women breathed a slight sigh of relief, Rain's gaze was fixed on a certain direction. "It's coming, what's coming?" Just as the 2 women showed confusion, suddenly, the ground lightly trembled, and the trees in the forest snapped with crack, as if some gigantic beast was rushing swiftly toward them. "Be careful, oh my God, what kind of terrifying monster is this?" A creature about 3.5 meters tall, with an upper body of muscle-bound granite-like strength similar to a robust male, and a lower, body like that of a gigantic scorpion, charged rapidly toward the golem. A powerful and savage aura instantly enveloped the entire site. Boom! The opponent's speed was exceptionally fast, and the strength was even more terrifying, directly knocking the Hellfire Demon statue, weighing over 10 tons, flying away. The next second, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. The thick metal arm of the Hellfire Demon statue was actually gripped tightly by the opponent's hands and forcibly ripped off with a twist. "Looks like your golem is done for." At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Middle-aged wizard dressed in a black wizard robe, bearing the emblem of 3 skulls on his chest, walked out from the dense forest. "I heard that your transformation can greatly improve your combat power. Perhaps you could save your golem." Staven's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement, and he said, "Oh, that may not be necessary." Rain looked at the Hellfire Demon statue, clearly at a disadvantage, with one arm already torn off, and said calmly, "Although the time for deploying the test was slightly short, it was considered complete." Staven heard Rain's words, momentarily somewhat unclear. But before he could think it through, suddenly, his eyes widened sharply, watching the colossal creatures battling intensely. This energy is... Only to see the golem, pressed under the body of his scorpion man, suddenly surge with energy waves multiplying several times. The next second, a dazzling green light, 10 times stronger than the sun, flashed by. Following this, a semi-spherical transparent shock wave visible to the naked eye rapidly spread out. After 2 seconds, there was the ear-splitting roar akin to an arsenal explosion that arrived. Even though Dick and others were several hundred meters away from the center of the explosion, they were still blasted by the airwaves. All the surrounding trees toppled like stalks of wheat, and even the sturdy carts, most of them were overturned. Although Staven immediately released 3rd-level defensive witchcraft, thwarting the shock wave and sound wave damage, his brows furrowed, his mind feeling as if a small knife was inserted. Because the Scorpion Man, as his most important undead, had a spiritual link with him. Yet the Scorpion Man's sudden death brought an unexpected strong backlash to Staven's spirit. Boom! A huge chunk of scorched corpse, as big as a water tank, happened to land heavily between Rain and Staven. The surface of this half-scorched corpse still vaguely showed a piece of dark metal chest armor with complex patterns. "Seems like I don't need to transform," Rain, watching Staven, said with a smile. Although this Hellfire Demon statue cost Rain a considerable amount of rare metal, using self-destruct to directly eliminate a legendary peak level, undead wasn't something Rain would feel bad about. In terms of feeling regret, the opponent has more to worry about. "Damn, do you know what you've done?" Staven glanced at the scorched corpse, his eyes turning red instantly. The Scorpion Man, in whom he placed great hopes, along with the iron spine undead chest armor, was directly destroyed by the self-destruct of the opponent's golem. Along with that, it also destroyed his long-endeavored opportunity to promote to Dawn Wizard through formal training as an undead wizard. In that case, he had no other choice. Meanwhile, several tens of miles away, beneath the Sword Blade volcano, deep within the seething lava nearly 1,000 meters below, a colossal creature soaked within, seemingly in a deep sleep. Suddenly, the creature's originally tightly closed massive eyes instantly opened. A pair of huge vertical pupils gazed toward the recently exploded direction, only to sense something began to straighten its form. Roar! As it unfolded its enormous flesh wings covered with red scales, a beast resembling a red dragon giant beast Rain had seen before, emitted a resonating dragon roar, then abruptly flapped the huge wings, leaping from the lava, charging straight toward the volcano's mouth above. Staven, with red eyes, pulled out a vial, emitting a red, enveloping witchcraft light from his bosom. Although he hesitated briefly, the next second he pulled out the stopper, threw back his head, and drank it down glug glug. Just as Rain was about to seize the opportunity to launch an attack, suddenly he saw the figure in the black robe before him clutch his head in agony, letting out a scream. "Graham, you bastard, actually." In an instant, Staven realized he had been deceived, because the blood of the spider god he consumed contained a strand of the will or spiritual imprint of the otherworldly evil god Nail Brecken, which used his body as a vessel for the descent of a saint. This was a cross-dimensional descent that could only be realized under certain conditions, more advanced than a projection. He had become the vessel for the descent. Obviously, Graham, the sect leader of the Tutkash school, had acted as an accomplice to Nail Brecken, Moreover, the entire event had been meticulously planned for a long time. It was just that previously, Staven had been too absorbed in his experiments, giving no opportunity. But this time, he voluntarily consumed it, at the same time. In an expansive underground hall at the Tutkash school base, on the Shirendil Plateau, Graham, a tall figure doing an experiment, suddenly trembled as too much reagent dripped into the beaker, instantly releasing a puff of black smoke, signaling a failed experiment. Such a low-level mistake is virtually impossible for a fourth-level Dawn wizard. But this scene unfolded right before him. However, Graham's expression showed not a hint of anger. Instead, a faint smile appeared, because in his mind a disconnected voice inexplicably appeared as if from a far-off place. Vessel, ingestidot commendation. That you delayed ingestion until now is a testament to your will and talent, which I admire, but your body happens to be the best vessel available, Staven. This is your fate, Graham's low voice echoed within the spacious hall at this moment. Turning to the foot of the sword blade volcano, in front of Rain, stood Staven. Just after a few painful roars, his voice underwent an overwhelming transformation, shifting from a normal human male tone to one that was grand, dull, and inhuman. Simultaneously, an enormous and profound evil aura spread throughout the scene centered around him. Surviving ordinary guards, who had just recovered from the earth-shattering explosion, suddenly felt impending doom again. This feeling was like a stumbling old man watching helplessly as a speeding carriage crashed towards him, or like an ordinary person by the sea suddenly facing a 50-meter-high giant tsunami rushing at them. Intense feeling of helplessness and bewilderment filled their hearts. Even Dick, who was a peak knight, now seemed to lose most of his courage, barely able to wield his knight's longsword, and his booted legs felt unbearably heavy. This is the aura of an evil god. Dick was terrified beyond measure. The evil god has descended, Beyonce said with a solemn face. Her morale was unusually low, but looking a few meters ahead at their captain, Rain, who remained calm, Beyonce could barely muster the courage to continue fighting. Captain, Claire said in a trembling voice. Anyone could hear the tension and fear in Claire's voice at this moment. She hadn't expected the situation to twist and turn like this. Initially, upon seeing those powerful clawed ghouls, she thought she might be facing a fierce battle, but their Captain Rain's demon statue still surprised her. But when the opponent's legendary peak abomination appeared, her heart tightened once more. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the demon statue still had a trump card, a self-destruct of unparalleled power. But now, facing the descent of an evil god, the previously favorable situation was reversed once again. Rain naturally understood that Claire was asking if they should retreat quickly while the being had not fully descended. You all step back a bit. Hold onto the sorcery scroll to protect yourselves. This part is mine. Rain didn't look back, his face still watching the black-robed figure undergoing transformation. The person seemed to have already started losing himself. His eyes rolled back, and his entire body floated up in the air. His body then underwent dramatic changes, his entire figure rapidly inflating like a balloon. His lower half sprouted pairs of sharp and lethal limbs that effortlessly pierced into the ground. As for his upper body, aside from inflating several times larger, it didn't change much, barely maintaining a humanoid form, except his arms mutated into a pair of saw-toothed blade-like weapons. Rain noticed that the person's gaze seemed to slowly regain clarity, though the look was entirely different from before. Staven, not a bad vessel, Rain heard him whisper. Staven must be referring to the original owner of the body. Rain looked at the great looming figure of nearly 10 meters and the immensely strong aura that far surpassed the legendary level, sighed and whispered. Ah, I always wanted to be a wizard, but there's no avoiding a close combat like this. In an instant, Rain's form also began to undergo a tremendous transformation. For he understood, confronting this being was not something his current second-level liquidation late-stage wizard power could handle. No matter how high his wizard talent was, it wouldn't be enough. A few seconds later, a formidable dragon man, taller than the spider demon possessed by the evil god opposite, appeared before everyone. The surging and violent aura immediately dispersed the terrifying atmosphere of the evil god, making the crowd around snap back to their senses, their faces lighting up with surprise. A sense of joy from escaping death surged in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the evil god Nail Brecken, who had been appraising his new vessel, also noticed the transformation of Rain not far away. He hadn't expected that creature he once considered negligible would suddenly become something worthy of attention. "Oh, interesting. Mortal, I'm offering you a chance to submit to me. A divine once recruited me in such a way. You're not the first." Rain in his dragon man-king form said calmly. Nail Brecken immediately understood Rain's implication. "Very well, your life will end in pain and death." Whoosh! Suddenly, the 4 sets of limbs of the opponent bent slightly, touching down swiftly like a dragonfly skimming water, and his massive form vanished from its original place. Clang! Sparks flew. When the opponent reappeared, he was abruptly in front of Rain. The sharp and razor-like right forelimb executed a leap slash aimed directly at Rain, but it was steadily blocked by Rain's massive dragon claw. In the next instant, the opponent's left forelimb also joined the battle, and for a moment, dozens of silver arcs flashed through. Ding, ding, clang, clang. Nail Brecken in his possessed form of Staven and Rain in his dragon man-king form clashed fiercely. In the nearby forest, 2 massive blurred figures crashed around violently, and a wild gale erupted instantly. Though the trees weren't directly attacked, the gusts of wind were enough to topple them in clusters. The ground, sounding like a place planted with mines, exploded with boom, boom, boom sounds. Following that, potholes of varying sizes appeared. Clearly, this wasn't the ground self-exploding, but rather the result of their speeds causing a delayed burst of force every time they landed. Such a fierce battle lasted for about half a minute when suddenly, the 2 giant beasts halted. In his half-spider demon form, Nail Brecken saw edged forelimbs collided tightly with Rain's massive dragon claw covered in hardened essence gold, seemingly locked in a power struggle. Daven's chitinous forelimbs and Rain's dragon claw both emitted faint sounds of deformation and stress. A few seconds later, both sides seemed to exert their strength simultaneously. In his half-spider demon form, Nail Brecken was sent flying more than 10 meters away, while the robust hind limbs of Rain's dragon man transformation were instantly strained, sinking half a meter into the ground. A very impressive bloodline transformation, but your stamina should be nearing its limit. While I've just finished warming up. "Oh, have you finished warming up? I've just started warming up," Rain said while adding a point to his spiritual attribute. Instantly, a surge of warmth was pumped vigorously from his heart, and his previously fatigued body immediately restored to a peak state. Ever since Rain's last battle with the Nether Sea Goddess, Hela, he found that verbal exchanges were very effective. Of course, the root cause lay in the high and mighty mindset of the divine. Faced with the provocation of what they considered an ant, they often became enraged. This was naturally advantageous to Rain. "Mortal, your hubris will lead you to a dead end." Nail Brecken certainly didn't believe what Rain said but felt deeply offended. Earth-splitting piercing. Clearly knowing that close combat attacks couldn't harm Rain in a short time, Nail Brecken in his half-spider demon form heavily lifted his forelimb. Suddenly, the ground before him erupted violently with several sharp spikes, 4 to 5 meters high, like waves crashing towards Rain. Yet Rain did not adopt a passive defense. Instead, he unfurled the pair of membranous wings on his back for the first time and gave them a heavy flap. "Perhaps it's you who's at the end of your road." No sooner had the words fallen than Rain, like a flash, appeared in front of Nail Brecken in his half-spider demon form, with his dragon claw covered in hardened essence gold, swung down heavily. Boom. Unprepared, Nail Brecken barely managed to lift his forelimbs, crossing them in front of his chest to block, but was instantly sent flying by Rain's powerful claw. However, mid-air, he quickly adjusted his stance and continued to engage in melee combat with the pursuing Rain. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the sky, and a red dragon, 14 to 15 meters long, descended rapidly from the heights. "Who dares disturb the great Hermados?" Suddenly, the deep, grand voice cut off, because once the dragon man king form Rain and Nail Brecken in his half-spider demon form heard the commotion from above, they clashed forcefully once more and retreated dozens of meters, both looking skyward. It was only then that the molten fire dragon Hermados realized that these two were not the fierce species of beasts he had initially imagined, let alone his next meal. One of them, in half-spider demon form, with icy cold eyes, was looking at it as if viewing a small reptile, and as it drew nearer, Hermados sensed the surge of their formidable aura below. So evil, so vast, damn it, this is a divine incarnation. Hermados's vertical pupils suddenly constricted, and at the same time, it immediately began to change direction, rapidly flapping its fleshy wings, intending to take off and leave this place immediately. Damn, I should have stayed lying in the lava. Why meddle in things that aren't my business? At this moment, Hermados felt like dying. It's actually a small fire dragon. As Nail Brecken, in half-spider demon form, murmured these words, he suddenly opened his mouth wide towards the fire dragon Hermados. A pillar of black swirling light instantly shot from his mouth, directly towards the molten fire dragon in midair. Swoosh! Although Hermados tried its best to dodge, the black light pillar still pierced through its right fleshy wing, blasting a large hole, with the wound continuously being corroded by black energy. Almost simultaneously, a silver lightning bolt also instantly struck Hermados' abdomen. It was the short spear thrown by Rain in Dragon Man King form. Upon seeing that the creature flying above was actually his mission target, he naturally didn't mind making a strike. Being hit twice in quick succession, Hermados screamed in agony. Fear grew in its heart. It desperately flapped its damaged wing, fleeing the scene rapidly, tumbling towards the sword blade volcano. It's not that it doesn't want to escape further away. The problem now is, if it doesn't immediately use the lava's high temperature to heal. It's afraid it won't fly far before falling from the sky. Hermados could feel the corrosion on the wound of its right wing. The energy level was very high. It had to rely on external forces to quickly remove it. Otherwise, it didn't want to be targeted by an evil god. Meanwhile, on the side, Dick, Claire, and Beyonce were already a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? The molten fire dragon Hermados appeared briefly like a clown and then fled swiftly. Where's the dragon's dignity? After this brief distraction, Nail Brecken in half-spider demon form continued his battle with Rain. The high-intensity battle made Rain allocate points 3 more times, which made Nail Brecken look at Rain with changed eyes. He knew that if he didn't use some effective means, as a divine, he might really have to retreat in disgrace this time. After the two clashed heavily again and retreated, Nail Brecken said in a deep voice, "Spider swarm storm." You could see his abdomen suddenly burst open, and thousands of fist-sized black-patterned spiders crawled out, swarming towards Rain. SZZ. At the same time, these small spiders lifted their mouthparts, spitting out clusters of sticky white webs at Rain. Perhaps 110 or even hundreds of them, Rain wouldn't take them seriously. But when the numbers reached such a level as before his eyes, caution was needed. The opponent's web spitting created a sky full of dense, sticky white webs. Iron armor technique, cutting net. Rain also, for the first time in Dragon Man King form, successively cast attack and defense sorcery. For a moment, Rain's legs seemed trapped in a swamp. Although he could move, his speed was greatly reduced, yet the successive use of the cutting net also cleared the spider swarm in front of him. At this moment, Nail Brecken, in half-spider demon form, quietly came behind Rain and suddenly launched a super-speed piercing at Rain's back. Snap! Nail Brecken's ambush was interrupted by a sudden strike from Rain's thick tail. Just as Nail Brecken sensed trouble and planned to abandon the fight, wanting to retreat, the dragon tail coiled around his waist. His sharp forelimb stabbed into Rain's tail, but almost simultaneously, an iron hammer suddenly struck towards him. Boom! Just as Nail Brecken easily blocked Rain's hammer with a puzzled look. After all, such close range wasn't conducive to the swing and force of a heavy hammer. Damage wouldn't compare to sharp claws. He didn't know why Rain would do that. Suddenly, Nail Brecken's entire body trembled, letting out a painful low growl. "You, mortal, you blasphemer." But at this moment, he was unable to continue saying anything because he could clearly feel that a spiritual imprint sent, with much effort, was being erased by some mysterious power. That hammer just now was Rain the Warhammer Wizard's trump card's Soul Shatter Strike. The accompanying true damage was most effective against divine projections or avatars. As Nail Brecken's spiritual imprint dissipated, a semi-transparent human-like ghostly appearance emerged over the fallen corpse. "Thank you, Rain. Originally I was coming to kill you, but instead, you saved me. If not, my soul would have been forever bound and controlled by the spider evil god Nail Brecken." The scene left Rain momentarily stunned. After all, this ghost-like state didn't occur for every wizard after death. He remembered that the last time he encountered such a situation, it was a long time ago during the Agatha Mill mission. Later, Rain had looked into the records, gaining a slight understanding. One condition for the appearance of a materialized spiritual body is that the deceased needs to have an obsession during life. This is the most important factor. Of course, if the deceased was a wizard with strong spiritual power, the probability of such a phenomenon with a spiritual body appearing after death was also higher. My soul is about to dissipate as thanks. I have important information for you. Rain, you need to be cautious of the Ice Otter School in Shirendal Plateau. It was them who hired me to kill you this time. Additionally, the Tutkash School has already fallen, and sect leader Graham is secretly preparing materials to summon the avatar of Newbrecken. At this moment, before the words were finished, Staven's spiritual body also began to gradually dissipate. Rain, on the other hand, appeared deep in thought. The content of what Staven just said was a bit much. As Staven's soul dissipated, a special aura started to emanate from around his spider demon-like corpse. A black thumb-sized crystal stone floated just above the corpse, spreading an aura of evil, greatness, and magnificence all around. The shape of this crystal stone made Rain feel somewhat familiar. It seemed extremely similar to the divine power crystal he obtained from the Nether Sea goddess Hela. This familiar scene made Rain's heart stir slightly. Could it be, this is the divine power crystal of Newbrecken? Since such divine power crystals are extremely precious, things that epic-level powerhouses would covet, Rain naturally didn't want it to become common knowledge. As Rain reached out to grasp this dark crystal, the system prompt immediately followed. Ding! Detected a divine power crystal that can enhance the spiritual power liquidation level. Accelerate absorption. Note, system absorption can eliminate impurities and absorb completely in one go. Indeed. Seeing the system prompt, Rain was overjoyed. Originally, his visit to the Sword Blade volcano was meant to kill the molten fire dragon, not expecting such an unexpected gain. After a brief consideration, Rain decided to absorb it immediately. The longer such a good thing is left, the more potential there is for complications and accidents to arise. Harold's divine power crystal was just like that, ultimately benefiting him. As for the evil aura attached to it, Rain was not afraid. Additionally, after his witch pattern tailor reached LV7 a few days ago, he found that he still had over 13,000 contribution points with the school, so he exchanged them for the third-level metal series Witchcraft Steel Armor technique. In other words, he currently has 2 third-level metal series witchcraft options for third-level innate wizardry, the attack-oriented Thorny Iron Ball, and the defense-oriented Steel Armor technique. So, Rain unhesitatingly chose yes. The silvery mist in his mental sea began quickly condensing into liquid, and the silver liquid slowly increased. A few seconds later, the silvery mist in his mental sea had completely transformed into silver liquid. Rain glanced at the attribute panel on the system homepage, seeing the spiritual attribute prominently displayed. 98, liquefaction 100%. At this moment, it seemed there was still remaining energy within the divine power crystal. This enhancement continued. Then, the system prompt sounded again, commencing ascension, undergoing continuous transformation. Instantly, Rain felt that the double-layered spiritual power crystal in his mental sea began to undergo dramatic changes. On the original double-layered crystal, there was a new, slightly smaller but more complex three-dimensional structure, embodying the third-level metal series Witchcraft Steel Armor technique. Indeed, the third-level innate wizardry Rain chose was the Steel Armor technique. His battle with Newbrecken left him battered and bruised. Though his injuries were not severe, it was a reminder to him. With encounters against increasingly powerful enemies, just relying on dragon scales and steel body's defensive effects was gradually becoming insufficient, necessitating further fortification of defenses. In an instant, the spiritual power crystal seemed to have transformed from a 2-layer to a 3-layer cake. Around the crystal's 3-dimensional structure, the original silvery liquid began to grow increasingly dense, and faintly, tiny motes of starlight could be seen floating within the liquid. If observed closely, one would discover that these granular starlights were actually spirit power crystals resembling ice crystals in miniature. This should be the crystallization of spiritual power. Right, Rain pondered. At this moment, the system notification rang again, detected that the host is breaking through to the third-level wizard, unlocking the improvement restriction of the second-level innate witchcraft cutting net. Would you like to improve this witchcraft? This improvement will consume 28 golden skill points. Note, after improvement, the innate witchcraft will be more suitable for the host to cast, with enhanced power, attack range, or other attributes improved. Previously, when advancing to the second-level wizard, there was already an improvement optimization for the first-level innate witchcraft metal morphing spell. Therefore, upon seeing this system notification, Rain was not particularly surprised. Without hesitation, Rain immediately chose yes. Instantly, a vast memory about the improvement of the second-level innate witchcraft cutting net began to flood Rain's mind. For a moment, it was as if Rain spent nearly 100 years in a mysterious space, improving the cutting net and fine-tuning its witchcraft model to become more suitable for his casting habits. Meanwhile, the 3 layers of spiritual power crystals within the mental sea were also undergoing synchronized fine-tuning. Soon, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The improvement of the host's second-level innate witchcraft cutting net is complete. The new witchcraft model has been successfully adjusted, witchcraft power increased by 13%, and spiritual power consumption reduced by 18%. Not bad. Rain's eyes lit up. Although the cost in golden skill points is more than it was for the metal morphing spell, having additional power as a second-level witchcraft is quite good. The improvement of the second-level innate witchcraft was just a small part of this promotion. As the system notifications continued to appear, host spiritual power has significantly increased, enabling crystallization. Ding! Successfully advanced to third-level wizard. Spirit plus 25. Obtained third-level innate witchcraft, steel armor technique. When Rain opened his eyes again, he felt his perception of the world had become more distinct and profound. He could easily discern the subtle differences in the footsteps of Claire and Beyonce, who were approaching quickly from dozens of meters behind him. It wasn't just a difference in sound, but a difference in the rhythm and force of their steps. For this, he didn't need to turn around to perceive clearly. Even from over 100 meters away, among those dozens of guards, Rain could distinguish the position of Dick, the sword-holder captain, with just perception. Moreover, there was the mysterious elemental energy around him that was invisible to the naked eye. Although Rain still couldn't see it directly, his current perception could grasp very subtle differences, such as whether the distribution of energy elements around him was uniform. For example, in his current position, metal and shadow energy particles was significantly more dense in surrounding areas. Of course, this was likely because he had just battled with the half-spider demon form of Noxabrekan, and such subtle differences were not easy to discern when he was a second-level liquidized wizard, nor was it easy to differentiate. Now, however, he could perceive them clearly and easily. Quickly, Rain focused his attention on the system panel. Since it was an advancement to third-level wizard, not a transfer of profession, the Warhammer Wizard Legendary Profession panel did not undergo significant changes. Spirit increased by 25 points, much more than when advancing to second level, not bad. Rain glanced at the attribute panel where the spiritual attribute reached 123, crystallization 1%, finally stepped into the realm of the third-level crystallization wizard. Now, solely with witchcraft, I have entered the threshold of legendary combat power. Rain couldn't help but feel quite pleased. Next, he focused on the effects of the third-level innate witchcraft steel armor technique. With a quick scan, Rain found a new icon located at the top of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary Profession panel. The pattern inside the icon was a humanoid figure gleaming with silver light. Unlike the knightly appearance with full-body knight armor, the humanoid surface had complete metal protection without a wrinkle, akin to a liquid robot seen in Rain's past life movies of the Terminator. Below the icon, there was a line of small text: third-level innate witchcraft, steel armor technique, third-level innate witchcraft, effects. Consumes a small amount of spiritual power to mobilize special metal energy particles in the Earth's crust with a specific witchcraft model, covering the host's surface with a thick steel armor. Special metal energy particles. Thick steel armor. Rain immediately grasped the difference in expression between the steel armor technique and the iron armor technique. However, it was naturally inconvenient to cast now, as Claire and Beyonce were already behind him. "Captain, are you all right?" Claire asked with a hint of concern. "I'm fine." Rain waved his hand and said, "Captain, do you want to put something on first?" Beyonce, blushing slightly, handed Rain a black cloak. Thank you." Rain looked down and showed a sudden realization. He immediately took Beyonce's cloak and draped it over himself. Although lately his witch pattern tailor profession level had been rising rapidly, allowing him to wear expandable undergarments. Due to the intense battle just now, they had been shredded into pieces, so basically only a pair of shorts remained. When Dick and the other guards arrived by Rain's side, the surrounding pitted and battered forest, looking like hundreds of meteorites had fallen, made them feel dazed. Crying out in my heart, "Is this the destruction humans can cause? Even if it's the lords from the Imperial City, this is too exaggerated. Lord Rain, although I've long heard of your fame, I find the rumors have underestimated your battle prowess." Dick bowed deeply to Rain, eyes full of deep admiration. "Sir Dick, I also thank you and your companions for your bravery and fearlessness," Rain said with a smile. Meanwhile, the Shirendil Plateau, in the underground depths of the Tutkash school's base. Just as Rain was destroying the avatar of the evil god Nail Brecken, Graham suddenly felt a tremor in his mind, as if foretelling that something bad had happened. Soon after, his expression changed dramatically. For as a fourth-level Dawn Wizard, he was already able to intermittently hear the distant divine whisper, "Bastard, kill him." Although the words of the spider god were intermittent and not very clear, the anger in the words was evident. Graham quickly realized that the avatar of their spider god had encountered trouble. How could this be? It actually failed. If Staven's mission failed, that might be possible, but the avatar of my master clearly descended successfully before. The tall figure of Graham paced back and forth in the underground hall, his 4 pairs of sharp limbs scraping the ground with a hissing sound, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why. Could it be that my master's avatar was defeated right after descending? But even as the Imperial Guardian, it's not certain that they could crush my master's descending avatar, right? With Staven as the vessel, the power of my master's avatar must have reached the epic level. To take a step back, even if there happened to be an Imperial Guardian nearby, if they couldn't win, at least retreating should be assured. But from the angry tone of my master just now, the avatar must have been completely obliterated. This, Graham furrowed his brow tightly, sword blade volcano at the foot of the mountain. Witnessing that lured Rain, also a sword bearer, possessed such strong battle prowess to slay a descending avatar of an evil god. Dick and other sword bearers in Moselle province felt honored. After some rest, they enthusiastically headed towards Sword Blade Volcano. Soon, the group reached the crater of Sword Blade Volcano, a scorching wave hitting them in the face, mixed with a pungent smell of sulfur compounds. Peering from the crater to the bottom of the volcano, they saw dark red magma slowly writhing like cracked earth. But after repeated scans by so many people, they didn't find any trace of the molten fire dragon. Last time, before we even reached the entrance, that molten fire dragon sensed our presence and immediately rushed out. Why this time? Many of the guards began to whisper among themselves. "Lord Rain, I think this molten fire dragon might have been scared by you and is hiding in the molten lava lake, too afraid to come out." Dick thought for a moment and then stated a guess he believed to be closest to the truth. For a creature like a molten fire dragon, territory is most important, and they had just strutted up with no response from the other side. This obviously made no sense, so, after serious thought, Dick came to this rare but the only reasonable conclusion: a fire dragon was scared into hiding. At over 40 years in age, Dick had executed at least hundreds of missions, big and small, in the Moselle Sword Bearers branch, and it was the first time he saw something so outrageous. Hearing Dick's words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. Although they felt Dick's theory was a bit exaggerated, it seemed quite logical. When Claire heard Dick's words, she was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes blinking a few times, thinking that this was the first time she'd heard of something so absurd. However, when she quickly glanced at their captain, she found Rain frowning slightly, seemingly regretful about not completing the molten fire dragon task. After thinking for a while, Claire said, "Captain, why don't I use the flame eye to check?" "Flame eye, it's worth a try." Rain's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded immediately. He'd heard of the flame eye, a first-level fire element witchcraft, which seemingly could condense into an eye composed of flame elements, the size of a fist, to scout the enemy. As Claire muttered the spell, a few seconds later, a somewhat unusual semi-transparent fireball appeared in mid-air in front of her, floating up and down. Claire's pale fingers pointed, and the flame eye rapidly descended towards the molten lava lake below. A few minutes later, Claire wiped the fine beads of sweat from her pale forehead, seemingly ceasing her casting. With an apologetic face, she said, "Captain, I'm sorry I couldn't find it. The creature is likely hiding deep in the magma lake." Rain nodded, saying, "It's okay." He understood, although the crater seemed small, the area below was quite spacious. The molten lava lake at the bottom of Sword Blade Volcano was as large as a real lake. Especially the depth of the molten lava lake must be incredibly deep, and additionally, there might be winding underground paths at the bottom. To search for a molten fire dragon deliberately hiding in such a molten lava lake was naturally extremely difficult. Rain had considered sending Bloodfeather to search. But his blood-feathered horned eagle, although a fierce species, could fly over magma for a short time without issue, yet long searches in the molten lava lake wouldn't be practical. Secondly, this is too dangerous. If Bloodfeather was swallowed by the molten fire dragon, the loss would be significant. Thinking about it, Rain turned around and said, "Let's go. I fear the other party will change locations once they recover. I just don't know if this counts as completing the mission." Rain murmured softly. The two women listened and exchanged puzzled looks. Indeed, after all, the threat of the molten fire dragon has been eliminated, but their captain didn't use the method of killing it. At this time, Beyonce beckoned to Dick and said, "Sir Dick, have someone observe at the foot of the mountain for a while. If the molten fire dragon Hermados leaves, report it to the headquarters." "As you command, Miss Beyonce." Dick immediately understood Beyonce's meaning, appearing to have a moment of clarity. He responded. For Rain, although he did not manage to kill the molten fire dragon Hermados, he wasn't feeling down. On the contrary, on the way back, he was in a rather good mood. Because the gains this time far exceeded expectations, he smoothly advanced to a third-level crystallization wizard, which he hadn't anticipated before coming. Rain originally thought it would take him several months to get promoted. As for the molten fire dragon, whether to kill it or not wasn't really a point of particular concern for him. After Rain and his team had left for a full half hour, several fist-sized red firebirds suddenly emerged from the molten lava lake, flying into the sky, surveying the surroundings in several circles. Immediately after, a giant creature cautiously poked its head out from the molten lava lake in the Sword Blade Volcano. Seemingly out of caution, the molten fire dragon Hermados stealthily flew to the crater, then stopped, watching from afar as Rain and his party truly departed before exhaling a long breath. Truly terrifying humans, even the avatar of the divine, they managed to defeat. It seems this Sword Blade Volcano is no longer a place to stay. Once the wounds heal, it must find a new place to reside. Hermados' slit pupils flickered. A few hours later, on the return airship, Rain was contemplating alone in a luxurious cabin. Now, with the prerequisite conditions for the Dragon Vein Wizard, I have completed 2 items, leaving just the last, the giant dragon blood essence. Previously, at the Frostwind Prairie, Rain had tried the blood essence of ancestor dragon Calaxius, but the system did not accept it. This is also why Rain was not very concerned about the molten fire dragon Hermados. From historical records, fire dragons are not considered giant dragons. Top-tier sub-dragon species at most are just sub-dragon species. After thinking carefully, it made sense as the prerequisite for job transition clearly states a complete giant. Dragon blood essence. The key is on the complete and giant dragon aspects. This is indeed tricky, but in the next half-month the Dragon Knight Reserve selection will happen. Maybe soon I can actually come into contact with a real giant dragon, Rain mused. After all, if I can't even come into contact with a giant dragon, there's no talking about obtaining a complete giant dragon blood essence. It just happens that these days I can try to earn some contribution points at the school to exchange for the 3rd tier of the Steel Heart. Ideally, I would also exchange for the 3rd-level Metal Series Witchcraft Steel Fist. But with 14,000 contribution points needed, it's unlikely to be resolved in a short time. After all, opportunities like the Fiery Flame Canyon Secret Realm aren't everyday events. By the afternoon of the next day, when Rain returned to the Sword Bearer headquarters in Imperial City Tamriel, Olna immediately received the message from the airship docking station staff. "Lord Rain, everything about the mission went smooth." Quickly, Olna, dressed in black straight pants and a long-sleeved shirt with white patterns, came over with a smile. But as soon as she began to speak, she swallowed her words. Because after Olna glanced around, she noticed the heavy demon statue hadn't returned, and she didn't see any spoils concerning the molten fire dragon. So, with high emotional intelligence, Olna immediately fell silent, because this was the first time, as far as she could recall, that she had seen the young Lord Rain in a mission failure scenario. When Olna's questioning gaze swept towards Claire, Claire shook her head and voluntarily said, "Sir Olna, Although we didn't kill the molten fire dragon Hermados, I don't think it can be said this mission failed. Because that molten fire dragon Hermados kept hiding from the captain, staying submerged in the depths of the molten lava lake, not daring to emerge at all, hiding from Lord Rain. Olna blinked her beautiful eyes, obviously puzzled. Though she was a civilian personnel, she had worked in the sword-bearer department for over 10 years. Olna naturally knew that all fierce species have a strong territorial instinct, often fighting to the death to protect their territory, let alone a fire dragon like Hermados. Yes, Claire nodded heavily, saying, Sir Olna, it's just as well you're here. Perhaps you should contact Major General Tasha immediately. Rain nodded with a smile as he saw Olna say, We encountered something halfway. Although we didn't kill the molten fire dragon this time, we encountered a divine avatar. What? Olna's beautiful eyes widened at once, covering her mouth with her hand, exclaiming, And now that divine avatar. The captain has already destroyed that evil god's avatar. Beyonce added at an appropriate time. Lord Rain, I'll contact Major General Tasha immediately. Please wait a moment. With that, Olna, wearing heels 5 or 6 centimeters high, quickly walked away. By the way, Lord Rain, there is something important. Miss Anna had an urgent situation yesterday and said she needed to return to Ferdinand Forest first. This is the letter Miss Anna left for you. Suddenly remembering something, Olna turned around while speaking and handed a letter to Rain. So urgent. After all, I only left for 2 days. Is Anna already so impatient? Rain couldn't help feeling a sense of trepidation. Immediately, he opened the envelope to read the letter. Meanwhile, Olna again walked away quickly to report to Major General Tasha. This time, Claire seemed to have noticed something. She looked up and gazed at the departing Olna, her eyes lingering for a moment on the curve of Olna's slightly upturned rounded skirt, thinking to herself how this married liaison lady of their captain had quite some charm. By the way, Beyonce, did you know? This lady used to be Captain Rain's full-time liaison in Minster. Claire slightly puckered her lips towards the departing Olna and whispered to her companion Beyonce beside her. Beyonce glanced at Olna's graceful figure as she departed, then looked back at Claire, instantly understanding what her friend meant, and shook her head, saying it's unlikely with the captain's abilities and status he could find someone much better. That's not necessarily true. Many nobles have particular tastes. Claire immediately placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and retorted, Beyonce, think from another angle. Just imagine how difficult it must have been to transfer a female admin from the Sword Bearers branch in the provincial department to the Imperial City headquarters. Surely you know this, right? Well, Claire's words made Beyonce fall silent. Indeed, it was no ordinary difficulty. Even the leader of the Sword Bearers branch coordinating such a transfer would find it hard. Moreover, if their captain just needed a liaison, there were at least dozens of young female secretaries at headquarters lined up for him to choose from. Why go through the trouble of transferring someone from a branch? Could it be that their captain really didn't prefer young women, but instead liked married ladies? But it would explain that their captain seems quite devoted if he put in significant effort to transfer someone from a branch. At this time, Rain had no time to pay attention to the gossip of his 2 team members. He was focused on the content of the letter. Dear Rain, Aunt Delana got severely injured by a follower of the ancient Mother Tree sect during her mission. I must return immediately. After my aunt recovers, I will return to the Imperial City. Rain felt relieved seeing this. So, it was Miss Delana who got injured, no wonder. However, Mother Tree sect? Rain immediately recalled the time he and Rudolph from the Goddess Church had jointly defeated the blood-flesh tree spirit. It seemed that place was an ancient temple of the Mother Tree sect. It seems the situation is worsening. Even Ferdinand Forest, where the elves are, has been attacked by the cult. However, perhaps later I could ask Olna to check on the intelligence regarding the Mother Tree sect. Maybe after the Dragon Knight Reserve selection, I could consider going to Ferdinand Forest. Rain contemplated. Only about 7 or 8 minutes passed before Olna returned, accompanied by a female major general. It was Tasha. Lord Rain, welcome back. General Augustus is already in the conference room waiting for you. Tasha smiled slightly and said. With those words, she nodded to Claire and the other woman as well. Great, let's go then. Rain nodded. Indeed, the sword holder headquarters valued intelligence regarding the divine highly. Soon, the group of 3 was led into a small meeting room with strict confidentiality and security measures. Rain noticed that the hallway of the meeting room had patterns of the witch array on the floor and around the corners, similar to the secret room he had seen in Marne province before. However, the array at headquarters appeared more intricate. Lord Rain, this room is imbued with multiple witch arrays preventing eavesdropping and spying, effectively blocking surveillance. You may refer to some divine true names to an appropriate extent. Tasha introduced at the right time. Rain nodded to indicate his understanding. By this time, the General Augustus, whom Rain had met twice before, was already seated on one side of the meeting room, smiling at him. "Lord Rain, we meet again," Augustus said warmly. Moreover, the phrasing was different from their first meeting. This time, even he, a general and the actual second in command at the sword-holder headquarters, used the term Lord when addressing Rain. Perhaps the young Claire and Beyonce didn't notice this subtle change in address, but Tasha, Olna, and others noticed, their beautiful eyes flickering. Obviously, this indicated that the young Lord Rain held a higher status in the eyes of the high-ups at the sword-holder headquarters than before. "General Augustus, good day." Rain smiled slightly and said. Claire and Beyonce, nervous because it was their first time meeting such an important figure, hurriedly followed their captain and saluted to greet. "No need to be formal, please have a seat," Augustus said kindly. After everyone was seated, Olna quietly left the small conference room, as her level was not high enough to listen in on such an important meeting. "Lord Rain, please recount the unexpected situation during your mission in detail." Tasha smiled and said, "All right, at the foot of Sword Blade Volcano we were attacked by a wizard from the Tutkash school, Claude Ghoul, demon statue self-destruction, legendary stitched monster." In the meeting room, everyone, including General Augustus, listened intently. Besides Rain's narration, the only other sound was the rustling of notes being taken. The opponent's spirit seemed to be severely injured due to the death of the stitched monster, took evil god's blood, possession, incarnation. Hearing this, Tasha couldn't help but look up, somewhat surprised at Rain, and confirmed, "Lord Rain, are you saying it's an incarnation, not a projection?" "Yes, I'm sure it's an incarnation." Rain nodded and said. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting next to General Augustus, with an epaulette displaying a pair of golden leaves and two suns, coughed and said, "Ahem. Lord Rain, you might not be very clear, but to summon a divine incarnation requires very unique conditions for the possessed human. Finding such a suitable vessel for the divine incarnation is not easy. Moreover, even for an imperial guardian, handling a divine incarnation can be quite challenging," the person added tactfully. However, Claire, who had long been awed by the strength of her own captain, couldn't help but speak up upon hearing this. After all, she hadn't been able to help her captain in direct combat at all. In this headquarters situation investigation, she had to say something. Claire chimed in impatiently. "This admiral, our captain, explained it very clearly, and we were all present at the time, witnessing it clearly. The opponent was undoubtedly the incarnation descending, not just a projection." "Yes, I can also attest to this." Beyonce nodded from the side in agreement. "No need to get excited, ladies. This is not a hearing, just a session to record the situation." The admiral couldn't help but smile wryly and said, thinking for a moment, Rain nodded and said, "I think that wizard from the Tutkash school who was possessed must be quite special. His name is Staven, and he is quite powerful. Perhaps Major General Tasha could check later. There should be records in the headquarters." "Staven?" General Augustus suddenly became serious and said, "Yes, sir." Rain nodded. "No need to check. If it's him, then it's definitely a divine incarnation without a doubt." Augustus waved his hand and said, "I know Staven. 30 years ago, he was already a third-level crystallization peak wizard. He was also a rare shadow-type genius wizard, completely qualified as a vessel for a divine descent." However, after finishing his words, Augustus scrutinized Rain, seemingly surprised at Rain's ability to handle a divine incarnation. At this moment, Tasha suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Lord Rain, do you know part of that god's true name?" "Yes, before Staven's soul dissipated, he told me that this evil god was referred to as spider god Najberken by them. I think these words are part of the deity's true name. God's true names are usually very long and are also a kind of top secret for the deity." "What? It's actually the spider demon god Najberken." General Augustus, usually calm, was unexpectedly startled this time. The others present, including Rain, couldn't help but feel surprised at General Augustus's loss of composure. After all, currently within the Empire territory, cults were proliferating like mushrooms, and projections or even incarnations of various evil gods descending were not uncommon. Even a few months ago, an evil god's avatar directly interrupted the emperor's semi-divine promotion. Logically speaking, General Augustus, as the second in command at the imperial swordsmen, should be used to such occurrences. Could it be that this spider demon god is different from other evil gods? Sorry, I lost my composure. Augustus apologized after pondering for a moment, as if recalling something. After a while he said, thousands of years ago on the Shirendil Plateau, there was an extremely brutal and ferocious spider empire whose earliest origins are untraceable. However, their worship was devoted to the spider demon god Najberkin. Later, after being defeated by a coalition of multiple human kingdoms, this spider empire retreated deep underground. To avoid excessive casualties, the Human Kingdom Coalition, at the time, did not continue the offensive, but instead gathered a large group of wizards led by 3 5th-level full-moon wizards, using the divine artifact Blazing Light Staff to completely seal their entire domain underground. So, I'm worried. Does the appearance of this evil god mean there's something wrong with the underground seal? Or is the other side planning to destroy the seal? Lord Rain, thank you for reporting such important intelligence. Thank you, General Augustus. As an imperial sword-bearer, this is my duty. Rain smiled slightly. Lord Rain, do you have anything else to add? Tasha stopped writing, smiled, and said. After thinking for a moment, Rain said again, before Staven's soul dissipated, he told me that behind the attempt to assassinate me, it's actually Isotter's school masterminding. Of course, this is just Staven's claim. I currently have no evidence. I'm just somewhat skeptical about whether the Isotter school on the Shirendil Plateau really fulfilled their oversight responsibilities. Additionally, it seems the sect leader Graham of the Tutcash school has probably fallen. Well, that's all. Thank you, Lord Rain. The headquarters will quickly evaluate the corresponding points reward based on your report. Tasha quickly jotted down. Tasha, send a copy of the situation reported by Lord Rain to Grand Astromancer Dalane later. General Augustus said solemnly, Understood, sir. When the meeting concluded, Rain met Olna, who was waiting by the meeting room door. He immediately thought of something and said, Lord Olna, I have something to discuss. Lord Rain, please go ahead. Olna took out a palm-sized notebook and a quill, preparing to record. Please contact the provincial branches near the Ferdinand Forest region. I want to gather the latest movements and key intelligence on the cult Mother Tree sect there. Moreover, check if the headquarters has any sword bearers sent to the elf territory for special missions, and if so, understand the specific workflow. Due to various historical entanglements, the elf clan maintains an unusually wary attitude towards humans. The elf clan, aside from keeping the sole embassy in Imperial City Tamriel as a communication point with humans, remains almost isolated from the world. Therefore, even if Rain wishes to go to Ferdinand Forest to assist Anna, it's not that simple and depends on the elves' attitude. Moreover, as a race with a history far longer than humans, many individuals in the elf clan possess long lifespans and formidable power. Rain doesn't believe that just a single Mother Tree sect can cause significant harm to the elf clan. Generally speaking, Anna shouldn't have any safety issues. Understood, Lord Rain, I'll contact them right away. When Rain returned to the residence, his sister Bo, he quickly found him looking dismayed and said, Brother, Sister Anna left again. Do you know when she'll come back? Don't worry, Anna should be back soon. Rain slowly squatted down, smiled, and gently ruffled Bohi's hair, comforting her. Last time you also said that, but Anna took more than half a year to come. If Sister Anna doesn't return within a month, I'll go find her and bring her back all right. Seeing Bohi still unhappy, Rain continued. Okay. Bohi brightened up at her brother's promise, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Early the next morning, Rain arrived at the Bixiu Mechanization School Station. Inside Mentor Magaro's office. Hey, Rain, did you complete this mission so quickly? Magaro was quite surprised that Rain returned to the Imperial City in just 3 days. Normally, for a sword-bearer to complete a task in a week's time is considered fast. There was a bit of a mishap, so I came back early. By the way, Mentor, I tested the Hellfire Demon statue during actual combat, and it's very effective. Haha, as long as it works. Magaro was very pleased with his prized disciple's words, stroking his red beard. By the way, did you bring the statue back this time? Let me know if there's anything that needs improvement. On the topic of the statue, Magaro's interest soared. It self-destructed, Rain said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, his Hellfire Demon statue took a lot of time and effort from mentor Megaro, along with significant help from Audrey and Alicia, to complete quickly. What exactly happened? Megaro stood up in shock, asking. It's like this. When Rain recounted that the Hellfire Demon statue self-destruction directly took out a legendary peak-stitch creature, Megaro's face no longer showed any pained expression, instead laughing heartily. Great, that's excellent. I never imagined that a statue made by me, Megaro, would one day eliminate a legendary peak-level stitched monster. Megaro's face was flushed with excitement as he paced back and forth in the room. He took out a bottle of Bordeaux-aged wine from the cupboard, pulled open the stopper, and directly drank from the bottle. Megaro drank half the bottle before remembering something, and said, Rain, want to have a swig too, hic. Thank you, mentor, I'll pass. Rain showed a slight bitter smile, shook his head. All right then, since it's self-destructed, let's make another one. So, after this actual combat, do you think there's any area where the statue needs improvement? Megaro calmed his excitement and asked. Rain had already thought about it before coming. In the confrontation with the stitched beast, the golem was clearly at a disadvantage. Rain had considered enhancing his witchcraft from first-level witchcraft to second level, but this would mean a geometric increase in the difficulty of engravings, which was a major challenge even for his instructor Megaro, who was only at the peak of first-level wizard. The simplest way to enhance the golem's power is to make it thicker, taller, and bigger. As for the witchcraft, one could consider increasing its shooting parts. Instructor, can we add 2 cannons on the shoulders of the Hellfire Demon statue to cast Fireball Technique and Shadow Arrow? Perhaps we could consider configuring an additional small furnace for this purpose. Megaro pondered for a while, then looked at Rain and said, It's not impossible, but doing so would make the Hellfire Demon statue significantly larger, and its height could exceed 6 meters, which might make it very difficult for you to operate. Instructor, I have no problem with that, Rain smiled slightly and said. One of the main reasons for considering minimizing the golem was because he was a wizard at the late stage of second-level liquidation. Although he had a super metal element affinity, operating the golem was rather challenging. Rain clearly remembered that operating the Hellfire Demon statue once consumed nearly 50 points of his spiritual power, and he only had just over 90 points at that time. But now the situation was different. His spiritual power had now reached as high as 123, and the crystallized spiritual power had a quality above liquefaction, making operating the golem much easier. Megaro skeptically examined Rain for a moment, then revealed a look of shock and said, You couldn't have. Although Megaro had long been unable to see through Rain's strength, not to mention that Rain was wearing the concealing robe, Megaro vaguely guessed something from Rain's calm smile. Rain smiled slightly, nodded, and said, Instructor, I'll leave this matter to you. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion on the left side of the Imperial Palace Tamriel, a middle-aged nobleman with a mustache was respectfully standing beside a young man with a gentle face and blonde hair. The blonde young man was sitting in a chair, casually flipping through a stack of documents. Buchanan, so now we can confirm that this young man named Rain probably carries some unknown dragon bloodline. Second Prince, according to the information, it seems so. The middle-aged noble named Buchanan bowed and said, Good, go and invite him to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, Second Prince Everton said with an inscrutable smile, closing the documents. Okay, Second Prince. Buchanan slowly exited the room. Although Duke Drum had approached him earlier, attempting to persuade him to whisper to the Second Prince to eliminate this Rain, it now seemed that the Second Prince was rather interested in this young man with a dragon bloodline. The Dragon Scale Brotherhood is a hidden sect initiated by the Second Prince, specifically targeting non-royal members with various dragon bloodlines. After Rain returned to his residence, he went to the training room and began pondering the second-level Witchcraft Iron Armor technique and the third-level Witchcraft Steel Armor technique. Even before studying the third-level Witchcraft Steel Armor technique, he had seen related descriptions at the exchange office in the school and felt that there should be some inherent connection between the two. After multiple times, Rain was faintly sure that there must be some intrinsic link between these two witchcrafts. But the problem was, Rain vaguely felt that something seemed to be missing. Rain continuously cast the two witchcrafts in the room. Second-level Witchcraft Iron Armor technique. Third-level Innate Witchcraft Steel Armor technique. A layer of dark iron armor was covered by an even thicker layer of silver metal. The defensive power seemed to be stacked, but Rain knew this was merely a superficial stack, not a significant increase in power like a killer move. After repeated casts, Rain always felt something was blocking. After much contemplation, Rain seemed to have an epiphany and tried incorporating the first-level innate witchcraft metal morphing spell. After 2 casts, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Rain's mind, and he thought, right, it must be the metal morphing spell. At the same time, a system prompt followed. Ding. Host has realized the form of combined witchcraft. Would you like to consume 42 golden skill points to deduce and complete it? Finally, it's here. Rain couldn't help but pump his fist excitedly. Then, with overwhelming joy, he chose yes without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of profound witchcraft training memories flooded into Rain's mind. As if he had practiced these 3 witchcrafts for a century in some mysterious space. When Rain opened his eyes again, his understanding of these 3 witchcrafts had broken some barrier, knowing how to integrate the 3 witchcrafts into one. Ding, deduction successful. Host has comprehended the Metal Series 3rd level combined witchcraft steel armor. Steel armor. Rain's face lit up with joy. 1st level innate witchcraft metal morphing spell, 2nd level witchcraft iron armor technique, and 3rd level innate witchcraft steel armor technique continuously cast to form a combined witchcraft steel armor. Just as Rain was about to conduct a practical test, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Rain, there's a count named Buchanan outside, requesting to see you. He says he is the 2nd prince's steward, the little man Mateo said with a slightly hurried breath. The 2nd prince's steward. Rain's eyebrow slightly raised, evidently a bit surprised. No wonder Mateo came to disturb him. Please have the guest meet in the reception room. After a slight thought, Rain said, a few minutes later in the reception room. Lord Rain, I come today because I heard that rare dragon bloodline flows through your veins. Entrusted by the 2nd prince, I wish to invite you to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Buchanan said with a smile, straightforward. This is a small gift from His Highness the 2nd Prince to you. This is a special potion developed by the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, which promotes those with the dragon bloodline. His Highness named it the Dragon Vein Evolution Potion. As he spoke, Buchanan took out a brown wooden box, opened it voluntarily, and handed it to Rain. This, Rain clearly saw inside, a bottle of dark red unknown potion shimmering with blood-colored witchcraft light. Due to Anna's mother's situation, Rain had long considered how to interact with this 2nd prince. However, Rain did not expect the other party would directly come to invite him to join such an unheard of organization. Seeing Rain in contemplation, Buchanan's face lightened up with joy, and he continued, Lord Rain, the initial purpose of His Highness, the 2nd Prince, in establishing the Dragon Scale Brotherhood was to provide a platform for communication and an opportunity for further enhancement for those who unexpectedly awaken their dragon bloodline. For example, you can imagine a group of like-minded people researching together how to further develop the special abilities of their own dragon bloodline and researching related special potions, etc. Moreover, this is a purely hidden sect. It won't affect your current status as a sword bearer, nor will there be any mandatory tasks. It must be said, this Buchanan in front of him had excellent eloquence and skills. If it was an ordinary person, they would naturally be tempted. However, Rain was different. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. First, from his previous understanding of the 2nd Prince, this Dragon Scale Brotherhood would most likely not be as pure as this person said, being a purely secretive cultivation organization. Rain himself was a wizard and pharmacist. Just a little thought, and he could understand the key issue. Research and develop one's dragon bloodline, how to research it. Bloodline research inevitably requires the extraction of fresh blood, and may even require providing a small amount of bodily tissue to possibly research something out. Stepping back, if his bloodline did indeed research something peculiar, that would be even more disadvantageous. Moreover, Rain knew very well that his bloodline enhancement relied on a system, that by systematically killing dragon creatures, he could continuously perfect and enhance the mutated dragon bloodline. As for the whereabouts of Anna's mother, he could seek other means. I'm sorry, Lord Buchanan, please convey my thanks to His Highness the 2nd Prince for his kindness, but as a sword bearer, I don't intend to join any secret organization for the time being. Rain thought for a moment and politely said. At the same time, He also expressed that he wouldn't join any secret organization, as a sign that he bore no prejudice against the second prince. Lord Rain, you might not be aware of how many people in the outside world are eager to join His Highness the Second Prince's dragon-scale brotherhood, especially those bloodline polluters and deteriorators, who are even willing to pay a huge price seeking to join. Buchanan seemed unbothered by Rain's refusal as he continued to speak fluently. By the way, I heard you recently participated in the Dragon Knight Reserve selection. Yes, then you should all the more join the Dragon-scale Brotherhood. I'll tell you a little secret. His Highness the Second Prince is one of the examiners this time. The time is almost up. Apologies for the disturbance, Lord Rain. Buchanan smiled meaningfully, readying himself to leave. I understand, Lord Buchanan, I need some time to consider. Rain stood up, saying, Of course, if you decide to join, you can contact me at any time over the next few days. Rain first pondered what Buchanan had just said, realizing that, if he didn't have the system, the suggestion was quite tempting and almost impossible to refuse joining the Dragon-scale Brotherhood. It's imaginable that the Dragon-scale Brotherhood he mentioned should have recruited quite a few people with dragon bloodline. Although the probability of having dragon bloodline outside the royal family offspring in the Empire is extremely low, even if it's only 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in a million, calculated according to the vast territory and numerous population of the Empire, I'm afraid the number might still be 100 or even 1,000. Is the purpose of the Second Prince leading this hidden sect really to provide a platform for people with dragon bloodline to communicate and improve? Also, what does the term bloodline polluter and shatterer mentioned earlier mean? It seems they are eager to join the Dragon-scale Brotherhood. Looks like I need to search for some related information. Rain thought deeply, and within a moment, several questions arose in his mind. However, he knew too little information at the moment and couldn't make a judgment yet. After pondering for a while, Rain shifted his attention to the red potion placed in the wooden box on the coffee table. He slightly sensed it, picked up this so-called Dragon Vein Evolution Potion, and examined it closely. The potion, emitting a misty red witchcraft light, looked extraordinarily beautiful under the sunlight, but somehow Rain felt as if it resembled a blooming poppy flower. An extreme beauty hides a touch of evil. His body indeed felt a certain desire for the potion in front of him, but this feeling wasn't strong, and most unusually, just as Rain had the thought of whether to try it, he felt a faint sense of danger rising in his mind. Interesting, it seems to have a certain boost for my mutated dragon bloodline, but the enhancement shouldn't be significant. Moreover, there seems to be some unknown potential harm. Rain gazed at the red potion in front of him, pondering. If there's an opportunity, it would be good to understand how this potion is made. If the potential dangers can be eliminated, leaving only the positive effects, it would be great. After thinking it over, although the system might be able to eliminate potential dangers, Rain decided not to consume it but put it back in the wooden box and carefully stored it away. Due to the steel armor test, just interrupted by Buchanan's arrival, Rain now returned to the training room, intending to test some new combined witchcraft. However, Rain unintentionally glanced at the bottom of the attribute panel and was quite surprised to find the remaining golden skill points was still 64. He had 95 points before, but consumed twice. Points were spent on improving the second-level innate wizardry cutting net during advancement, and 42 points were used for the development of combined witchcraft steel armor, consuming a total of 70 points. But he soon realized, because Rain hadn't checked the battle records from before with Staven and the evil god's avatar. Rain quickly scanned. Congratulations, you have defeated a strong enemy and earned 39 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has been enhanced. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard legendary profession level has increased. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades epic profession level has increased. Both professions have leveled up, not bad. Previously, the King of Thousand Blades epic profession level was at LV 13, requiring abundant experience to level up, but Rain accumulated from last time defeating the Abyss Fire Rock Giant, coupled with this intense battle with the avatar of evil god Nail Brecken, finally led to an upgrade. The King of Thousand Blades epic advanced to LV 14. Additionally, due to Rain repeatedly casting witchcraft during the battle, including activating techniques to control the Hellfire Demon statue in combat, the Warhammer Wizard legendary, profession level increased from LV11 to LV12. Combined, these achievements earned Rain 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Moreover, Rain's recent diligent practice as a magic potion master leveled up to LV6, increasing attribute points to 25 after deducting 5 points consumed in battle, and including these 2 points, currently leaves 22 attribute points. As for skill points, previous total was 12, adding the 2 points from the battle totals 14 points. Despite consuming twice continuously for deduction, the battle yielded golden skill points that reached 39 points, thus leaving 64 points now. Looking at it this way, once familiar with the combined Witchcraft Steel Armor, I can learn 3rd level Metal Witchcraft Thorny Iron Ball. Currently, the skill points are sufficient to enhance it and form combat power quickly, with brief contemplation. Rain decided on the next Witchcraft Cultivation plan. 1st level Innate Witchcraft Metal Morphing Spell. 2nd level Witchcraft Iron Armor Technique. 3rd level Innate Witchcraft Steel Armor Technique. Combined Witchcraft Steel Armor. With Rain's swift trio casting, he was enveloped instantly by a solid armor shimmering with dense dark silver witchcraft light. Is this truly the shape of an armor? Rain glanced at the mirror in the training room, feeling slightly surprised by his own appearance reflected. Previously, whether 2nd level Witchcraft Iron Armor Technique or 3rd level Witchcraft Steel Armor Technique, or even Water Protection Witchcraft Water Membrane Technique, was similar to membrane shapes or body-covering shield types of protective witchcraft. But at this moment, the combined Witchcraft Steel Armor on his body was a protective sorcery with a form very similar to a knight armor. Rain was seeing this kind of protective sorcery effect for the first time. Moreover, although this combined witchcraft's effect resembled knight armor, their defensive effects were worlds apart. First, it's the sorcery defensive effect. At this moment, Rain's entire body, due to steel armor, was emitting a dense metal series witchcraft light, clearly demonstrating strong defensive power against both melee attacks and sorcery attacks. Of course, the exact level of defense would only be known after proper testing. Next is flexibility. Ordinary metal armor, regardless of the material, always carries a certain feeling of heaviness and inconvenience. Due to the hinge issues at the joints, even if soft first layer cowhide is used, not only is the defense reduced, but it still wouldn't be particularly flexible. However, the steel armor currently shimmering with dark silver light on Rain, the metal at the joints surprisingly flowed like mercury, greatly enhancing flexibility. With a slight mental command, Rain saw the hardened essence gold ingot in his hand quickly transform into a dual-handed greatsword. Rain, clad in steel armor, was seen running swiftly in the field, slashing, stabbing, and finally performing a secret technique. After a round of testing, Rain discovered that, setting aside the difference in defensive power, just its flexibility outperformed his previous self when wearing demonized silver armor by at least a notch. Just then, a thought flashed through Rain's mind. He first looked up at the training room's height, then performed a transformation. However, this time, Rain only activated the first form, which was the Dragon Man Warrior transformation, and his body immediately swelled to just over 5 meters. Next, he cast the combined Witchcraft Steel Armor. Quickly, his robust figure in Dragon Man Warrior form was covered by a full set of thick knight armor, gleaming with witchcraft light. Not bad. It doesn't affect flexibility at all. Rain looked down and couldn't help but rejoice. Now, for an enemy to hurt me, they first have to break through this layer formed by the combined Witchcraft Steel Armor, and then break through my dragon-scale defense. Rain clenched his dragon claw, which seemed like it was wearing crucible gloves, thinking secretly, both flexible and thick, my melee ability has been enhanced. Something doesn't seem quite right. I've been strengthening my sorcery side, but the actual combat power improvement seems to have shifted to the melee side. Rain immediately thought of a problem. After a brief thought, Rain couldn't help but show a slight bitter smile. Let's not worry which side for now, the improvement of strength is what matters most. After a few tests, Rain returned to the study. Just as he took out the sheepskin scroll of 3rd level Metal Series Witchcraft Thorny Iron Ball, planning to study, another matter suddenly came to mind. Rain focused and slightly operated the 2nd layer of the Steel Heart meditation method. As expected, after entering crystallization, the effect of the 2nd layer of the Steel Heart advanced meditation method began to drop significantly. and its role in pushing the spiritual power to continue crystallizing became almost negligible. This result was already anticipated, and quickly. Rain refocused his attention on the sheepskin scroll, recording Thorny Iron Ball. Meanwhile, leaving Rain Mansion, Buchanan immediately boarded a luxurious carriage waiting at the door. Soon, the carriage returned to the residence of Second Prince Everton. Inside the study, Everton, who was perusing a certain report, glanced outside the door, seeing that Buchanan had returned, casually asked, "Buchanan, how did the mother tree sex operation in Ferdinand Forest go?" Buchanan immediately reacted, realizing the second prince had seen the information from Ferdinand Forest, and replied after a brief thought. "Your Highness, the other side launched a surprise attack based on the defensive intelligence we provided about those elf outpost camps and got substantial gains. They have now sent word that over a dozen elf women captives will be sent to the dragon scale nest. Very good, with this batch of elf captives, the raw material problem should be temporarily resolved," the second prince said, a satisfied smile appearing on his delicate face. "By the way, inform Lindun and Jingji to speed up the research and development of the compound." "Yes, Your Highness, I will contact these two potion masters immediately." However, before Buchanan could leave, Second Prince Everton asked, "Oh, the dragon bloodline possessor you met today. It's named Rain, right? How was it?" The opponent is very young, immensely powerful, but quite cautious. He politely declined my mention of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood invitation at first. It was only after I said you were the examiner for this Dragon Knight Reserve that his refusal attitude softened," Buchanan reported in detail. It's fine. Having one more or less dragon bloodline possessor is not the focus for the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Our current focus is still on the experiments." Evidently, Everton didn't care much about Rain, not eagerly joining. After all, throughout the Empire territory, there are quite a few people possessing dragon bloodline. By the way, Your Highness, this is a replica of the opponent's dragon breath. At this moment, Buchanan seemed to remember something, took out an object resembling a pocket watch from his chest, and respectfully handed it to Second Prince Everton. The pocket watch, like witchcraft creation before his eyes, has only one function: to record the dragon breath of nearby individuals. With this, the Second Prince Everton can quickly understand the general origins of the other party's bloodline, its density, and so on. Upon receiving it, the Second Prince Everton initially maintained a casual expression, but after a brief sense in his hand, his eyes lit up suddenly as he exclaimed, "This dragon breath." "Your Highness," Buchanan looked at his prince in confusion. "Could it be that there is something peculiar about Rain's dragon bloodline? The dragon bloodline breath of the other party is very dense, although not as much as me and Renala. It is already equivalent to that of a normal royal offspring. Moreover, what's even more rare is, this breath feels to me not like the usual black dragon, red dragon, or other five-colored giant dragons, but rather a bit like the metallic dragon's breath that has long vanished from this world." Metallic dragon? Buchanan was even more puzzled. "Yes, there's a faint hint of metal particles in it. Forget it, even if I explain further you wouldn't understand." The second Prince Everton shook his head and said, "Adjust the concern level for this Rain to first level, and also conduct an investigation into the other party's relations, see where we can find a breakthrough. This Rain must be brought into the dragon scale Brotherhood. His bloodline might be of great use." "Yes, Your Highness," Buchanan bowed respectfully at once. Just as Buchanan left the study of the second Prince Everton and walked into the front courtyard garden, a trusted aide hurried over and whispered, "My Lord Duke Drum is here, waiting in a carriage not far from the mansion's gate. What do you think?" Buchanan thought for a moment, then waved his hand, saying, "No need for trouble, I'll go meet him." He naturally knew Duke Drum's intentions. However, this time the other party was likely to be disappointed. Several minutes later, inside the carriage compartment, "Mr. Buchanan, regarding this Rain from His Highness's side." Duke Drum spoke, his eyes holding a hint of hope. "I'm sorry, Duke, this matter may disappoint you. The second prince is very interested in Rain and has sent me to invite him to join the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, so—" "What?" Duke Drum's expression darkened. Ever since receiving the first-hand report from the stronghold, knowing that Staven's assassination attempt had failed, Duke Drum felt a bit uneasy. It's not that he feared the assassination might be noticed by Rain. They were only playing a minor facilitating role. The execution was actually carried out by the Isotter School. but he discovered Rain's growth speed was extremely fast. Characters like Staven, a veteran wizard known for decades, holding the top-level undead witch artifact iron spine and dead chest armor, still couldn't match Rain. From this perspective, with the other party's talent, there's a high probability that he will soon become an Imperial Guardian. Once the conflict with the Drum family isn't forgotten, then this Rain will inevitably become a major threat to the family. By then, even with Pantaskok's ancestor present, it might not be sufficient to suppress the other party. Did the other party agree? After thinking for a while, Duke Drum asked again. Not yet, but if Rain is wise enough, he should agree. All right, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Upon hearing this, Duke Drum's face returned to calm. After a brief thought, he bid farewell to Buchanan. Back at the Drum Manor, Duke Drum sat and pondered alone in his study. Someone come. Duke, a young new steward, immediately entered the study, bowing. Evidently, this new steward was replacing the previous steward, Owen. Have the news about Rain spread? Duke Drum asked. It's been spread, according to the report from several days ago by Mr. Owen. The intelligence about Rain killing numerous high-ranking members of different cults has already been leaked to the relevant cult organizations. Good. Duke Drum nodded, saying, although the Drum family supports the second prince, it does not mean they have to follow orders blindly. As a prestigious family in the Empire and a guardian family, having their own demands within the broader framework is only normal. Even if that Rain joins the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, if he gets killed by cult organizations, it's his own lack of ability, having nothing to do with the Drum family. Meanwhile, third ring of the Imperial City, Rain Mansion. After about 2 hours of learning, Rain, who believed he had initially grasped the new witchcraft, first came to the training room. Just as he was about to cast Thorny Iron Ball, he suddenly put his hand down. The power of third-level witchcraft is still a bit too much. Perhaps it would be better to go to the headquarters witchcraft testing room. After all, Rain didn't want the new witchcraft to accidentally demolish his new mansion. Quickly, Rain took a carriage to the sword holder headquarters. Led by a young female employee, Rain soon arrived at the third-level witchcraft testing room. Lord Rain, if you have any needs, you can call me at any time by pressing the bell inside. All right, thank you, Rain nodded, saying, it is my honor to serve you. The young female employee smiled and curtsied. After she left, Rain approached the colossal cylindrical metal block placed on rails and began to silently chant spells. Soon, a solid iron ball with a diameter of 2 meters appeared out of thin air. Spinning at high speed, sizzle, 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 the surface of the iron ball was covered with densely packed spikes of varying lengths, sparking wildly as they scraped against the ground. The wave of Rain's right hand, there was a whoosh sound, and accompanied by massive kinetic energy, the giant iron ball traced a straight line, blasting towards the smooth surface of the metal ingot. Boom! A deafening noise reverberated in the room. The giant cylindrical metal block on the slide rail was directly pushed to the end by this strike. Even the room's floor experienced a slight tremor. Rain focused his gaze, noticing that most of the spikes from the third-level witchcraft thorny iron ball had embedded directly into the giant metal ingot. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the metal block, weighing tens of tons, oscillated back and forth on the slide rail. Meanwhile, on the nearby Black Wisdom tablet, a large number prominently displayed 191. Such power! Rain's eyes lit up as he spoke. Although the attack method of this thorny iron ball is somewhat monotonous, its power is indeed astonishing. It's known that the power of a typical third-level witchcraft generally ranges from 120 to 200 degrees. Now, thanks to super metal element affinity, along with the special effects of the Steel Heart advanced meditation method, the destructive power of Rain's third-level witchcraft has almost reached the upper limit of third-level witchcraft power. According to the effect described on the sheepskin scroll, the normal diameter of a thorny iron ball should be around 1.5 meters. But the iron ball Rain just cast, not considering the length of the spikes, reached a diameter of 2 meters. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. You have studied Thorny Iron Ball, related comprehension enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill Thorny Iron Ball. Your skill Thorny Iron Ball has been improved, experience +5. Meanwhile, a brand new icon appeared at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary panel. The icon depicted a huge metal ball with uneven spikes. Additionally, the small text below the icon read as follows. Thorny Iron Ball LV1, 1/100, Thorny Iron Ball LV1 effect. consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to use a specific witchcraft model to mobilize surrounding metal energy particles, forming a giant thorny iron ball, and launches a ramming crushing attack on all targets in a straight line. Note, casting time is 3 seconds. All targets in a straight line, huh? Rain immediately grasped a feature of this new witchcraft. Although increasing proficiency in third-level witchcraft is multiple times more challenging than second-level witchcraft, Rain was already prepared. Without much hesitation, Rain instantly invested 11 skill points, plus 8 golden skill points, into the third-level witchcraft Thorny Iron Ball. As the third-level witchcraft Thorny Iron Ball was upgraded from LV1 to LV20, a flood of extensive memories regarding the Thorny Iron Ball witchcraft inundated Rain's mind. For a moment, Rain felt as if he had entered a mysterious space. Continuously practicing the third-level witchcraft Thorny Iron Ball for 100 to 200 years, compressing the syllables to the utmost, with casting becoming almost instinctive. The following morning, in the inner ring of the imperial city Tamriel, a carriage slowly came to a stop at the gates of the Snyder family residence, where Chimera Knight Luther resided. As Rain stepped down from the carriage, 2 imposing great knights, who had been waiting at the entrance, swiftly approached. "Lord Rain, long time no see, your recent battle achievements are truly astounding," Luther greeted enthusiastically upon seeing Rain. "Indeed, Lord Rain. Your feat of slaying the most formidable legendary Carver Harold has recently spread." Throughout the noble circles of the imperial city, Haloin chimed in with a smile. "Lord Luther, Lord Haloin, it's been a while. Both of your strengths have improved, congratulations." Rain said with a smile. He had just perceived that both Haloin and Luther seemed to have slightly enhanced their abilities. Clearly, these two had not been idle recently, and were probably actively preparing for the Dragon Knight Reserve selection. After a round of pleasantries, the 3 moved to the parlor and sat down. At this time, Rain directly asked, "Lord Luther, I would like to ask, what is the specific method for next week's Dragon Knight Reserve selection?" Since he plans to reject the recruitment by the 2nd, Prince Rain naturally has to prepare accordingly, especially since next week is the selection for the Dragon Knight Reserve. Rain is certain that the other party will inevitably ask for his final decision before then. Although information can also be obtained through the Sword Bearer's channel, Rain is not sure how effective their purging efforts are, whereas Luther, who participated in the last selection, should be more aware. At Rain's inquiry, Luther was first taken aback, then laughed, saying, "Lord Rain, with your strength, there's nothing to worry about for this assessment. But since you've asked, I'll give a brief explanation. Firstly, concerning the first assessment content, which is the Flight Combat Assessment. The key points are flight and combat. Flight requires candidates to ride a flying mount to observe their flying skills, which is why candidates need a flying mount for this assessment. The general idea is that if candidates can maneuver their flying mounts to complete tasks like navigating obstacles, making sharp turns, and diving mid-air, it indicates that they also possess the relevant skills for controlling a giant dragon in the future. As for combat, it assesses whether the candidate and the flying mount can cooperate effectively to defeat the enemy. Since high-level flying skills are not scarce, and dragon knights are not circus beast tamers, it's necessary to demonstrate sufficient combat power. Luther added another sentence, seemingly to make it easier for Rain and Haloin to understand. Is the first one a combat assessment? Then what about the second one? Haloin couldn't help but ask with a confused expression. After all, for general assessments involving multiple sections, the difficulty usually progresses from easy to hard. For example, the first one might be a physical or skill test, while the second one is a combat assessment. As for the second one, Lord Rain, Lord Haloin, everyone participating in the second section has signed a high-ranking confidentiality agreement with the royal family, so I can't disclose it. Luther frowned and said, "However, I heard that Lord Rain recently took a trip to the Fiery Flame Canyon." Luther seemed to have thought of something, emphasized the Fiery Flame Canyon, and then stopped, looking at Rain with a smile. Rain pondered for a moment, then smiled as well, nodded and said, "Thank you, Lord Luther, I understand." He understood Luther's implication. The second test should be held in a secret realm, similar to the Fiery Flame Canyon. Although the exact content is unknown, it's probably one of those few situations. For example, in this special secret realm, killing specific enemies with higher difficulty, or the secret realm itself containing dragon or dragon descendant creatures, etc. At this moment, after contemplating for a while, Haloin also dawned with realization. After understanding the related situation of the Dragon Knight Reserve assessment, Rain bid farewell and agreed to go to the camp tomorrow to familiarize himself with flight techniques. After all, for Rain, since he started riding the Blood Feather, he rarely had opportunities for aerial combat. Comparatively, Luther and Haloin have much more experience in this area. Of course, Rain is not worried about cooperation issues. Someone with a Beast Priest, legendary profession panel, his cooperation with Blood Feather would not have any problems, mainly to get accustomed to the field and exchange strategies for dealing with different enemies with Luther and Haloin. Just as Rain was about to board the carriage to the school station, he suddenly noticed Olna waiting nearby. "Oh, Lord Olna, is there something urgent?" Rain saw Olna's solemn expression and guessed that something bad likely happened. "Lord Rain, let's talk on the carriage." "All right." After the two sat inside the carriage, Rain cast a soundproofing technique, and then Olna began her report. "Just now, Major General Tasha sent an urgent message saying that during the cleanup work's conclusion, someone found apparent signs of information leakage about your task details in the Sword Bearer's File Management Department." I expected that." Rain calmly nodded. He had actually anticipated this situation long ago. The previous several assassination attempts against him, with near-perfect timing and locations, made it almost impossible to say no one leaked relevant information about him. Hearing Rain's words left Olna rather surprised. However, from Rain's calm demeanor and tone, she sensed a confident aura. An admiration arose within her heart. Additionally, there's another piece of news. The internal inspectors of the Sword Bearer Department learned from some detained individuals yesterday that your personal mission execution records seem to have been intentionally leaked to the cult. "Oh," Rain raised an eyebrow and said, this development was somewhat intriguing. But with a little thought, Rain understood and guessed the general outline. Analysis suggests it's likely the Conservative Party members leaked your mission execution records. Olna's words confirmed Rain's guess. "So they are trying to use the cult to get rid of me?" "Yes, Lord Rain." Seeing the smile on Rain's face, Olna, for some reason, felt her inner tension greatly relieved. At first, when she learned about this situation, she was quite anxious because even for a fine gold-level sword bearer, being targeted by one or more cult organizations is extremely dangerous. This is also why the missions sword bearers undertake need to be kept confidential. Major General Tasha has stated that your subsequent missions will have dedicated personnel for encryption, and after execution, they will be sealed to ensure such incidents do not happen again. However, she reminds you that if there are missions abroad recently, be extremely cautious. Also, she suggests that your family should not leave the Imperial City unless there are special circumstances. Cult organizations are not like those noble. Conservatives, direct retaliation against your family is very likely, Olna added. "All right, I understand," Rain nodded and replied. Fortunately, he had already relocated his family to the Imperial City. With the city's defensive capabilities, unless another incident like the Divine Avatar's direct descent occurs, it should be relatively safe. Just as Olna was about to leave, Rain thought of something and said, "By the way, Lord Olna, could you help me search the library at headquarters for information on bloodline polluters and shatterers?" "Bloodline polluters and shatterers?" "Certainly, Lord Rain." Bixiu Mechanization School, headquarters. After spending about 2 hours, Rain quickly earned 550 contribution points by helping to fabricate puppet components. Adding to his previously remaining 1,463 contribution points, he soon accumulated enough for 2,000 contribution points, redeeming the third layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. This is also the last layer possessed by the school. In other words, if he wishes to study the original fourth layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, he might have to explore the ancient wizard school ruins that Mentor Megaro mentioned previously. But for now, naturally, I should thoroughly research and master the third layer first. After saying goodbye to Mentor Megaro, Rain promptly returned to his residence. In the study, Rain took out the memory crystal that recorded the third layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. With a special memory content displaying in his mind, Rain began to meticulously read, understand, and contemplate. The third layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method has an extremely high difficulty level. But mastering it will not only further refine spiritual power and promote its crystallization, but also additionally enhance the power of metal series witchcraft by about 60%. 60%. I remember the second layer increased metal series witchcraft power by 40%, which was already astonishing, making my second-level metal series witchcraft nearly reach the threshold of third-level witchcraft, and now it's 60%. Seeing this, Rain's eyes couldn't help but brighten. This fueled his desire to master the third layer even more intensely. Calming his emotions, Rain immediately focused his spirit and began earnest trials as per the third layer meditation requirements. Unlike the 30-dimensional model with 60 will runes in the second layer, the third layer's model is more complex, with words in the crystal describing the difficulty as extremely high. If one's talent isn't good enough and spiritual power isn't strong enough, just looking at this dimensional pattern could induce nausea and dizziness, making it impossible to persist. Rain carefully counted. The third layer's model consists of precisely 108 will runes. This is nearly double the number compared to the already challenging second layer. It's imaginable how difficult it is to trace this dimensional pattern entirely in one's mind. However, my spiritual power is as high as 123 points, so comprehension should be somewhat faster. Also, Rain glanced at the attribute panel. The 22 remaining attribute points are his strong guarantee for quickly grasping the third layer. Before long, Rain began visualizing the third layer's dimensional model within his mind. 2 hours later, after attempting dozens of times, Rain can currently successfully visualize a pattern formed by 96 will runes, still short by 12, a number neither large nor small. According to multiple records in the memory crystal, his progress far exceeds that of crystallization wizards who have just entered the third level. The records indicate most crystallization wizards in the third layer achieve the stage of barely sketching 90 will runes by the third month. Yet Rain remains unsatisfied with this progress. It must be noted that during his study of the second layer, when his spiritual power was nearly depleted, he was only 5 will runes short from completion, whereas now he is 12 short. Indeed worthy of the extremely challenging level, Rain murmured, rubbing his subtly swollen temples to himself. Well then, time to add points. With little hesitation, Rain added 1 point to his spiritual attribute. With the spiritual attribute rising from 123 points to 124 points, Rain instantly felt a refreshing coolness in his brain, as if a brisk mountain spring suddenly emerged in his mind, washing away all mental fatigue. Rejuvenated to peak state, Rain showcased a smile, once again sketching the complex dimensional model of the third layer in his mind. Another 2 hours passed. The first will rune, the 30th, the 99th will rune. Following this, Rain again felt his temples throb with intense pain. Expended 1 point of attribute point, progressed by 3 will runes. The difficulty is truly immense. But it was expected, and now there are only 9 left. Facing potential threats, Rain naturally needed to quickly enhance his combat power, especially the special effect of the third layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, which comprehensively boosts Metal Series Witchcraft power by 60%. This held significant meaning for Rain. Thus, Rain once again allocated 1 attribute point to Spirit. As his condition fully recovered, he repeated the previous process. This time, Rain reached 102. Again, with Rain adding more spiritual power, he continued to outline the 3-dimensional pattern of the third layer after recovering. Again, until the sky faintly tinged with dawn, Rain's expression suddenly turned joyful. His fists clenched and waved vigorously. After nearly an entire night and a total of 6 attribute enhancements, Rain finally succeeded in outlining the third layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method in one go. At this time, his spiritual power had also increased to 129 points. In his conscious sea, at the base of the 3-layer crystal, the originally circular pedestal had thickened nearly twice, appearing more solid. Then the system prompt followed. You have practiced the third layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. Related comprehension has increased. Your skill, Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, has improved, experience +5. Rain quickly found the Steel Heart skill icon on the Warhammer Wizard Legendary skill panel and checked the updated descriptions. The new description reads, Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method LV7, 1/5000, comes with special effect metal control LV3. Metal Control LV3, passive effect. Your control over metal energy particles has been significantly enhanced. LV3 Metal Control. The system description changed from slightly enhanced to significantly enhanced. The third layer of the meditation method corresponds to display levels LV7, LV9. With experience from the last second layer. After thinking it over, Rain invested 2 skill points in the LV7 Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. As the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method jumped from LV7 to LV9, instantly, a tidal wave of memories concerning the cultivation of the third layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method surged into Rain's mind. In that instant, it was as if Rain had endured countless years in a mystic space, practicing the third layer of the meditation method. Minutes later, when Rain again attempted to outline the third layer meditation model, he was pleasantly surprised to find the visualization time almost reduced by 2/3. Looking at the only one remaining skill point, Rain knew the meditation method should have reached its limit, but wanted to confirm just to be sure. With the added point just as expected, the system failure prompt appeared. Point addition failed. The current Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method has reached its limit. Not bad. Seeing this, a smile emerged on Rain's face. LV9 is the limit of the third layer. At this moment, looking at the attribute panel, Rain noticed that the spirit value had changed significantly again. Spirit, 120. Crystallization 2%. Previously, his spiritual power after point addition reached 129 points, but now it was only 120 points, a reduction of 9 points in total. However, the crystallization progress had increased by 1%, from 1% to 2%. With the experience of previous liquefaction, Rain wasn't too surprised, just slightly unexpected at the extent of the reduction. It's likely due to the advanced meditation method's effect of refining and purifying spiritual power. After all, concentrated essence is truly valuable. After a night of meditation method cultivation, perhaps due to the joy of success or the recovery effect of point addition, Rain did not feel any fatigue. Instead, he was eager to try more. At this moment, a ray of dawn light streamed through the window, gently illuminating Rain's back. In a moment, the youthful vigor of Rain and the dawn's first light mysteriously harmonized together. Sword Bearer Headquarters. In Tasha's office, every few minutes someone would enter and report. Lord Tasha, we just received news that last night, Wazi Province, Moselle Province, Nome Province, and Marne Province were all attacked by the cultists. This time, their dispatch personnel were of a high caliber and very powerful, even appearing as epic-level strongmen comparable to Imperial Guardians. The branches in various provinces are requesting headquarters support. A piece of intelligence staff reported. For enemy involving epic-level strongmen, direct it to General Augustus for review. As for the others, pass them to the task hall as missions. Tasha swiftly instructed. With the Imperial Guardians requiring higher coordination, General Augustus must personally intervene. Tasha is responsible for internal coordination within the Sword Bearers. Moreover, over the past week, Tasha clearly felt an increase in cult activity within the Empire territory, repeatedly encountering epic-level strongmen. At least 10 Imperial Guardians had to leave the Imperial City Tamriel to address the situation. At this moment, a female staff member approached Major General Tasha, quietly reporting, Lord Tasha, we discovered the secret snake sect's twin snakes Arida and Aelida appeared in Ways Province 3 days ago. But yesterday, they appeared again in Fury Province. The Intelligence Hall assesses that their likely destination is towards the Imperial City. Upon hearing this news, Tasha's expression changed slightly. Twin Snakes ranks 3rd among the 12 secret snake envoys of the secret snake sect, with strength far surpassing the lower-ranked envoys. It is said that the two are sisters and possess the special ability of telepathy. One can imagine how challenging it would be for 2 legendary peak powerhouses, able to coordinate flawlessly in battle. From the battle records, this proves true as well. Not to mention, the fact that they have repeatedly escaped from the Imperial Guardians demonstrates their strength. Given their destructiveness and elusiveness, the twin snakes, sisters Arida and Aelida, have always been a key focus for the Imperial swordsmen. What specific opinion does the Intelligence Hall have? Lord Tasha, this is the specific opinion from the Intelligence Hall. A young female staff member opened a record and presented it to Tasha, stating, a 70% probability, not low. Tasha murmured, squinting her eyes slightly. The record indicated, in view of the leak incident, 70% probability the attack target is Lord Rain for Tasha. She clearly knew that Rain had a deep entanglement with the secret snake sect back when he was at the Minster branch at that time. Rain had killed 2 lower-ranking envoys of the secret snake sect, respectively known as Ice Snake Edmondo and Mad Snake Ecosella. Thus, she agreed with the Intelligence Hall's assessment. Because the mission execution record was leaked, the other side came for revenge this time. However, in Imperial City Tamriel, they dare not venture easily, most likely waiting for an opportunity near the Imperial City. Immediately inform Deputy Director Olna of this situation and have her notify Lord Rain to stay vigilant. Also, pass along the detailed intelligence on the twin snakes to Lord Rain. Yes, Lord Tasha, I will go at once. The young female staff member left after saluting. At the same time, over 100 miles from the Imperial City, within a remote estate in Tafulin town. A seemingly ordinary carriage stopped at the estate. Entrance. But the 2 individuals who disembarked in gray robes were anything but ordinary. Their graceful and slender figures were strikingly similar, and their posture indicated that they were undoubtedly beauties, yet both wore uncommon hooded cloaks. Judging from their exposed delicate noses and cherry-like lips, besides being beautiful, they appeared as if molded from the same form, making it impossible to tell them apart. Lord Arada, Lord Aelida, your journey must have been tiring. A distinguished old man in a black robe slightly bowed to them, speaking. Upon careful sensing, one would discover that the old man before them was also a 3rd-level crystallization wizard. We were lucky, the journey was quite smooth. One of the women replied crisply. By the way, Lord O'Learian, how many days until the Dragon Knight Reserve selection? Has the Empire confirmed the opening time for the Dragon Valley Secret Realm? Lord Arada, the selection is in 5 days. As for the opening time of the Secret Realm, we cannot confirm it yet, but typically it's 3 to 5 days after the first assessment is completed that the Secret Realm opens for the second assessment. O'Learian responded respectfully. We'll await your update. You know the importance of this mission, so don't take it lightly, Lord O'Learian. Arada said, by the way, are we also supposed to settle a person? Sister, what was the name again? The one who killed Ice Snake and Mad Snake? Aelida suddenly inquired. The black-robed old man proactively replied, Lord Aelida, that person is named Rain. We have confirmed that he is also participating in the Dragon Knight Reserve selection. Is that so? Interesting. Sister, it seems we won't need to make 2 trips, we can settle everything in one go. Aelida couldn't help but laugh. As Arada and Aelida stepped into the villa, they quickly arrived at a hall. The hall's floor was adorned with intricate lines, glowing faint green, clearly indicating that some sort of witch array had been set up here. What about the movements of the other sects? Arada lifted her hood, revealing a beautiful face. If it weren't for the red Ouroboros mark on her forehead, anyone outside would mistake her for a harmless, beautiful maiden. As planned, the Graft sect, Black Flame sect, Sea God sect, Plague sect, and others will gradually send people near the Imperial City, waiting for the operation. But I don't know the specific personnel or locations. The elder named O'Learian said respectfully. Although it's a joint operation, each sect is wary of each other, and genuine cooperation is impossible. They are united only by the Empire as a common enemy. Imperial City Tamriel, 2nd floor of the Rain Mansion. Suddenly, Rain saw a tall and fiery girl in leather armor appearing at the mansion's entrance through the window. The other party was dressed in leather armor, only covering the vital areas, revealing wheat-colored skin and clear lines of her abs, carrying a large shield on her back and a single-bladed battle axe at her flexible waist. Who else could it be but Lagaray? The guards at the door were about to ask whom Lagaray came to see when their master, Rain, appeared in front of her with a full smile. Lagaray, with a smile, Rain quickly stepped forward and embraced her warmly. Rain, don't. Lagaray initially responded enthusiastically, but suddenly her beautiful eyes glanced at the window of the 2nd floor of the mansion, causing her face to flush as she pushed Rain away. This confused Rain a bit. Could she be embarrassed because of the guards standing around? Upstairs. Lagaray said softly. Actually, for the outgoing and generous Lagaray, being embraced or kissed by Rain wasn't embarrassing at all. She had long accepted him in her heart. But the problem was, at that moment, Rain's mother Emma was watching them with an ant-like smile from the window on the 2nd floor, which made her slightly embarrassed. Furthermore, Rain's relatives weren't limited to just one. At the window of another room on the second floor, Bo-hee, with a youthful face, was peeking and smiling at the scene. Following Laguerre's gaze, Rain suddenly understood, smiled, and said, "Let's go inside first." As they entered the villa, Bo-hee hopped down from the second floor, blocking their path. "Sister Laguerre, why did it take you so long to come see me?" Bo-hee smiled sweetly, throwing herself into Laguerre's arms before taking her hand and holding it tightly. "Bo-hee, long time no see." Laguerre affectionately kissed Bo-hee's rosy cheek. At this moment, Rain's mother Emma also came down from the second floor with a smile. "Aunt Emma, hello." Laguerre respectfully performed a lady's courtesy. Rain watched with amusement. He could see that meeting his mother still made Laguerre a bit nervous. It seemed that even with barbarian blood, one could still be oppressed by the mother-in-law status. Furthermore, this was when Emma was only an ordinary person and Laguerre was a fierce warrior. "Laguerre, you seem to have grown taller again." Mother Emma gestured with her hand, surprised. Since Rain himself grew taller rapidly. He didn't notice this. With his mother's reminder, Rain realized Laguerre's height might have increased a bit due to her becoming a fierce warrior, from around 178 to over 180 now. After some social pleasantries, Mother Emma noticed Bo-hee was still holding Laguerre's hand and couldn't help saying, "Bo-hee, let Sister Laguerre rest a bit." "Rain, take Laguerre to rest well." Mother Emma turned to Rain. "Okay, Mother." Laguerre's pretty face flushed again. She felt the phrase "rest well" seemed to carry extra meaning inside the room. "Why did it take you so long to come find me in the Imperial City?" Rain gently embraced the girl. Without Emma and Bo-hee's peeking, Laguerre relaxed a lot, leaning naturally against Rain, smiling slightly, and said, "After I arrived in Mingster, I quickly got a message from Dean Battleov that the Dragon Soul potion for you was completed, so Georgia from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group and I went back to the tundra." That's how it was, Rain suddenly understood. And Georgia, Rain then recalled the leather armor girl with a bow, sister of Fandar, the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, initially a bit proud but got much better later. As Laguerre spoke, she took a long wooden box from her waist bag and handed it to Rain. "Here, Dragon Soul potion." Rain took it but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he watched Laguerre seriously. Clearly, this barbarian girl cared more about his matters than her own safety. "Rain, aren't you going to open it? Why are you staring at me?" Laguerre couldn't help but find it odd. Why was Rain staring at her? "Thank you, no need to." Just as Laguerre was about to say no need to thank her, her little mouth was blocked. Omitted 10,000 words. 2 hours later, the two with astonishing physical strength finally took a rest. Rain also understood what it meant to be a transcendent among barbarians, a fierce warrior, with a waistline where the elastic, well-defined abs were clearly visible, truly a deadly blade. At this moment, Laguerre lay comfortably on Rain's chest, her golden hair naturally scattered, and her delicate face still carried a lingering flush. Just from her face, Laguerre didn't look like a female barbarian at all. Only by following her delicate face downward, her unusually fiery figure would reveal the wild beauty of a barbarian woman. Unlike the voluptuous figure of the beautiful Jennifer, Laguerre's curvaceous body gave a first impression of vitality and fitness. Feeling Rain's gaze, Laguerre looked up slightly, her deep blue eyes glancing at Rain, saying, "What are you looking at?" Just as Rain was about to speak, Laguerre seemed to remember something. Blinking her eyes, she said, "Right, Rain, where's Anna? I heard she is also in the Imperial City. Why haven't I seen her?" "You came a few days late. Anna just left a few days ago and went back to Ferdinand Forest." "Oh, is that so? I haven't seen her in a long time." Laguerre showed a look of regret. "By the way, Rain, aren't you going to check the Dragon Soul potion?" "Sure." Rain naturally treasured the Dragon Soul potion that Laguerre had painstakingly brought. When he opened the wooden box, he saw a bottle of azure blue potion inside, emitting a faint light of witchcraft. Seeing Rain open the wooden box, Laguerre suddenly remembered the reminder from Winterfort Academy's Dean Battleov, saying, "By the way, Rain, Dean Battleov said that after taking the Dragon Soul potion, your spiritual power will gradually enhance, with effects lasting about 3 months." Gazing at the cool blue potion in his hand, Rain could feel a longing emanating from his body. He remembered that he had planned to consume the Dragon Soul potion during the late stage of liquefaction. But unexpectedly, due to the divine power crystal, the enhancement speed was too fast, and now he had already become a third-level crystallized wizard. Fortunately, Rain still remembered what Battleov had said back then. The Dragon Soul Potion, even for crystallization wizards, has a very strong effect, of course. The first time is the best, and the effect of the second consumption will be greatly reduced. Contemplating for a moment, Rain opened the bottle cap, releasing a peculiar fragrance. He gestured his thanks to Lagare, tilting his head back and drinking the Dragon Soul Potion in one gulp. As Rain drank the Dragon Soul Potion, he felt a cool liquid flow down his throat into his stomach. Then warmth began to spread through his body in waves, especially his mental sea, which became unusually active. At this moment, a system prompt also sounded. Ding! Detected host consuming a special potion that enhances spiritual power crystallization, accelerate absorption. Note: system absorption can eliminate impurities and absorb completely at once. The medicinal effect, which originally would release slowly over 3 months, can also be absorbed completely at once. Obviously, side effect-free accelerated absorption. Quickly converting into combat readiness is naturally a good thing. So Rain immediately chose yes. In an instant, Rain noticed that the small crystals in the silvery liquid of his mental sea began to noticeably increase in number. It was as if the sparse starlit sky had turned into a sky full of stars. Soon, the increase in crystals began to subside, with now clearly more small crystals in the silvery liquid. Rain's entire aura also became more profound and deep. Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit 132, crystallization 13%. By absorbing 3 months' worth of medicinal effects. At once, my spiritual power increased by 12 points, but more importantly, the crystallization progress increased by 10%. The effect of this Dragon Soul Potion is indeed remarkable. Rain couldn't help but brighten his eyes and secretly thought. Although Lagare beside him was not a wizard, as a fierce warrior, her perception was also very keen. She naturally also sensed the change in Rain's aura, but she thought that it was due to the special effect of the Dragon Soul Potion. Lagare couldn't have imagined that this was actually the effect of Rain absorbing the Dragon Soul Potion, which should have taken 3 months, all at once. By the way, Rain here is a set of inner armor, made from the abdominal soft skin of Calexius. The wizards at Winterford Academy have added special witch patterns, further enhancing its flexibility and defensive power. Lagare got up, wearing a robe, and took out a set of gray leather armor emitting a faint light of witchcraft from a nearby bag and handed it to Rain. Is it the dragon skin inner armor you mentioned last time? Rain happily accepted it, inspecting it closely. The leather armor consists of shorts and a vest, a 2-piece set, soft to the touch like tanned calfskin, making it hard to imagine it was made from Calexius rough dragon skin. Although Rain wasn't familiar with leather armor making, since he was already a witch pattern tailor, he had a basic understanding of the crafting difficulty and grade of this leather armor. Indeed, thanks to you, I also got a set, but it's made from the thick back skin of Calexius. Lagare pointed to the leather armor she had taken off beside her, smiling. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The voice of the short Matteo came from outside the door. Lord Rain, Lord Luther, and Lord Haloin are already waiting for you in the reception room downstairs.